Chapter 301 Kidnapping 1, saying it was easy, but actually putting it into action was much more difficult. Damien had received an in-depth explanation on the inner workings and layout of the Demon City Aesir from Demon King Lucius, but this information wasn't enough to guarantee his success. There were many factors blocking his path forward. The main one, and the factor that was the most out of his control, was the massive restriction on his teleportation ability. If he was as he was in the outside world, it would have been a simple matter to teleport into the Demon King's castle, grab the Demon King, and teleport out, entering the sanctuary before anyone could regain their senses. Honestly, thinking about how easy the mission would have been in such a scenario made Damien's head hurt, so he decided to stop thinking about it altogether. What mattered was that such ease was impossible. As he continued to use teleportation for movement within the trial world, he had begun to slowly comprehend the restricted space around him, making it easier to move. But as it was a restriction stemming from the comprehension of a true demigod, even with Damien's understanding he wasn't able to increase the distance he could freely move by much, but he had managed to increase from his original 1 meter teleportation to around 3 meters. Which wasn't too bad. Whether this change would actually help him at all in the coming operation was yet to be known. In Damien's opinion, infiltrating was the easiest part. With the societal structure of the trial world, the demon race was incredibly arrogant, thinking that no human would dare enter their territory. As such, even if Damien walked through the streets with his head held high, he didn't think anyone would question it, that is, as long as he possessed the aura of a demon, which he could easily replicate by slightly stimulating his new demonic bloodline. From what the Demon King Lucius had said, it seemed news of the concurrent losses of the demon forces in recent days was also suppressed, most likely due to the apostles' pride. There was no way they'd allow the lower demons, who viewed them as gods amongst men, to understand that they had suffered multiple crushing defeats to outside forces. It was a heavy loss of face that they couldn't endure. This only served to make infiltration easier, and Damien didn't take much time to decide to act on his assumptions. Since the apostles had seen him through the record crystal planted on the demon generals he had fought before the battle with the commander's army, he first took the chance to change his form. Due to his newfound familiarity with his bloodlines, Damien had much better control over how he facilitated them. He was now able to take specific parts of his bloodline abilities and use them at will instead of being forced to draw out all their power at once. For instance, he could now call out his wings alone and use them for simple movement purposes without having to call forth his full dragon transformation. It was a development that made the utility of his bloodlines much more effective, so they didn't only work as improved combat forms. So, when Damien exited the sanctuary, he looked like a completely different person. His height remained the same, but he now had long flowing white hair and pale snow-like skin. His most defining feature was his eyes, but even they had changed. His sclera were entirely black from his demonic bloodline, while his pupils were now vertical slits. Although he still appeared incredibly unique, it was hard to draw a connection between his current self and the Damien people had seen before unless they were aware of his bloodline abilities. Good. Due to the fact that I'm only merging the appearances from both bloodlines instead of their power, there's no consumption of vitality and stamina. If I really wanted to, I could stay in this appearance indefinitely. Damien smiled wryly at the thought. He could clearly imagine the scene of Rose beating his ass and forcing him to change back to normal even if he did make such a decision. It's time to move. Damien was still closest to Dark North, while Demon City Aesir was close to Astoria. The travel time alone would take many hours. 2 pitch-black wings appeared from Damien's back the second he had this thought. With a single flap, he had already moved hundreds of meters. Like this, the many hours of travel were largely cut down. It didn't take long for Damien to reach the vicinity of the mountain where Aesir was located. Withdrawing his wings, Damien calmly walked to the mountain and circled it until he found a relatively hidden walkway. This was the true entrance to the city that only demons were aware of, and as he expected, he didn't meet any resistance. The demons patrolling the path simply cast him odd or envious looks as he brushed past them, but sensing his aura, they didn't dare get close. Who is this gigolo? I've never seen a bastard like him before. Shoo! Don't talk too loud. Didn't you sense his aura? He has to at least be a general. Brother, I owe you my life. From this moment on, I will never betray you. So you would have betrayed me earlier? He. Damien smiled at their hushed conversations as he observed the scenery around him. While the mountain did indeed have a gloomy and cold aura, the actual environment was nice. there was beautiful foliage lining the mountain path that climbed towards the city, showing unique plants and flowers that were suited to growing in these gloomy conditions. Even when he entered Aesir, he retained his surprise. Unlike the demon city he was imagining on his way here, the actual thing wasn't anything special. This place is just a regular city, except the residents are demons. Damien suddenly remembered how even in the 3000 Beast Mountain range, the beasts had formed clans and alliances, building cities and living relatively proper lives. Unless they were on the ground level or they hadn't yet developed their sentience, most of the beasts actually preferred a neater lifestyle. If so, why couldn't demons be the same? Up to this point, Damien had only met their commanding officers and their army. Those were the demons who had been totally indoctrinated and corrupted by their power and ideologies, but these regular demons? They were no different than the human mortals who lived in the cities down below. They lived their lives like normal people, mostly unaware of the overall situation. I've been too biased against them because of their connection with the Nox. The entire demon race had been forcefully corrupted 10,000 years ago, and their descendants were born into this corruption. They worshipped the Nox as the demon god without even the slightest knowledge of the truth. Could they be blamed for this? Damien suddenly felt a headache coming on. Ignorance was a sin. He knew that, but did that mean he could calmly call for the execution of innocents because of their unwitting association? He wasn't a good man, but he wouldn't go out of his way to do evil either. He didn't need to concern himself with these common folk. His job was to wipe clean the captains, generals, commanders, and kings among them. As for what happened to the rest of them, that wasn't his problem. Sighing lightly, he continued his leisurely stroll down the street, his sights set on the mountain peak where the Demon King Castle stood. Chapter 302 Kidnapping 2. In his talk with the Demon King Lucius, Damien had learned a great deal about the demon's current situation. Basically, these mortal demons were sheep to be herded and separated based on how much they could provide, although these demons were born with the Nox corruption within them. Not every demon had the qualifications to receive the power of the demon god. The way it worked was simple. Every 10 years, the demons above the age of 16 and below the age of 26 were to gather together for a sort of rite of passage. During that rite, the present demons would be bathed in the demon god's power. It was from this point where things changed. For some, that power would simply flow through them and disappear back into the earth. These demons would then have their memories wiped before they were sent back to Aesir to continue their normal lives. As for the rest, there were a few paths they could take. The strength a demon received from the demon god's baptism was dependent on their affinity with the demon god's strength. Essentially, there was no concept of leveling for their race. The lucky ones would straight promote to the demon general level of strength, while the rest would become captains, and depending on how much of the baptism they could actually absorb. Even within these classifications there were differences in strength, but the ones who actually adapted to this process and promoted ranks were the lucky ones. 90% of the demons remaining would enter a strange realm between acceptance and rejection. Their bodies didn't completely reject the power like those who remained mortal, but they didn't accept the power and allow those demons to straight promote. This tug of war taking place in the body of someone who had no strength at all naturally led to adverse consequences, birthing the abominations that Damien had come into contact with so many times. But because every demon who survived the rite of passage had their memory wiped, news of the creation process for abominations never spread. The demons simply believed that the rite of passage was a trial of strength, and those who didn't return had died with honor. In Damien's opinion, this was an extremely reckless and self-sacrificing method to do things, but he understood why it was so. The Nox never cared about the lives of the demons it controlled. They were merely tools it needed to interfere with the primordial Undying Trees plans, and with the high fertility rate that mortal demons had, there was no need for the Nox to ever worry about running out of specimens, and due to this method of herding, the structure of Aesir was similar to a class system, with 5 levels representing the status one held. The first layer was by far the largest, containing the thousands of mortal demons that existed within the city. The rest of the layers followed the layout of the army, thousands of captains in the 4th layer, hundreds of generals in the 3rd, the 4 demon kings in the 2nd, and the apostles living within the pantheon in the 1st layer. It was a system that clearly indicated the hierarchy. Even though the demon kings were the demon's strongest force, they merely resided in the 2nd layer. With Damien's strength, he didn't even need to worry about the first 3 layers. The only demons that could pose a threat to him were at the very top of the pyramid. So he continued thinking about the oddities of this pitiful demon race as he strolled through their ranks. After leaving the 5th layer, Damien had used vector control to refract the light around him and become invisible. He didn't think the apostles would be monitoring the area, but he decided to be safe, and without suspense, whether it be demon captain or demon general, none of them were able to even sense that something was wrong. Soon enough, Damien arrived near the peak of the mountain. At this juncture, he switched his approach. While vector control manipulated natural forces, it still used mana to do so. Damien didn't have the confidence to say that traces of said mana wouldn't be discovered as he moved from this point on. Instead, Damien turned to his demonic bloodline. It was a bloodline that contained a rich energy of darkness. He hadn't grasped many of the mysteries of this bloodline, but since it was related to darkness, the concealment aspects were the easiest to grasp. Since he already had experience from being spiritually connected to Zara, Damien was able to maneuver around this bloodline ability with ease. His body was shrouded in a layer of darkness before melding into the environment. Similar to a spatial ability, it was like Damien was currently present in a separate plane from the real world. Damien cautiously approached the 4 parallel castles that stood imposingly in front of him before directing his gaze at the one on the far right. Slowly creeping towards it, he came to a sudden halt. Something isn't right. Damien furrowed his brows. His danger sense was telling him that taking a single step further would result in heavy consequences. Being careful not to let the scent of mana leave his body, Damien slowly guided his mana into his eyes, and that was when he saw it, a massive shimmering golden dome that encompassed the entire periphery of the castle. It was barely an inch away from Damien's body, making him break into a cold sweat. Damn, not only would I have been discovered, but I probably would have also been targeted by the barrier's defensive mechanisms. That's literally the worst-case scenario. He knew he couldn't continue forward without alerting all 4 demon kings as well as the apostles' spies located within their castles. But he still needed to somehow make contact with Demon King Lucius. It's been smooth sailing so far, to the point where me being wary of these demons feels embarrassing. But of course, nothing will go completely perfect, Damien pondered. He didn't have a method to contact the Demon King, and when they met, there was no way to receive one. After all, the Demon King had been a mere projection at the time. And since he didn't want news of their motives leaking, he hadn't even told his generals what his purpose was. They only knew to set up the meeting between the Demon King and Damien. Ah, right. I can just ask her. He had a nice little maid waiting for him within the sanctuary, who just so happened to be the daughter of the Demon King. That sounds like the plot of an isekai. Thinking something nonsensical, Damien vanished into the sanctuary. As expected, Elytra had plenty of methods to contact her father on hand. When Damien returned to his former position, there was a paper talisman in his grasp. I knew it. Having a maid is far better than not having one, Damien grinned, pouring some mana into the talisman. Hello? A solemn voice soon responded from the paper. Damien's grin widened when he heard it. Father-in-law, your son-in-law has come to pay his respects. Chapter 303 Kidnapping. 3. Little brat, don't joke with me. You moved so early? I thought it'd take far longer before you built up the courage to come. The Demon King's voice sounded especially annoyed by the words father-in-law, bringing Damien endless amusement. What can I say? Junior was far too excited to gain father-in-law's approval, so I couldn't help myself. Sigh, still in the mood to joke? Well, it matters not. Tell me, where are you right now? I'm outside your house, though there's this big shiny wall in my way. Can you take the situation seriously at all? Don't you understand the implications of what you are doing right now? Also, how can you use mana so freely to communicate when you're in the presence of so many higher beings? Those old farts have probably already sensed you. I mean, is it so necessary to take the situation seriously? In my opinion, things will work out pretty smoothly. Even if they don't, escaping is something I pride myself in. As for those other demon kings, I don't think we have to worry about them right now. While my concealment can't be considered heaven-defying, it should at least keep my mana from leaking and being sensed. Fine. It's not like my life is about to be in your hands or anything. It's not like I need some kind of assurance to trust a stranger I only met for a few minutes a month ago. Bastard, if something happens, I swear on my name that I'll be the first to kill you. Yeah. Anyway, how am I supposed to get in? Even if the others haven't noticed me yet, they will the instant I step through this barrier. That's fine. I'll make an opening for you, so grasp it as you see fit. Understood. I'll see you in a bit. Stop acting so familiar with me. Damien put away the communication talisman after he finished speaking. Although he only showed playfulness to the Demon King, his face was incredibly serious. He had used the communication talisman because he really had no other way to proceed forward from where he was, but he wasn't assured at all about whether or not he had been discovered. As he had said, he had no confidence in his concealment. He wasn't using vector control or any of the abilities he had confidence in. His demonic bloodline was new and he was essentially using the situation as an experiment to test its capabilities. Damien patiently waited without moving an inch, scanning the surroundings like a hawk trying to notice the opening the Demon King was preparing for him. Many minutes later, he noticed a young woman in a maid uniform hastily leaving the castle. As expected, this guy is a true maid appreciator. Since this little maid was the only one around, Damien kept his focus on her movements. As he watched, she scampered off to the side where a large garden was located. Incidentally, this garden was in line with the barrier around the mansion. Damien narrowed his eyes. It was too much of a coincidence when considering both her timing and location. Thinking so, he made his way to the area she had reached. It wasn't long before the maid started happily plucking some flowers and carefully placing them in a few vases she brought with her. From an outsider's perspective, she was so focused on her task that she lost track of her surroundings. As she moved, she finally reached the edge of the medicine garden, and in that instant, her body brushed past the barrier, leaving her half inside and half outside the barrier's width. Who goes there? An alarmed shout came from the side of the castle. Near a dozen fully armored guards surrounded the area in an instant, blocking off any potential trespassers. Their auras flared out and covered the surroundings, putting a heavy pressure on the poor maid caught in its center. Ah! The maid exclaimed when she saw the situation. Sweat began to trickle down her brows. Esteemed sirs, I live in this castle. I am not a trespasser. Girl, what are you doing alerting the barrier? If you truly live within the castle, you should know that no residents are allowed to leave the castle grounds unless ordered. Esteemed sirs, this little one made no move to leave the castle grounds. This is all a misunderstanding. And what could we possibly be misunderstanding? Us being alerted clearly means that you attempted to breach the barrier. There is no other reason needed. The guards began to move forward, drawing their weapons and pointing them at the maid. Sir, it was but an accident. I simply came to the flower garden to pick some of these moon's glimmer lilies, but my body must have accidentally passed through the barrier. I was too focused and didn't notice. This humble one is incredibly sorry. The maid's knees hit the ground as she began to prostrate, not daring to raise her forehead up off the ground. The head of the guards glared at the maid suspiciously, but seeing how tears were starting to well up in her eyes, his brows furrowed. Looking around, the guard noticed tens of vases filled with moon's glimmer lilies neatly arranged on the side, and even the maid's body was covered in dirt and the scent of flowers. Thinking carefully, there was no reason for a simple maid to try and sneak out of the castle. The guards knew that even if it was them who tried to do so, the only outcome would be death. As for the maids and servants, they were specifically picked or groomed to have no attachments to the outside world. Most of them were orphaned due to their parents not surviving the demon god's baptism. The guard finally relented, admonishing the maid before calling for a retreat. Once the troop was finally out of sight, the maid heaved a sigh of relief. Scary. Too scary. Next time, I can't come to this flower garden anymore. The maid crouched down and hugged her knees. A few silent tears dripped from her eyes. She was only a mortal, and the pressure those guards had exuded made her body feel like it was going to be crushed in an instant. It was only many minutes later when she finally managed to compose herself. I can't let the Lord see me like this. But I wonder if he will like my gift. Smiling to herself, the maid wiped the residue of tears off her face and gathered up the lilies she had plucked. Finally, she walked back to the castle and entered inside. It looks like she was telling the truth. Not far away, the guard captain hid in the shadows and watched the maid's actions. There was no way he'd loosen his suspicions simply based on her claims, but after observing her actions once the danger had passed, the guard captain was finally convinced. There was no way a mortal could act well enough to fool his senses. Thinking about how his time was wasted on a false alarm, the guard captain harumphed once more before leaving the area. He needed to go find some servants who he could vent his frustrations on. Unfortunately for the guard captain, however, he had failed to notice the slight squirming of the maid's shadow as she had entered the castle. Chapter 304 Kidnapping. 4. Damien entered the castle without hiccups. Honestly speaking, all the credit belonged to this maid, although Damien had to time his entrance into the barrier to perfectly match the maid's movements when she brushed it. That wasn't actually a hard task for him. To his eyes, the unhurried movements of a mortal could be watched by the microsecond. It was like he was watching the scene in super slow motion, so he didn't have a difficult time at all. After he entered the barrier, he mimicked the technique Zara used to stay within his shadow. However, because he wasn't proficient, it wasn't nearly as smooth. For one, he couldn't expand the shadow into a massive subspace as Zara could, so he was forced to squeeze into the already existing space within the shadow, causing it to move awkwardly. At this point, Damien felt it wouldn't be long before he was discovered by the hawkish gazes of the guards. But the maid had suddenly prostrated herself, covering his movements as all attention became focused on her. With the way the situation had been unfolding, her movements felt natural, but Damien knew there couldn't be such a convenient coincidence. He almost wanted to use his all-seeing eyes to pry into the secrets of this seemingly harmless maid, but the situation didn't allow him to do so. Plus, the fact that she was able to sense his movements meant she was strong. He didn't want to risk offending someone who could slap him to death with a single palm if they got pissed off. After entering the castle, Damien stayed within the maid's shadow without moving needlessly, although he didn't know where she was headed. Considering what he had deduced so far, he felt it was best to stick with her, and as he thought, the maid slowly reached a single room that stood alone on the top floor of the mansion. Once she reached the door, she hesitantly knocked. "Lord, I've brought a gift for you." A faint blush colored her face as she spoke. When Damien looked around, he noticed a few other maids in the hallway glancing at her in disdain. "Enter." A deep voice came from within the study. The maid opened the door at his instruction and quickly entered, closing the door behind her. When she entered, the first thing she saw was an imposing man sitting quietly at his desk, gazing at the soft moonlight that entered the study through the single window. Her breath stopped short as she tried to immortalize the scene within her memory. Damien almost felt like he had to leave before she pounced on the Demon King. He had no interest in voyeurism, but after a few moments, the maid finally managed to raise her voice and speak. "Lord, I picked some moon's glimmer lilies for you. I know they are your favorite. You may leave them here. Thank you for your hard work." "Anything for you, my lord." The maid gently placed the lilies down on a nearby table before excusing herself from the room. After serving him for so many years, she knew that her lord was currently too preoccupied to focus on other things. Once she left, Demon King Lucius slowly raised his gaze towards a certain spot in the room. "This place is isolated from prying eyes. Why are you still trying to act mysterious around me, oh son-in-law of mine?" "Ahaha, as expected of my dear father-in-law. Perceptive as always." Damien laughed lightly as he came out from the shadows. Demon King Lucius rolled his eyes before suddenly snickering. "Brat, your appearance right now is truly special. Ugh, don't talk about it. It's all for a just cause, so the embarrassment can be endured." Damien proclaimed righteously as he massaged his forehead. "All right. Now that you're here, what's your plan? Escaping won't be nearly as easy as infiltrating." The Demon King immediately went into serious matters after his bit of teasing. "I'm also aware of that, but I can manage. Don't worry about that. All right, before we leave, is there anyone you want to bring with you? For example, a certain maid that seems to be head over heels for you." "Boy, don't go too far. I raised that little girl from birth. She's nothing more than a daughter to me. I'm sure she'd be distraught if she ever heard that. Leave my personal matters alone. Why are you asking about others? It'd be hard enough to get a single person out of here, let alone a group. I have my methods. As for my reason, you should clearly understand it." Demon King Lucius sighed. Once he disappeared from his castle, hell would break loose. The servants and guards who resided here would inevitably be slaughtered in the aftermath. Of course he understood, but he didn't actually think there was any proper solution. He was already bearing so much pain in his heart, so he simply accepted that bearing more pain was a necessity. If you truly considered that little maid like a daughter, then you shouldn't be so hasty in leaving her as a sacrifice. If I say I have a method, I naturally have one. I understand you can't trust me, but this is for my sake as much as it is for yours. How so? I mean, if I can make her father happy and bring the people she cares about to safety, won't my little maid be even more obedient in the future? It's the perfect plan. TCH. The Demon King couldn't help but scoff. The worst part was, he was right. Lucius knew damn well that if Damien could actually accomplish what he said, Elytra's gratefulness and worship towards him would skyrocket. Whatever. Even I'll be forced to owe you a favor if you can truly do such a thing. Very well, I shall gather everyone in one place. It didn't take long at all for a group of close to 50 people to gather near Demon King Lucius's study. These people all had curious expressions on their faces as they looked at him, but he could clearly see the reverence they had towards Lucius. It was so great that it would be impossible to fake. Sigh. It seems I can do nothing now but resign myself to fate. Boy, I leave us all in your care. For the first time, Damien put on a solemn expression, leave it to me. Without even explaining to the gathered individuals what was happening, Damien spread his mana to cover the crowd. Since Lucius wasn't resisting, these servants didn't resist either. As the mana around them began to fill with the essence of space, the area around them started distorting. Soon, they began disappearing from the hall in groups of 10. In a few seconds, only Demon King Lucius and the maid from before were left. Stop resisting my mana, you freaks. When you are both teleported to that place, things will truly start to get fun. I'll project a live feed so you can watch what's happening here from safety. Also, your strength will be sealed in that place until I arrive there with you, so bear with it. Maybe try resisting it as well? I want to see whether my world principles or your 4th class strength is stronger. With one final grin, Damien teleported Demon King Lucius and that maid to the sanctuary. Taking a deep breath, he gazed around to assess the current situation. The remaining hundreds of guards and servants in the palace were already charging at him with fiendish looks in their eyes. Alarms were blaring everywhere. Powerful auras began to converge on his location. Things will start for real now. Damien's thoughts raced as he flashed away from his position as if he never existed there. In the first place. Chapter 305 Converging. 1. In the city of Astoria, not far from the demon city Aesir, a large congregation of people had been arriving over the past few days. Even the ordinary mortals living within the city walls could clearly feel the storm brewing on the horizon, only, they had no idea why such a storm suddenly arrived, but they didn't question it. Firstly, the individuals in question were far too powerful for these mortals to dare speak up, but it was more due to a second reason. After all, at the head of the congregation of individuals was a woman who they had complete faith in. It was due to her efforts that the city had survived the siege of abominations it faced close to a month ago. We haven't made much progress in the past month, but at least we now know the location of the demon's base. Damn it! It was so close. How did we miss it for so long? A fiery red beauty complained as she gazed into the horizon with an annoyed look. Her eyes were focused on a mountain a few tens of kilometers away. It's not like the residents of the trial world have any information. They are too weak. Those idiot demons also didn't seem to be able to speak. That's why it took so much effort for us to finally learn something. This month has been so boring. A second beauty dribbled exaggeratedly. Qingtan was genuinely frustrated, though. She had only met and traveled with Damien for a few days. But the amount of fun she was able to have in those few days trumped the entire rest of her time in the trial world. I'll find that bastard and beat him up. Beat him. Let's see how he excludes me next time. What next time? After the trial world ends, I doubt you'll get to see him very often. Feng Qinger scoffed, who cares? If he hides from me, I'll just have to find him. That's easy. If it was so easy, then why haven't you found him yet? Don't try to pretend like you haven't been searching for him since we separated. Humph. Feng Qinger rolled her eyes, not wanting to deal with Qingtan's antics anymore. They had now been traveling together for enough time that Feng Qinger had a general grasp on how to deal with her. We should finally be able to move soon. It looks like almost everyone has shown up. Feng Qinger's gaze shifted to a square within Astoria. Within it, there were around 40 geniuses gathered together. It was all of the geniuses Feng Qinger had contact with from their group. around 20 from Astoria and 20 from Dark North. The rest had either died or were in unknown places. For the past month, Feng Qinger had been tirelessly moving for the sake of finding Aesir and bringing these geniuses together. And now, it was finally time, but still a full frontal assault is a bit much, no? Do you really think they can hold up? Qing Tan asked curiously, even more than Feng Qinger. She was well aware of the standard of these geniuses. They could deal with captains just fine, but they had to group up to fight generals, let alone commanders who could easily wipe them out if they used their dark material. It's fine. I never expected much from them anyway. But we need more people if we're going to take out a bulk of the demons' numbers. I guess it works. I didn't know Miss Queen was fond of using others as meat shields. Isn't that a bit harsh? They should be honored to take part in a raid like this one. Besides, meat shield isn't the proper word. The enemies we'll be facing are far worse than the ones they will after all. I guess so. Feng Qinger sighed. She didn't know what Damien was planning to do, but she figured that he also had some business in Aesir, especially since he had decided to separate from them after meeting with the Demon King. For some reason, thinking about him facing dangers alone made her feel stifled. She knew Damien wasn't a righteous person, but he was still doing so much. Meanwhile, all she could do was carry her righteous sentiments without being able to act on them. It was this sense of falling behind that drove her to act so brazenly. Well, that was a part of it. There was another reason as well. After she achieved nirvana and was reborn with reincarnation flames, something within her had been triggered. She felt a strange sense of repulsion and disgust whenever she saw those demons. It was like her bloodline was rejecting their existence. It seethed with hatred and vengeance. But she didn't know how demons who had been trapped in this primordial undying realm for thousands of years could stimulate the blood of her ancestors. Feng Qinger wanted to get to the bottom of why she was feeling such things. And the only way to do so was to go to Aesir. Actually, he might know something about it. Her thoughts landed on Damien again. He didn't even try to deny the fact that he was still hiding some of his knowledge about the demon's situation from them. She felt that whatever the information he was hiding was, it was also the key to why her ancestors bore such hatred for the demons. Next time I see him, I'll milk that information out of him no matter what. Feng Qinger had a confident grin on her face as she thought of it. That fellow had taken advantage of her so many times when they first met, yet he barely paid her any mind once they entered the trial world. She would let him see how she'd deal with him when all of this was over. A woman's mind was a strange thing. Although Feng Qinger wanted to ignore him and just blast him to shreds like she would do with any other man who dared to act presumptuous around her, she couldn't bring herself to do so, his shamelessness and annoying personality aside. His strength was indeed the real deal. And when he got serious, she had personally seen how he discarded his previous attitude. In the end, her interactions with her had made her more curious about him than she was angry at his prior actions, and this fact only served to make her even angrier. Damn. Focus on the task ahead, Qinger. I'll tell Luna about everything that's happened here once we meet again. Even if he can take me, let's see how he takes us sisters when we work together. Smiling lightly, she once again focused on the mountain in the distance. Feng Qinger's eyes sharpened. Turning to Qing Tan, she gave her orders. It looks like everyone's here. Gather them and tell them to get ready. We'll leave as soon as they are. Feng Qinger stood up from her position and moved to the city walls. Later today, she would lead this group to siege the demon city Aesir and let the blood of demons flow through the land. Chapter 306 Converging. 2. Alright, listen here. Since I've told you the reason I gathered you before asking you to come here, I don't think I need to reiterate myself. Feng Qinger stood on a platform and looked down on the gathered geniuses. They would soon set out for Aesir. We have one goal and one goal only: kill. I know many of you have your own reasons for joining this mission, but that hardly matters to me. As long as you properly do what you've been told to do. Everything else is up to you. Let me set some ground rules. I won't give you many orders and I won't force you to act against your will, but greater benefits will go to those who contribute more. You can stay at the lowest levels if you so please. All I need is for you to kill until you can't kill anymore. It should be common sense, but no mortal should be harmed during the siege. Even if you kill them, you won't get any benefits or contribution points anyway, so there's no point even if you don't have the basic decency to allow mortals to live. That's it. Now, let's march. March. The genius's cries reverberated through the outskirts of Astoria. Although Feng Qinger's speech wasn't morale-boosting or encouraging at all. It was enough to get their blood boiling. Kill. It was a simple order, but one that awakened the most primal instincts of these geniuses. They had been raised in proper environments and they had been fostered well, sure, but in the end, there was no denying the core truth behind their existence. They were beasts, until they developed intelligence. Their instincts were as such: kill, eat, evolve. Hearing Feng Qinger's speech made them recall those days before they could even properly learn the beast transformation art. When they were ruled by their instincts and relied on wanton slaughter to grow, the march to Aesir wasn't long since they were already in Astoria, and a few hours wasn't enough to quench their fighting spirit. Once they arrived, Feng Qinger led them to a familiar path that Damien had walked only a few hours prior. Night had fallen, and the mountainside was quiet. The citizens in the first layer of Aesir had mostly gone to sleep already. Cook. A muffled scream rang out before it was immediately quelled. Concentrated fire needles shot from Feng Qinger's fingers and silenced every guard they came across. I've scanned with my awareness just now. It seems like everyone residing here is without cultivation. For our battle, we must climb higher. The geniuses nodded in unison while secretly marveling at Feng Qinger's expert flame control. From what they had heard in the outside world, this woman was brazen and bold, never making moves silently. Every time she acted, she would set the world ablaze, but seeing her now, it was like she was a completely different person from the one whose reputation they'd heard. She was quiet and concise, leaving no room for error. It seemed she had grown immensely over the past few months. The group slowly made their way past the first layer and continued climbing the mountain. Not long after, they reached the next layer. This place seems to be structured like a barracks. Although it isn't strong, there is definitely the aura of mana seeping through the area. For those who want to pick off captains, this is where you stop. Feng Qinger accurately understood the distinction between layers as she felt the mana in the atmosphere and gave her orders. Soon, a group of 20 geniuses split off from the main group. These were the geniuses who had stayed in Astoria while Feng Qinger and Qingtan continued forward with Damien. Having seen the generals fight, they had no confidence in going against them. They were scared. As for the rest, they came mainly from Dark North. Although Dark North had suffered plenty of losses due to the generals and captains who attacked, these geniuses had already fought them before, and didn't hold the same fear in their hearts as the others. They had confidence that this time they'd be able to perform even better than they did back then. Qingtan snickered on the side. Were they stupid? Even until now, they didn't acknowledge that the reason they didn't suffer a total and crushing defeat was because of outside help. She was 99% certain that all of these geniuses would die here today due to their overconfidence, but it was whatever. If they chose to submerge themselves in ignorance, that had nothing to do with her. You can stay here, but don't make any moves until we've reached our destinations. We don't need our positions being exposed so early. Plus, if you act before the higher forces are occupied, they're certain to come down here and kill you. The geniuses staying behind hurriedly nodded their heads. Feng Qinger paid them no attention as she once again continued up the mountain. She wasn't stupid enough to think those geniuses would listen to her just because she was speaking facts. There were plenty who would be offered a path to heaven, but willingly chose to go to hell instead. Since that was the case, she didn't mind using their fear to keep them in check. Even if some of them decided to ignore that fear, their peers would do the job in its place. If one went down, they all did. That was the mentality she instilled in them. Without suspense, Feng Qinger and her group reached the third layer. Those other 20 geniuses split up from Feng Qinger and Qingtan. But unlike when they visited the second layer, their presence was immediately discovered. Who goes there? Is that the scent of humans? No, it's a bit different. Ha, who cares? It still smells tasty all the same. Ha ha ha. I can't disagree with you there. Many voices overlapped as many powerful auras converged on the location of the geniuses. Perhaps in that moment, they had been forced to realize the mistake they had made in coming here, but by the time they realized it, Feng Qinger and Qingtan had already disappeared further up the mountain, and the owners of those auras had already reached their location. Now, their only option was to fight or die. The sounds of screams and explosions filled the atmosphere of the third layer. And soon after, the second layer followed as well. The geniuses' fight against the demons had begun. Meanwhile, Feng Qinger and Qingtan reached the fourth layer, but when they did, they were shocked by what they saw. Is this what they call the elite forces of the demons? Come, come. You can't even catch me, so how are you supposed to kill me? Ha 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 ha. Rambunctious laughter and jeering shouts rang through the fourth layer as countless demons furiously chased a single man. He expertly weaved through their ranks, disappearing every time the demons thought they had finally caught him. Little bastard. You dare play games with this queen? And what if I do? For a mighty demon king. You sure are weak as to not be able to kill a pitiful third class like myself. Ha ha ha. A proud woman with an extremely seductive figure stood at the forefront of those demons. Her face held an extremely enraged expression, as if killing the man who was taunting her was the only thing that mattered in the world. Bastard. Taking advantage of this queen and trying to flee? You are courting death. Why the hell would I want to take advantage of an old hag like you? It's you who is trying to sully a young and innocent soul like me. Feng Qinger and Qing Tan looked at each other awkwardly. Although they couldn't clearly see the figure of the man who was attracting the ire of every demon present, it wasn't hard for them to figure out his identity. With this kind of shameless taunting in the middle of battle, as well as the ability to easily enrage his opponents to this extent, only a single person came to their minds. However, taking advantage? Sullying his pure body? They had thought he would be embroiled in some serious life-threatening circumstances, but what the hell had he actually been up to during this time? Chapter 307 Escape. 1. Damien flashed away from the Demon King's castle the instant he had taken Lucius and his trusted subordinates into the sanctuary. He was of the mind to escape as soon as possible, although he was expecting the inevitable backlash that had come with kidnapping the Demon King. He didn't think that the consequences would be so blaring. After all, there were literal alarms blaring through the fourth layer constantly, attracting the attention of even those who had been cultivating in seclusion. Even if Damien wanted to be silent now, he didn't have the chance. When Damien reappeared from the void, he was already outside of the castle, and soon he disappeared again and arrived in front of the barrier that was guarding it. He needed to leave it before the defensive functions it contained activated. Little boy, you are quite the clever one. However, just as he was about to step out of its reach, an alluring voice rang out from behind him, causing his body to involuntarily stop in its tracks. Fuck. Damien didn't even need to turn around to understand what had happened. There was only a single level of existence present who could force Damien's body to stop against his will. Sigh, which mighty demon king has come to cause trouble for this young master? It seems you have some sense to know this queen's identity so early, but what qualifications do you have to know my name? I mean, to be fair, I probably already know your name. I just need to attach that name to a face now. You still care to act rampantly in my presence? You're quite the bold one, aren't you? Even until this point, Damien hadn't turned around. He was still gritting his teeth and helplessly watching the shimmering golden barrier as it became more and more corporeal. What to do? Damien's thoughts raced. Escaping from a demon king would be difficult, but not impossible. However, he first needed to exit the barrier. He roused his mana rapidly and threw a heavy punch towards the golden film. Pang! A dull sound emerged from the collision, but aside from a few ripples, there was no real pact. Boy, it's futile to try breaking the barrier with your little strength. It was built to contain us, so how could someone like you have the qualifications to break it? Whether I have the qualifications or not, that's for me to decide. A fit of charming giggles came from behind him. The sound was heavenly, making Damien want to turn around and witness the face of one who could produce such a chime. Suddenly, an alluring scent wafted past his nose. It was the scent of cherry blossoms mixed with roses, a similar scent to Rose's natural body fragrance. In that instant, Damien felt his mind become entranced. Turn around. The words flowed like an inviolable command, and Damien's body willingly followed it. When he turned around, he was finally able to see the person he had been talking to all this time. She was tall for a woman, reaching Damien's nose in height. Her clothes were risque, causing a large portion of her sensual body to be revealed to him. Those slender legs and soft thighs made him want to dive at her and relish in their feel. Her bust was insane, and Damien knew very well there was no way for them to be fake. He could almost feel the feeling of those soft mounds being molded by his hands. As for her face, it was a personification of the term jade beauty. She was like a carving that a master created when he was enlightened on the meaning of perfection. that was what Damien thought when he first laid eyes on this woman. As I thought you were quite bold. You aren't even bothering to hide your gaze on this queen. Damien's eyes were drawn to her lips as she spoke. With every movement, his desire to dominate this woman grew even fiercer. It can't be helped. Every man is weak to such a beauty. Before he even realized it, words began to spill out of his mouth. You might say you are weak. But you look quite vigorous to me. The demon queen responded. Damien grinned. Ah, pardon my little brother. He gets excited when he meets new people, you see. Indeed, I can see clearly. However, he looks a bit shy hiding behind so many walls. Why don't you let me meet him face to face? I'd be honored. Should we change locations then? The demon queen smiled seductively, her gaze never leaving Damien's lower body. She had to admit that he was definitely well endowed. As they spoke, more and more demons arrived in the area, surrounding Damien and the demon queen on all sides. However, they didn't dare to approach. Instead, they stood back and watched the show with disdainful grins on their faces. They almost felt bad for the poor guy, falling into that seductress's clutches. It would have been much easier for him if he had just obediently chosen to die by their hands. I'm curious though, why is it that you came so early? I wasn't expecting to meet interference from the three of you until much later. Damien suddenly raised a question. The demon queen's gaze hardened for a second, but soon returned to its former playfulness. It seems you still maintained a shred of sanity. Well, it's not that I mind. The more you struggle, the better it is for me. I'll answer your question as a final goodwill. I had already sensed you when you first arrived, so I couldn't help but be curious. What kind of person would be so audacious as to trespass here? Now that I've seen you up close, I can say that I'm not disappointed in the slightest. By this point, the demon queen had long approached him. Her body was pressed against his, her bodacious assets pressed firmly against his chest. As his hazy eyes gazed down, he could feel her soft breaths tickling the skin near his lips. It was as if any second now, she would pounce on him and steal his lips. Damien's breath became ragged the longer they stayed in this position. Even as she spoke to him, the demon queen didn't stop teasing him, rubbing her lower body against his. Suddenly, a heavenly moan left her mouth as his raging dragon managed to slip into the space between her thighs. Naughty boy. She quipped lightly. But she made no moves to adjust her position. The flames in Damien's eyes became increasingly hot. There's no need to hold any pretenses, right? She's practically begging for it. Damien's thoughts ran wild. Damien's ears were filled with the pleasure-filled moans of the demon queen as her lower body rubbed back and forth against his raging dragon. His senses were filled with the feeling of that hidden valley and the clear liquid that continued to leak out of it. He felt his last string of restraint threatening to break at any second. His dragon blood raged, telling him to embrace its lascivious nature. His demon blood reveled in the desire to conquer. As the pleasure he felt continued to heighten, his consciousness became fuzzy. What else do I need in this world? This pleasure is more than enough. Yes, pleasure is all I need in life. When the thought passed through his head, multiple flashes went through his mind. Rose, Ruuet, and even Elena. Their faces and voices began to fade from his memory, being replaced by the feeling he was currently experiencing. In that moment, a burst of mana erupted from a certain location in his mind space. This mana continued to spread, creating a suction force that drew the incorporeal concepts within his mind into it. Click, the sound of a lock clicking resounded through his mind, and in an instant, his thoughts became clear. Even as the demon queen arrived closer and closer to climax on his heated rod, Damien no longer felt any pleasure, nor did he feel the encroaching temptation that had been threatening to consume him only moments prior. The mind prison he had created and neglected for so long had finally shown its fangs, ridding Damien of the mental corruption he had been forced under. Damien felt a cold sweat run down his back, but he didn't show any signs on his face. His eyes remained hazy and he continued to act as he did moments prior. Fuck. It truly is a whole different world. Damien prided himself on the mental fortitude he built during his years of torture in the dungeon. But that mental fortitude had been torn to shreds like a piece of paper by the mana of this demon queen. A fourth class was truly an existence that couldn't be defied by those lower than him. If it wasn't for the mind prison subconsciously activating due to the crisis he was in, he wouldn't have even been able to resist. Rose, Ruuet, and all his emotional attachments would have been erased from his thoughts as he became a tool for this demon queen. He didn't doubt that he would die in her embrace after being used as her cauldron for a while. Suddenly, an intense rage bubbled forth from the recesses of his mind. Back during the convention of wicked sex, he had also met a temptress who tried to use charm arts on him. Back then, he had made it clear how much he hated his thoughts and emotions being controlled by others, yet, here he was in a similar situation, but he was almost unable to resist. His rage only became fiercer when his thoughts arrived at this point. He wanted nothing more than to tear the woman in front of him to shreds, but he didn't have the power to do so. If so, there's only one other option left. A wicked grin surfaced on his face. If he couldn't kill ruthlessly, then the only option left was to humiliate. Chapter 308 Escape 2. Suddenly, Damien, who had been in a passive position as the Demon Queen harassed his body, became fierce. His waist began to move, matching the Demon Queen's movements before accelerating further. His idle hands moved to her waist before traveling further down, tightly dripping her pliant cheeks. Ah! What are you doing? The Demon Queen moaned in surprise, but it was too late for her to stop any further developments. Inevitably, her body had become weak as she was so close to climaxing. Damien kept one hand on her dumplings while his other hand traveled up her body and grasped her equally pliant peaks, molding them into different shapes as he pleased. His movements were by no means gentle. He roughly handled her body like it was nothing more than a toy. You don't go too far. The Demon Queen suddenly yelled, slightly coming to her senses, but Damien had no plans to listen to her. He continued his movements, moving his waist even faster and becoming even rougher with his hands. I said stop. The Demon Queen finally realized something was wrong. By this point, he should have already been under her total control. The way he suddenly started moving on his own was a perfect indication that he had succumbed to her pleasure, but as he got rougher and rougher, the Demon Queen could no longer ignore him. Pa! A crisp slap rang out. The surrounding demons could only watch the rippling of the Demon Queen's lower cheeks in awe. The show they were receiving was simply too stimulating. While the Demon Queen was well known to be a seductress who used men as she pleased, they had never personally witnessed it as it was always done behind closed doors, but even then, they feared her reputation. Especially the men amongst them. Any man that fell into her grasp was guaranteed to die a dog's death after being humiliated, so almost all of them were spiteful. Yet, they didn't dare show their displeasure and fear of being her next prey, but now, in front of their eyes, that terrifying Demon Queen was being played with like a common slut, and she had even been ruthlessly slapped. How could they not feel stimulated? It was to the point where they no longer had any thoughts of moving to help, instead being enraptured watching the scene in front of them. In fact, even the women amongst them didn't move. After all, no small number of husbands and lovers had been stolen by the Demon Queen for her personal pleasure. When the Demon Queen felt the sudden burning sensation on her rear and heard the sound of the slap, the sense of shame that she had been feeling after being handled so roughly multiplied manyfold. She wanted to immediately rouse her mana and kill the man in front of her, but every time she tried to do so, the man would expertly hit her sensitive spots and disrupt her concentration. Pa! 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 3 more crisp slaps rang out. Obediently sit and accept your punishment like the slut you are. So what if you're a Demon Queen? You know in your heart what your true desire is. The Demon Queen's resistance wavered for a second. It was true that the pleasure she felt had been vastly heightened as the shame she felt increased. However, this only served to make her even more incensed. Her face was boiling red in both anger and shame. Under such situations, she suddenly felt her soul leave her body, a heavenly sensation of pleasure, unlike anything she felt when she simply sucked her previous men dry, assaulted her. Like a broken dam, streams of water continuously left her hidden valley. The Demon Queen twitched in place as her body became limp. At that moment, Damien's figure flashed and appeared 10 feet away from where he previously was. To be completely honest, he had been pent up for far too long. Since he had left the dungeon, he had always been in the company of world-class beauties, but he never actually acted on his desires, but that didn't mean he didn't have them. With the countless sensual situations he had been in with both Rose and Ruyue, how could he not have thoughts on them? But he had always held himself back for one reason or another. Now that the flames of desire had been forcefully stimulated by the Demon Queen's antics, they had burst in full force, leading to the current situation. Ha. Damien's breathing was still rough, but he took the time while the Demon Queen was reveling in her climax to calm down. He knew that the battle he just fought was just one of many he would have to fight before he finally escaped this mountain. And he also knew that dealing with the rest of the demon kings and apostles wouldn't be nearly the same as what he had just done. Especially considering that they were mostly men. Wow, suddenly I don't feel that lustful anymore. By the time he managed to calm down, the demon queen had also slowly started to return to her senses. The rest of the demons were the same. Cold sweat collectively rushed down their backs. A proverbial sea of cold sweat had drenched the fourth layer. After all, wasn't their death guaranteed once the demon queen came to her senses? At that time, wouldn't they be punished for standing by and watching as she was humiliated? A gloomy aura pervaded the fourth layer. The demon queen's face alternated between red and white continuously as she silently stood amongst the crowd around her. You. A single word escaped her mouth. It was quiet, but in the silence that currently enveloped the area, it was extremely clear in everyone's ears. You actually dared. You actually. Ha ha ha. An eerie laughter escaped her lips. Her gaze finally raised off the ground. It was so cold that the surrounding demons felt their blood freeze when she panned her eyes across them. When her gaze finally landed on Damien, he smiled back. What? Are you so eager for round 2 that you can't wait for the crowd to disperse? If so, this young master will have to disappoint you. You see, I'm not particularly interested in slutty old bitches. The demons around Damien immediately backed away when they heard his words. Was this guy's will made of steel? He dared to continue provoking the demon queen even at this juncture. The demon queen's cold eyes suddenly lit aflame. A slut? She had been called it so many times that she didn't care anymore. After all, it was the truth. She embraced that identity. So what if she reveled in pleasure? She knew all those who shamed her were secretly jealous of the lifestyle she lived. However, what did you just call me? Her chilling voice pervaded the air. The aura of a true fourth-class existence flared and caused the surrounding air to become heavy. The pressure was so great that the demons closest to her were instantly crushed into meat paste. You're talking to me? However, Damien was unperturbed. Of course, I called you a slutty old hag. Am I wrong? You're at least 10,000 years old, aren't you? Meanwhile, I'm like 22. If we use the phrase a toad lusting after swan meat here, then wouldn't I be the swan while you're the toad? Old hag. He called me an old hag. Ha ha ha. The demon queen stopped listening to him after she heard those 2 words. It was as if she has gone crazy, mumbling the same few words over and over again, and looking at the flames in her eyes. It was clear that she was thoroughly enraged. It was to the point where none in the area could escape her anger. Little bastard. If I don't kill you today, let the heavens reduce me to ash. Her aura flared even greater, causing the sky to tremble. Heed my command. The first person to catch him for me will be pardoned of the sins they accumulated today. As for the rest, a fate worse than death. The demons who heard her words immediately released their auras and charged at Damien. There was no way they'd let the slight glimmer of hope they were presented go. Damien grinned widely at the scene. Good. Let's see if any of you can even touch a single hair on my head. Damien flashed away continuously, avoiding the pursuit of the surrounding demons. All the while, he kept a part of his focus on the golden barrier separating him from escape. He was happy that chaos was spreading. This was exactly what he needed. Now that things had reached this point, it was only a matter of time until he could find a way to break free. Damien kept harassing the demons chasing him, taunting them endlessly and invoking their ire. At some point, even the demon queen could no longer stand it, joining the chase, and it wasn't long after she joined the fun when 2 familiar figures suddenly showed up at the edge of the barrier. Chapter 309 Escape. 3. For mortals, 3 meters wasn't too short of a distance, but it wasn't too long either. Being able to teleport that far instantaneously would be incredibly convenient, if nothing else. However, at Damien's level, it was different. For people like them, 3 meters was a distance that could be crossed in half a step. Due to this, his current limiter on teleportation was incredibly strenuous, but that didn't mean it didn't have benefits. If it didn't, then Damien wouldn't have been abusing it all this time, opting to simply run instead. Firstly, he was able to spam teleport much faster than he was able to take 2 steps. The reaction of his body when it came to teleporting was much more fluid for some reason. Secondly, his maneuverability. Momentum was always something that needed to be taken into consideration when in battle. If Damien wanted to abruptly switch directions, he had to divert the force he had accumulated if he didn't want to snap his body. Of course, vector control could be used to offset some of the momentum and make him far more agile than the normal person, but even then it was a conscious process he had to consider and calculate. It took precious time to do so, but with teleportation, he didn't have the same issue. He could change both direction, orientation, and position at will, combined with the fact that his momentum could be carried over when he did so instead of halting like it would if he moved normally. It made him far more versatile on the battlefield. It was also the main reason he could perfectly escape the Demon Queen's chase in this confined space. She didn't have the same ability, but she was fast. Even if her abilities weren't geared towards speed, her natural ability due to her class level was far greater than anything Damien could achieve, even with the stat boosts he had received from all the devouring he had done. When Damien teleported away, she was able to reach him before he even finished materializing in the real world again. If it wasn't for his maneuverability, he felt her claws would have pierced his chest numerous times already. As for the other demons who were chasing him, he didn't even put them in his eyes. Both he and the Demon Queen were moving too fast for them to even have a chance to catch up. I can't keep going like this, Damien thought as his eyes darted around. His awareness was spread to its limits for the sake of his teleportation, while his eyes were constantly scanning the surrounding barrier to try and find an opening. Although he had plenty of mana capacity and mental strength, he knew he couldn't delay here for too long. There were 2 other demon kings as well as a legion of apostles not far from his location, and he needed to be out of the mountain before they could converge. If things reached that point, he'd have no choice but to hide in the sanctuary without leaving enemy territory. And he didn't want to take that risk. Boom! Waves of demonic mana were emanating through the 4th layer as the hundreds of demons chasing Damien channeled their skills and spells and shot them at him full force. The Demon Queen also wasn't sitting still while chasing him. Although he had managed to escape her charm, her mental strength was obviously far greater than his. As she pursued him relentlessly and barraged him with physical attacks, waves of elusive mana impacted his mind, trying to foil his concentration. Damien didn't allow any of this to get to him. His vector field was fully erected and in use, actively repelling all energy-based attacks that arrived in his vicinity. The magnitude and power of these attacks had been greatly increased when they returned to their original senders, causing large explosions to ring out through the 4th layer. He couldn't block the mental attack, so he allowed his mind prison to do the work for him, offsetting a majority of its impact. Still, a portion of it would always make it through his defenses. Although it wasn't much one at a time, he knew it'd have a dangerous impact on him once it accumulated. Swaths of demons were dying left and right, but their numbers didn't seem to decrease at all. In fact, more and more demons poured into the area as time passed. Suddenly, 2 familiar auras entered his detection range. When he concentrated his awareness, he noticed Feng Qinger and Qing Tan dazedly watching his antics as he fled from the pursuit of the surrounding demons. He suddenly had an idea. You too. It's been so long. How have you been? Bang! The Demon Queen's axe kick landed where his head was, but he was already 3 meters behind her. Damien. Qing Tan responded smilingly. You seem to be having a lot of fun. Ha ha ha. I guess you could call it that. Anyway, Qinger, I need a favor. Don't call me so familiarly. Feng Qinger shouted, Oi. Your name is 3 syllables long. That's too long to shout in a situation like this. It's for convenience sake, okay? Humph. What did you need help with? Qing Tan butted in before Feng Qinger could continue. Boom! A burst of demonic mana covered a large area around Damien, making it so that even if he teleported, he wouldn't reach safety. A large number of demons were caught up in the blast, instantly shriveling up into dry corpses. Damien immediately mobilized his vector field and warded off the foreign mana, manipulating the directional force to shoot it back into the surroundings to kill more demons. What's the best way to put this? Ah, I got it. Qing Tan, raise hell. Qing Tan smiled cheerfully and clapped her hands. This is why I like you so much. You know how to have fun. Qing Tan walked into the barrier unimpeded and spread her aura, causing the darkness beneath her feet to crawl through the ground like or was a wave of water. Rise. Tens of shadow generals and hundreds of captains rose from her shadow at her command, emitting a strong bloodthirst that permeated the atmosphere. Put on a good show for me, please. After Qing Tan's words fell, the shadow army charged at the demons chasing after Damien, causing even further chaos than what he had already instilled, and this was exactly what Damien wanted. Although I don't know much about barriers, I at least know the basics. For this barrier to independently sustain itself, it needs to have at least one barrier core. And even if it has multiple, as long as I can break one, I can destabilize its foundation and find a way out. The easiest way to find the barrier cores was to just destroy everything and reveal them, but Damien didn't have the luxury to do so while he was being chased by a demon king. He could only rely on this roundabout strategy to achieve similar results. As he had seen when Qing Tan walked into the barrier, it didn't have a complete isolation effect. Those outside could enter, but those within couldn't leave. This way, no matter how many demons died, more could arrive to supplement their numbers. Damien needed the chaos within the fourth layer to intensify as much as it could so that the flaws within the barrier would become more obvious. He had already seen some results. The previous translucent barrier that he could only see when he poured mana into his all-seeing eyes was now shining bright gold. With this, he could clearly delineate its boundaries, which would help him narrow his search area. Now that Qing Tan had joined the fray, and Feng Qinger would soon join as well, he felt that it wouldn't be long before he'd be able to find the most critical flaws around. Chapter 310 Escape. 4. The cracks in the earth caused by the raging battle expanded greatly with the addition of Qing Tan's shadow army. Large portions of rock constantly jumped from the ground and created showers of rubble that crushed some surrounding demons. Soon after Qing Tan joined, Feng Qinger did the same. She was able to understand Damien's purpose after taking a closer look at the situation. Instead of targeting the demons, she flew into the air and spread her mana through the atmosphere, dyeing the sky red. Massive balls of flame and phoenix phantoms rampaged through the fourth layer and caused mass destruction everywhere they went, tearing heaven and earth asunder. The foundations of the Demon King Castle had already begun to crumble, and the large structure that used to stand imposingly atop the mountain peak imploded, causing clouds of dust and debris to cloud the area. Damien's awareness suddenly found a spot of interest. While in normal circumstances, nobody would pay it any mind. It was just a slight gathering of mana that wasn't much different than the phenomenon a normal mana lamp would produce. But once the environment was in shambles like it was now, such a gathering of mana was glaringly obvious. When Damien peered into the ground at that location using his all-seeing eyes, he was almost blinded by the brightness of the massive light ball that was present there. It's no wonder I never found the barrier core. It was being concealed by the numerous formations within the castle this entire time. Not only me, even the Demon Kings wouldn't have sensed it with the power of those formations. He had to wonder how those formations even came into existence for them to have the ability to trick fourth-class existences. Perhaps that was what Lucius was referring to when he said that the demon god could only restrict him if he was directly taking action. No matter, I need to target that area. Perhaps there are other barrier cores as well, but judging from the size of this one, it should have a significant impact on the structural integrity of the barrier if I break it. With a goal in mind, Damien focused his efforts on teleporting over to the barrier core, covertly leading the Demon Queen to its location as well. With the physical power of a fourth class, it should be much easier to break this thing. Come. Miss Demon Queen, how can you be so weak? Damien repeatedly provoked the Demon Queen as he moved. Without suspense, her attacks became even fiercer. It wasn't even due to the fact that he was provoking her. With how long she had lived, how could she fall for such childish provocations? It was the situation more than the words themselves that provoked her anger. She was an exalted fourth-class existence. She was a true master who had successfully endured her universe baptism and obtained acknowledgement. The fact that a mere third-class ant was able to both constantly escape from her grasp, as well as have the energy and mind to provoke her and freely chat with his comrades as he did so, that was what provoked her ire. It was the greatest shame she had ever felt. Even when she was forcefully corrupted by the demon god, she didn't feel so much shame. After all, the demon god was an exalted demigod. To be enslaved by him was an honor. Especially when he simply allowed her to live her indulgent lifestyle without interference, but this time, it was different. The man in front of her was nothing more than a kid to her. Neither his status nor power was greater than here. He was inferior in every way. Yet, he had played with her body and then humiliated her in combat as well. Her mana raged furiously as she put her all into attacking him. Her physical strength skyrocketed, causing her every step to cause miniature earthquakes through the ground, but even then, he evaded her attacks like a loach. If it wasn't for this damn restriction, it was the only thing she hated about her overall situation. Due to the restriction, her power had been capped at the extreme early stages of fourth class. If it wasn't for that, how could he evade her so well? While the universe baptism made a third class incomparable to a fourth class, it wasn't some miraculous thing that'd make someone all-powerful. The number of benefits one could digest depended wholly on their aptitude and ability. Unfortunately, her gains didn't help her in this situation. The Demon Queen's specialization was charm laws, so most of the benefits she gained went towards her mana and mental strength. But today, she had met a bastard who had perfectly countered the laws she was best at. When it came to energy-based attacks, she had foregone everything to maximize the comprehension she had towards her primary law. So the only thing she could use was physical strength to combat Damien, but with his loach-like movements and cockroach vitality, how could she easily kill him, those damn bastards? Why aren't they interfering? She didn't care one bit about those so-called apostles. They weren't worth shit. What infuriated her was that the other two Demon Kings still hadn't made a move yet, even after seeing her get humiliated to such an extent. No, I guess I should expect this from them. As a matter of fact, those two bastards are probably enjoying the show. She gritted her teeth in anger, but she couldn't do anything against those two. Because of this, she directed all of her anger and grievance towards Damien. Little bastard! Obediently die by this queen's hand. With a furious shout, the Demon Queen poured all her mana into her fist and struck out. She didn't target Damien but instead created a massive shockwave impact that left no area around her unscathed. She had seen how he deflected the force of impact whenever it was near him, and she had seen how he evaded if she got too close. This method was the best way to deal with him. Cook! As she expected, Damien couldn't dodge in time. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and shot back, heavily impacting the opaque barrier. Another mouthful of blood left his mouth due to the force of the second impact. The Demon Queen was feeling pleased with herself for finally landing a substantial hit on that bastard. But when she looked at his face, he still had the same roguish grin he had when he was playing with her earlier. What? Her eyes widened at the realization. Crack! But before she could do anything else, a small cracking sound rang through the surroundings. It wasn't loud at all, but it seemed like every being within the barrier heard it clearly. Crack! Crack! The cracking sound spread and multiplied as if countless glass plates were shattering at the same time. When the Demon Queen finally located the source of the sound, she couldn't hide her shock. Barrier core. It's actually the barrier core. She finally realized why Damien was smiling like that. He had intentionally provoked her into using a full-strength attack when she was directly above the barrier core. Then used his strange ability to divert the force towards the core instead of using it to defend. It was only because of this that he had suffered from the impact. But even that was planned, as he had used the force to propel himself to the barrier. But you didn't plan for everything. Did you seriously think just this was enough to shatter the barrier core? It was created to keep us from escaping, so it will obviously hold up against our strength. The Demon Queen mockingly sneered at Damien. Damien tilted his head in a confused manner. Isn't that obvious? I mean, even if the core was well hidden, there had to be precautions in case one of you actually found it. Let me ask you. If you were the one who created the barrier, what mechanism would you add for a situation where the mana of the one you were trying to restrain heavily impacted the barrier core? The Demon Queen's eyes widened once again. The answer was obvious. If the prisoner showed signs of trying to escape the prison, they should naturally be punished. A wave of fear swept over the Demon Queen in that instant. She was overwhelmed by the urge to flee. Of course, since you guys have been corrupted, the barrier is mainly just for show. I doubt such a failsafe actually exists. Not like matters though. Thanks for getting distracted. Damien cheerfully continued talking as he extended his hand towards the barrier core. In the next instant, he clenched his fist. Collapse. Space shattered, causing the cracks on the core to widen and deepen. The internal structure of the core seemed to take a large blow. Shinger. Xing Tan. You don't have to tell me. Coming. With two vastly different responses, a Phoenix Phantom and multiple Shadow Generals attacked the core at once, breaking its final layer of resistance. Under the eyes of everyone present, the barrier core broke into countless fragments. The opaque golden light film waned greatly until it looked extremely flimsy. Damien grinned. His fingers swept through the air and drew a straight vertical line. Dimensional severance. The thin black sword line of dimensional severance silently sliced through the barrier like butter. causing a large gap to open on its surface. Qing Tan and Feng Qing'er rushed over to Damien's side as this happened. Looking at the astonished demon queen in the distance, Damien flashed a bright smile. Well then, see you later. And then, he disappeared through the crack. Chapter 311 Voice 1. Although Damien wanted to celebrate his successful escape, he was well aware that leaving the barrier didn't guarantee his safety. As if to prove his assessment, two divine senses swept over his position before the gap in the barrier could fully close. Boy, don't think that we are your most powerful enemy here. Your true enemy is waiting for you out there. I didn't expect to be able to see such a fun show in this lifetime. Since you've given us some quality entertainment for the first time in 10,000 years, me and Old Eden here didn't interfere when you fought that witch. However, next time we meet we'll likely be enemies. Let's see if you can show me another good thing at that time. The first voice was effeminate yet not womanly, making Damien unsure of the individual's gender. As for the second, it was the husky voice of a man, Demon Kings Granheim and Eden. Damien was sure of their identities, leaving the Demon Queen he had just escaped from as Demon King Eliza. According to what he learned from Elytra, she was more powerful than both Granheim and Lucius, while being less powerful than Eden. But Damien didn't think so. Her mental magic is truly fierce. If it wasn't for the mind prison, no matter how much willpower I have, I wouldn't be able to resist. What about others? Damien realized why the assessment was such. Her mental magic was indeed powerful. Damien also realized that Eliza might not have used the full potential of her mental magic in their bout just now. Luckily, I riled her up a ton before the fight actually started. If she was thinking straight, I don't know how I would have been able to continue casting with ease. Her mental state was already a mess after he brought her to climax through humiliation, and it became even more messed as she faced even more humiliation from not being able to catch him. The best way to deal with someone who used mental attacks was to disrupt their mind. Damien had figured this out at the moment, but those two divine senses, they were far more powerful than Damien could fathom. If they had chosen to interfere in today's matter, he might not have been able to escape as he had done. While he was thinking, Damien never stopped moving forward, rushing through the outskirts of the mountain's fourth layer to escape. Feng Qing'er and Qing Tan were on his right and left, following not far behind him. There are probably going to be apostles blocking our exit. Be prepared to fight. Damien mentioned to the other two, isn't that obvious? Don't get in the habit of telling me what to do. Feng Qing'er scoffed, more fun. Meanwhile, Qing Tan was just excited to be taking part in the current chaos. The three ran for a few more minutes before they met with the inevitable obstruction. Rather than just sending 3 apostles as they had done before, all 7 of the remaining apostles were blocking the path ahead. Damien abruptly halted in his steps. Damn, you guys really went all out this time. His gaze was focused on the old man that stood in the middle. Even disregarding his position, the way the other apostles showed subconscious deference to him made his position obvious. Little brat, you've truly gone out of your way to make our lives hard in these past few months. Haven't you? The old man said, ignoring Damien's previous comment. HM? What could you possibly be talking about? Damien responded, well, it's not like it matters. Our plans aren't something a measly child like you can interfere with. Perhaps soon you'll understand how futile your efforts have been, and at that time, maybe you'll regret not becoming a part of such a grand revolution. Damien's brow twitched when the old man kept talking while ignoring him. Even his eyes were foggy as if he wasn't actually looking at Damien at all. Enough of all this talking. You came to fight us, so let's fight. Look, those 6 behind you look like they're itching to be taught a lesson. As Damien said, the other 6 apostles were glaring daggers at the group of 3 as if their families had just been slaughtered in front of them. What's with the hatred? I've never met any of you before. Qing Tan asked lightly. Even Damien and Feng Qing'er were curious about this point. The apostles continued silently glaring while the old man smiled. Forgive them. You see, the 10 of them share a connection similar to siblings considering our positions and inheritance. If 3 of your siblings were killed, wouldn't you also bear intense hatred for their killers? But you, old man, don't seem to bear any hatred at all. Could it be that you're the type to backstab friends and family for profit? To be honest, it's not surprising at all. The old man continued smiling as if Damien's words didn't affect him at all. You don't have to try and sow discord between us. They can understand my motives just as clearly as I can understand theirs. Nothing is hidden between us. TCH, Damien's sharp gaze panned the surroundings as his awareness stayed spread through the area. There's no way the three of us can fight the seven of them on equal footing. Since they had encountered the group of apostles, Damien's goal had always been to escape. He never once entertained the thought of fighting. But there was definitely a certain thought hovering in his mind, looking at how they all defer to that old man. If I can just take him out, then their morale will take a huge hit. Damien had been wondering how to attract the apostles for his assassination plan for a while, but he couldn't find a way to provoke them into moving. He didn't know enough about them to do so. Previously, they had come because he was interfering with their plans too much, but after three of them had been killed, it would be much harder to use the same method to draw them out. They were undoubtedly wary, proven by the fact that they mobilized together instead of sending a small number, but, even with numbers, they can't combat void essence. Damien's awareness became focused as he sent a mental message to Feng Qinger and Qing Tan. Can the two of you hold them off for a while? Feng Qinger furrowed her brows. Do you have a plan? I do, but I need absolute concentration to pull it off. If any of them manage to interrupt me, it won't work. There's 7 of them and 2 of us. It's almost impossible for us to win this battle. Qing Tan added, right, I don't plan to kill them all. Just buy me 5 minutes, and then escape with everything you have. Even if I don't act after 5 minutes, you should still escape, understood? 5 minutes, right? Even if you wanted 5 hours, I could easily buy that much time. Feng Qinger proudly thumped her chest and proclaimed. Damien grinned at her confidence. Good. As expected of the future matriarch of the Fire Phoenix clan. Well then, let's begin. On his cue, a sea of flaming runic patterns and a swamp of darkness filled the surrounding area. Soon enough, a massive battle abruptly began. Chapter 312 Voice 2. Feng Qinger and Qing Tan shot forward like 2 bullets, moving faster than the eye could see. Behind Feng Qinger, many runic patterns formed and dispersed in the air to create something greater, while behind Qing Tan, an ever-expanding swamp of darkness consumed the land. Shadow generals and captains were useless in this battle, so they weren't summoned to act arbitrarily. Even as distractions, they didn't have much use. Instead, Qing Tan directly summoned 3 beings that hadn't seen the light of day yet. One was a man who stood 6 feet in height and had an imposing demeanor. His facial features were masked in shadows, and he was wearing a pitch-black armor set that covered his body. However, his aura still remained similar to the one he had when he was alive. Winthrop. You conniving bitch. Surprised exclamations came from the apostles who had remained silent thus far. They couldn't maintain the same demeanor when they saw the shadow of their fallen comrade return to oppose them. Oh, that's right. You know this guy. He's a new addition, so he hadn't seen much combat yet. Treat him well, okay? Qing Tan said teasingly as she continued forward. Behind the fallen demon commander, there were 2 massive beasts, one in the form of a strange bird and the other similar to a rhino. Both had similar levels of power to the demon commander. The 3 shadow commanders closely followed Qing Tan's movements like loyal guards, separating only when they arrived in front of the enemy. Each of them occupied an apostle while Qing Tan stayed in the rear and observed the overall situation. On Feng Qinger's side, there were no helpers or summons. Instead, the swirling flame runes in the sky seemed to have gained life of their own as they danced around the apostles. Little girl, I've seen you before. Do you think these paltry tricks will work on us? One of the apostles sneered. She moved her arms in a specific pattern, causing the dark material surrounding her to swirl and take shape as runes of its own. When these runes impacted the flaming patterns, both sides immediately dispersed. The remaining apostles that Feng Qinger made similar maneuvers, easily dispelling the runic patterns around them. However, the second they did, they found another wave of runes eclipsing them again. It's just like he said, you guys gained a ton of information because of my mistake. Well, did you think I waited a month to attack because I was scared? Naturally, I've made sure that things will be incredibly difficult for you regardless. As Feng Qinger spoke, her fingers danced like the hands of a conductor, drawing out more and more runes with her mana. The sky had already been filled with thousands of flaming patterns that resembled the gate of a phoenix. This time, all I have to do is hold you back. Do you think I won't be able to? With a mocking grin, Feng Qinger charged into the fray, followed by an array of runes and phoenix phantoms. While the two battles raged, Damien teleported far away from the commotion and closed his eyes. His body soon became ethereal and merged with the space around him. He wasn't using mana to do so, no, his natural affinity with space made it so that he could perfectly incorporate it with concentration alone. The caveat was that if he made any movement or broke his concentration, he would immediately rematerialize. With his eyes closed, Damien's consciousness entered a whole new world. Even when he wasn't focusing, his unique breadth of vision as a spatial expert allowed him to view the world through spatial layers, but in his current state, he had surpassed that. The spatial layers he usually saw were like layers of film or cloth that were endlessly stacked on top of each other, flowing like waves while being sturdy as diamond. It was an interesting perspective on the world that'd make any normal person's brain split just by viewing it, but for a spatial expert, this was just normal. But rather than this normal, what Damien currently saw with his awareness was a world of endless darkness that seemed to consume everything. There was a saying that said where there was light, there would inevitably be darkness. The relationship between space and the void was similar. In fact, in certain veins of thought, the void could be considered a subconcept of space. But this void was different than the one that gave Damien's physique its namesake. While it carried similar properties, it was at an even lower level than Damien's low-level void essence. It was like a snake while the void was a dragon, but regardless, a snake was still a descendant of dragons. It had the potential to become a dragon if it had the aptitude and willpower to work for it. When Damien's consciousness sunk into the void, he directly used it as a medium to communicate with the true void. Seeping his low-level void essence into it and creating a channel, this method was far more roundabout than what he did when he first created his sanctuary, but this method also had a far greater chance of success. During the creation of the sanctuary, it was the massive country-sized portion of overlap space that caused the foundation of the area to shake and open a thumb-sized crack into the void, but Damien couldn't easily replicate such a situation. It could be said that his first encounter with the void was due to pure luck, so, when Damien worked to establish a true stable connection this time, he did it differently. Damien sat within the void and meditated on that connection like an old monk. Silently drawing power from it and trying to manifest it into the real world, he didn't need much. Even a thumb-sized portion of high-level void essence would be enough to quickly and quietly assassinate a demon king, let alone an apostle. He at least needed mid-level void essence to accomplish his current task, but as he continued attempting to draw void essence above his comprehension level into his body, he soon realized that it was impossible. Borrowing the power of mid-level void essence was something he could do, but his body simply couldn't bear the strain of such a task yet. Perhaps even his half-dragon body couldn't bear the weight, but there was an easy solution to this. Demon Dragon Transformation. He called out the chant in his head, and his bloodlines answered immediately. His body went through heavy changes, taking on his demonic dragon form. At that moment, he finally obtained the capital to contain some mid-level void essence in his vessel. But he still didn't have the comprehension level to do so permanently. Even as the mid-level void essence entered his body, he felt that it would only stay there for a few seconds before it started to disperse. Well, my body can only remain like this for half a minute, anyway, so a few seconds is solid. Damien opened his eyes to be greeted by a chaotic battlefield of flames and darkness. Dark material flared through the area and combated the combined forces of Feng Qing'er and Qing Tan. It didn't take long for Damien to grasp the situation. If Qing Tan didn't have those shadows, they would have been done in already, but there were no what-ifs in this world. What mattered was that Feng Qing'er and Qing Tan had successfully bought him the time he needed. Damien didn't let his thoughts simmer for too long. He moved his mana to keep him assimilated into the space around him while also using vector control to make sure the spatial fluctuations didn't spread into the surroundings. He rapidly crossed the chaotic battlefield without being noticed by anyone and finally caught sight of his target. The old man was still standing in his previous spot, watching the ongoing battle with a light smile on his face. Even as he saw his so-called brothers and sisters get injured, he didn't seem in a hurry to make a move. Damien felt there was something off about this old man's demeanor. He had felt the same uncomfortable sensation since the moment he laid eyes on him. But he didn't have time to dwell on it. His demon dragon form wouldn't last long enough. 20 seconds. Damien arrived in the old man's vicinity, slowing his pace and steadying his breathing. 15 seconds. Damien had become invisible. Not only his bodily functions, even his life aura and mana fluctuations had diminished until they were unnoticeable even if he came out of the void. 10 seconds. Damien arrived behind the old man who still didn't move an inch. Seeing that smile up close, the uncomfortable feeling in Damien's chest grew even fiercer. 8 seconds. the mid-level void essence he had been temporarily housing appeared on the tips of his fingers, causing the surrounding space to crack. He could no longer remain concealed as he had before. 7 seconds, Damien's hand shot forward and plunged into the old man's chest without resistance. The void essence on his palm spread through the old man's body, causing it to rot and become non-existent. 6 seconds, the old man finally turned his head to look at Damien. Even as his body crumbled into nothingness, the smile on his face never faded. When Damien met the old man's eyes, he noticed that they were like hollow black holes, seemingly not containing any consciousness behind them. 5 seconds, the old man's body no longer existed, his head floated in space as his neck slowly faded. Suddenly, that eerie smile widened into a wicked grin. Damien froze. He felt a chill like nothing he had ever felt before. For seconds, Damien couldn't move. He couldn't think. His mind was completely occupied with the deranged grin of the old man in front of him. His mana became sluggish, his life aura waned. It was like Damien had suddenly begun dying. 3 seconds, the old man's head had already started being banished into nothingness. The void essence that wreaked havoc in his body was also starting to disappear. 2 seconds. Damien was at the end of his rope. Originally, he didn't plan to stay for so long. He wanted to retreat immediately after striking his blow, but now, he was stuck here, unable to move. Time seemed to come to a halt, with only Damien and the disappearing remains of the old man left in the world. 1 second, the old man finally spoke. The old man didn't have a mouth nor a throat to create sound from, and Damien couldn't even make out the words the old man said, but for some reason, he could understand them clearly. The voice he heard was unfathomable and malevolent, causing Damien to experience a visceral fear that he had never experienced before. Just by listening to it, Damien felt his life force wither until it reached the point where his natural lifespan was only a few months long. 0 seconds, Damien's demon-dragon transformation ended, time sped up until it was flowing normally again, the old man's figure completely vanished from existence. Damien immediately collapsed to the ground. His body was racked with insane pain that he couldn't understand and his mind was in shambles. Mouthfuls of blood continuously flowed from his mouth without pause. Damien's chaotic mind raced, but he was unable to form a single thought. He couldn't even consciously register the pain that he was supposed to be experiencing. He had no idea what the surrounding situation was. He had no idea where his body was or what was happening to it. He was trapped inside his mind space with a single image playing on replay over and over again. It was the image of that malevolent smile and the sound of that unfathomable voice. Under the stimulation of these two factors, Damien was slowly losing his mind, unable to stop it from crumbling to dust. Chapter 313 Death's Door. 1. Old Ghost, you dare? A furious bellow rang out within an unknown location filled with darkness. The voice was hoarse and weary, but the domineering intent behind its words was unquestionable. Kakik, so what if I do? Old fool, it's your fault for not managing him properly. Did you think I didn't know anything? A malevolent voice responded in kind, not shirking at all in the face of the intense pressure the first voice gave off. In fact, the second voice seemed to fully enjoy the first's rage. Old ghost, it seems I've been too lenient with you over these past few millennia. You seem to think you can do as you please here. Very well, if you think that you can interfere without consequence, then allow me to remind you of your place. The endless darkness trembled in fear. A massive aura spread from an unknown location within, causing cracks to appear within the mysterious realm that the two voices inhabited. Old fool, are you crazy? Do you have the right to call anyone crazy? It is your actions that forced me to do this. As for the consequences, I'll kindly allow you to bear them along with me. TCH. This is why I call you an old fool. Don't you know? Regardless of what you were in the past, you are only a husk of your former self. If you truly think you can harm me like this, then you need to face reality. Ha 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 ha. Old ghost, you are too naive. Well then, allow me to show you reality. As the massive aura continued to spread, greenish-white motes of light began to pollute the endless darkness. As these droplets of light fell to the incorporeal ground, they rapidly spread and consumed it. The endless darkness took on a new look, with a large portion of it now being the same greenish-white color. In the place where this light clashed with the darkness, massive ruptures of space the size of continents formed and dissipated constantly, causing severe instability in the realm. So you were still hiding this much power from me? Old fool, it seems you want to end things here. Then, this king shall accompany you. Another massive aura billowed in the mysterious realm. Spurring the endless darkness into action, the two beings fought only with their auras, but the damage they were causing had already reached a continental scale. They knew that if they moved to truly fight, they'd end up consumed by the void once the mysterious realm collapsed. Suddenly, a rain of greenish-white light motes rushed into a newly opened space crack before it closed. So this was your plan all along? The one called Old Ghost exclaimed in frustration. He had been too rash, wanting to get rid of his old rival once and for all. He had forgotten what the original cause of their current dispute was. What? If you can interfere, why can't I? Isn't it only fair? The one called Old Fool mocked his enemy. Soon after, both auras gradually diminished as peace once again returned to the mysterious realm. The greenish-white land that had been formed didn't disappear, though. It stood strong like a soul holy land that could weather the winds and rain within hell. Old fool, you best pray that this one can survive a bit longer than the rest. Although you may have stopped this king's advances in your first trial, the second one is something you cannot interfere with any more than you already have. Kakik, even if he has the mental strength to resist that little girl, it won't mean anything in the face of his own demons. Poof. Whether or not he can survive is up to him. If he truly falls, then he simply wasn't worthy enough. No matter how long it takes, I'll always wait until the right one comes around. At that time, regardless of what interference you pull, nothing will stop their rise. Kakik. Old fool, you don't have to talk in circles with me. Just as you know certain things, I naturally know them as well. This time. Enough. Old Fool didn't let Old Ghost finish speaking. He was well aware of the current situation, but if he allowed the hope in his heart to diminish, he'd truly have nothing left. His gaze seemed to pierce through the veil of reality for a moment as he looked at the figure of a certain man and sighed. Even if it's from a demigod, a true voice isn't something a mere mortal can endure, regardless of how heaven-defying and lucky they are. Brat, this old man will help you this time, but you must hold on until my assistance can reach you. In the place where the one called Old Fool was gazing, a once raging battlefield had become enveloped in silence. The combatants were all gazing in a certain direction silently, their minds chaotic and their thoughts unsaid. Although none of them had witnessed what had happened, they had all heard that malevolent voice, Cook. Ah! Blurg. Without warning, every single individual in the vicinity broke down and collapsed to the ground. Blood flowed from their 7 orifices and their eyes rolled back into their heads. Some were foaming at the mouth, while others directly vomited. However, regardless of their reaction, the pain they felt was real. The true voice that had rung out a moment ago had reached them all. It could only be said that they were lucky enough to not be directly targeted by it. Although they couldn't understand what the voice had said, nor could they totally understand what the voice even was, they got to keep their lives in return. The mana in the atmosphere immediately dispersed as the true voice spoke. Qing Tan's shadow army and Feng Qinger's runic scriptures disappeared into thin air. Even the dark material of the apostles seemed to have become silent, as everyone attempted to regain their bearings. Feng Qinger's eyes suddenly landed on the only other ally she had in the vicinity. Ah! She couldn't help but yelp in shock at what she saw. When Qing Tan turned to look in the same direction, her expression became grave. We have to go. She squeezed out the words with everything she had in her. Her body shakily rose from the ground, stumbling over to Damien's position. The bird-like commander-level shadow that Qing Tan had summoned earlier reappeared underneath Feng Qinger, lifting her off the ground and gliding to Qing Tan's position. Soon, it had put Qing Tan and Damien on its back too. Without the slightest hint of hesitation, it flapped its massive wings and shot into the distance. The apostles didn't even care to pursue. Unlike the 3 outsiders, they had an inkling of what had just happened. Their figures were prostrated on the ground unmoving, their eyes filled with tears. Whether they were tears of sadness or joy, even the apostles didn't know. On one hand, the old man had died. He was their leader and their main support pillar. Without him, nothing would ever be the same again. It was a truly mournful event, making their blood boil with thoughts of vengeance. However, on the other hand, they were graced with something truly magnificent. Their Lord had descended personally, they had been allowed to hear his voice. uncaring of the fact that such a descent had caused them unending pain. They were honored and jubilated to have been able to hear that heavenly chime. Even as the night passed and the sun slowly rose on the horizon, the apostles didn't move from their prostrated position. Chapter 3:14 Death's Door. 2. When Damien's body collapsed to the ground, he seemed to have gone through a myriad of changes. His hair became gray, his skin became wrinkled. He had aged hundreds of years in the span of a few seconds. It wasn't just that his vitality was overdrawn or depleted. If that was enough to cause such a scene, then every person would rapidly age right before their death. Damien's situation was different. He had just experienced the insurmountable gap between a mortal and someone who had stepped into the realm of godhood. The gap between third and fourth class was big, sure, but it was nothing in the face of this gap. At the end of the day, both third and fourth class existences existed within the realm of mortals. Even with the universe baptism, this fact didn't change. This was why, as long as he could use external help, Damien still had the potential to kill entry-level fourth-class existences. However, even if one was at the very peak of fourth class only seconds away from ascending to godhood, there wasn't even the slightest hint of hope for them to defeat a demigod, regardless of their methods. That was the kind of concept godhood was. The fact that Damien was even alive after being directly targeted by a demigod's true voice while he was just a third class was a miracle. Or rather, it was a testament to the achievements and legend he had built up until now. Within Damien's mind, multiple disasters seemed to have struck at the same time. A raging tsunami topped with a massive hurricane, an earthquake, and an erupting volcano. As all of these disasters occurred, a tide of beasts rampaged wantonly and caused destruction while burning their life force for power. Even with all of that, it wasn't enough to describe the chaos in Damien's mind. His mind prison stood in the middle of the cracked and crumbling mindspace like a sole bastion of hope. Damien's ego took shelter within the construct as it attempted to withstand the winds and rain, even if he wanted to try and think of a solution to the problem. He wasn't able to. Any attempt to form conscious thought would only cause the damage in his mindspace to worsen. As for Damien's body, it could be said to be in a better position than his mind, but that wasn't saying much. Besides the fact that he had rapidly aged into a decrepit old man, his mana was raging out of control within his body, attacking his internal organs and structures with no regard for its own safety. Damien's mana circuit suddenly roared into action. The artificial nervous system he had created was emitting a powerful suction force as if it was using a devour ability. The void flame spread through Damien's extremities and used its powerful influence to try and suppress the rampaging mana. Damien's dragon bloodline roared with vitality as it attempted to put his body back together. All of these parts that Damien had made with the intention of allowing them to act as a self-repairing and functioning machine were doing their best to counter the damage he had sustained, but at best they could only slow the process so his body didn't die immediately. Thump. 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 Although his real heartbeat was incredibly weak, his mana heart was beating at full force, regulating all the repair processes that were currently ongoing. With the power of the suction force increasing due to the interference of the mana heart, large portions of ambient mana suddenly entered Damien's body after being stolen from the outside world. But the circulation of this mana would only lead to more damage. Instead, the ambient mana all went straight into Damien's mana circuit and fused with it. The artificial nervous system slowly became thicker and stronger, while also attaining a level of flexibility it previously didn't have. The Ananta matrix was evolving under pressure to cope with the current situation, but Damien couldn't enjoy it at all. Even if the situation within his body was holding on to a delicate balance, the situation in his mind was very close to ending in defeat. In the outside world, Feng Qinger and Cheng Tan worriedly watched Damien's body for any changes. After escaping Aesir on the back of Cheng Tan's commander-level bird shadow, they had rushed to Dark North to rest and recuperate. The reason they chose it was simple. It was the farthest city from Aesir, which meant that if the apostles decided to pursue them later, they'd have more time to prepare. But a week had already passed and no new problems seemed to arise. During this week, the two of them were able to fully heal from the injuries they sustained after the true voice descended, and they spent most of their time looking after Damien. He had taken the brunt of that attack. Even seeing the changes that had happened in his physical appearance, they couldn't imagine the kind of pain he was going through. Is there anything we can do? Feng Qinger asked anxiously. Sai, you've already asked this question tens of times over the past week, but nothing had changed. In the end, we are too powerless to do anything. Cheng Tan responded wearily. With the state of affairs as it was now, she had dropped her previously playful attitude. She was a thrill seeker and she was someone who would act on a whim without care for others. But she wasn't heartless. In fact, once she made a friend, she was far more loyal than ordinary people would be. And over the course of the past few months, she had truly come to regard both Damien and Feng Qing'er as her friends. Seeing Damien's condition, Qing Tan had tried many things to help him, but she wasn't able to find a single probable solution. The main problem is that I can't even get a full understanding of what's going on. If I try to send my mana or awareness into his body, it either gets devoured or repulsed. All we can do is make sure we guard him and provide what we can. Feng Qing'er nodded powerlessly. She was even more distraught than Qing Tan. She was a straightforward and blunt person. She didn't know much about decorum even though she held such high status. Brazen and bold, heroic and valiant, this was how other people tended to describe her, but inside, she was still an innocent girl who was sheltered from birth. She grew up surrounded by only women and her closest friend was a block of ice. Even when Lunaria Snow showed emotion, it was the kind of thing where one would only realize it if they were close enough to her to understand her nature. Spending time with Damien was a breath of fresh air. She loved Luna as her closest sister, but both Damien and Qing Tan were outgoing and fun people whose personalities were similar to hers. She didn't want Damien to die. Feeling the emptiness that she was feeling now when death was only a possibility, she didn't want to know what it felt like to truly lose someone she cared about, but even the reincarnation flames were unable to help Damien's situation. Instead, they had been devoured just like Qing Tan's mana and awareness when they entered his body, although Feng Qing'er was curious about the little golden flame that had shown itself to devour her reincarnation flames. She suppressed her curiosity and put her utmost focus on observing the situation, and like this, another week passed. Feng Qing'er and Qing Tan had fallen asleep while caring for Damien, unable to withstand the fatigue they had accumulated from hearing the true voice. They had been so concerned with Damien that they had only treated their bodies without paying attention to their minds. While the three remained unconscious within the small room they stayed in, a miniature space crack abruptly opened in the void above Damien's head, and from that space crack, a mysterious greenish-white essence flowed into Damien's mouth like water from the most refreshing spring in existence. Chapter 315 Death's Door, 3, Ugh. A dim blue light shone through Damien's eyelids and forced his consciousness awake. Slowly but surely, his eyes managed to glitter open. Where am I? The last thing he remembered was trying to escape Aesir with Feng Qing'er and Qing Tan, but now he was in a mysterious space that didn't even look like it was part of the trial world at all. He was currently inside of a shimmering blue harrier shaped like a soccer ball. The space around him was completely dark, like a sea of emptiness. In the distance, he could see many floating islands that looked like broken chunks of earth floating in the void. Did I die? It was the first thought that came to his head. He clearly remembered how his vitality left his body and how his mind was on the verge of collapse. It wouldn't be too surprising if he had died. No, that's impossible. I refused to accept it. His thoughts were still incredibly muddled, and he felt a splitting headache that wouldn't go away ever since he woke up. The fact that he was in such bad condition made him feel that he had survived, but that leads back to my first question: where the hell am I? Damien moved towards the edge of the barrier and reached out his hand to touch it. At that moment, he realized something odd about the current situation. His entire body was incorporeal like a ghost, and it was shining in a similar blue light to that of the barrier around him. But despite his incorporeal state, when he touched the barrier, he could clearly feel the sensation of his hand touching a sturdy wall. Damien furrowed his brows. It seems my physical body isn't in this strange world, but then what is this? My consciousness, a soul form? If it's either of those two, then it gives me a better grasp on where I might be right now. And once he slightly understood his location, he also understood the nature of the barrier currently surrounding him, the mind prison. In his desperation to survive, his ego had taken shelter within the mind prison to wear the storms that were raging through his consciousness after he received the blow from the true voice. He only had a vague recollection of that event, but after that, everything was blank. Looking at the current situation, things seemed to have calmed down a bit. Although he didn't know much about his mind space, he knew it shouldn't look like this. All those floating islands scattered through the void made him feel a sense of trepidation. Sigh, if that's a physical representation of my mind, then I'm screwed big time. From what he could see in his immediate line of sight, there were at least hundreds of islands. If he took into consideration the fact that he didn't know the actual size of the space he was currently in, there could very well be thousands or even more. His mind was truly shattered. Considering how many pieces it had been split into, it was a miracle he was even able to form conscious thought. Something must be facilitating my recovery. As he slowly adapted to his current state, the hazy memories of his suffering the past few weeks came back to him in fragments. From what he could surmise about the state he was in before he completely lost consciousness, it was impossible for him to heal through his own efforts. Sigh, if I could see my status window right now, things would be so much easier. Although the status window didn't outline his condition, there were bound to be changes he could use to figure out some information. Also, he could see the backlog of system messages that could possibly alert him of what happened. Perhaps his legend was enhanced, or the primordial undying tree sent a message. Either way, there would be something for him to see. Without understanding the situation, Damien didn't want to rashly act. If he made some mistake by accident, it could very well spell his death. With this thought in mind, he returned to the middle of the mind prison and sat down, adjusting his mental state and concentrating on the situation outside. Time passed slowly. I don't know how long it's been, but at least I've managed to gain some information. Firstly, the many islands that were scattered around the area were slowly moving. Their directions weren't set, but after a long period of observation, Damien could understand that they were being drawn to each other. If his guess as to what those islands represented was correct, then the fact that they were trying to reconnect symbolized the healing of his mind. But it's way too slow. There was no way for Damien to feel the flow of time in this space, but from a rough estimate, he felt that it'd take at least half a year for his mind to recuperate at its current speed. And that was even with the external help that he was being provided. How do I make this process faster? He had many things to do in the outside world once he woke up. He couldn't afford to be comatose until the trial world finally closed. The apostle he had killed using void essence wasn't simple at all. With what he experienced, he was sure that the old man was something akin to an avatar, which meant that the voice that was able to harm him merely because he heard it belonged to the demon god. Things have become much more complicated. His original plan was to slowly assassinate the apostles and then move on to the demon kings, completely cleaning up the trial world before it came time to leave. But it seemed he was no longer able to do that. The demon god had started placing attention on him. If it was a fourth class that had done so, it would have been difficult but not impossible for him to continue his plans, but a demigod was different. If even his voice alone was able to cause such devastating damage, then a real move from him would wipe Damien out before he could even understand what happened. Going to Aesir again had become impossible, so targeting the demon kings was out of the question. But to lure the apostles out of hiding should be somewhat simpler. No matter. First I need to heal and wake up. Only after that will I be able to put anything into motion. Damien closed his eyes and began meditating. Since he was currently inside his own mind space, he had an inexplicable connection to the surrounding environment. Connecting with it should have been easy, but as he attempted to spread his awareness, he was met with a splitting headache. Arg! He groaned in pain, and soon noticed that the progress the floating islands were making towards reconnecting had been set back by a small margin. I can't act on the large scale right now. Trying to control my entire mind when it's in pieces like this is like putting the cart before the horse. Realizing this, Damien changed his approach. Instead of spreading his awareness, he focused it into a single point and tried to connect to the floating island that was closest to him. Whoosh, a minor feeling of refreshment washed over his body. As the link slowly took shape, Damien felt that formulating his thoughts became much easier. Finding the path forward seemed to have taken a short amount of time, but Damien knew better. He had to carefully word every thought of his and take time so that it didn't exhaust the small amount of mental power he had. Now that he had formed a connection with the island, the amount of mental power he had slightly increased, making it so he could focus on the task in front of him for longer periods of time, but he knew he wasn't anywhere close to finishing. His gaze soon moved to the second closest island to him. His mental power activated and circulated like it was mana, and with his command, the island he was connected to slowly started moving in that direction. Chapter 316 Death's Door. For another week quickly passed in the outside world, and massive changes had taken place in Damien's situation. His body, which had shown no signs of recovery for so long, was now encased in a strange greenish-white cocoon. Inside the slightly transparent cocoon, Damien peacefully slept. Has anything changed since this thing showed up? A woman's voice spoke from the side. I can't tell. No matter what I try, I can't spy on what's happening inside that cocoon. But, from what it looks like on the outside, his vitality seems to be slowly regenerating. Another woman responded. As she said, Damien no longer looked like a decrepit old man. His body inside the cocoon had gained a bit of vitality, and although he still looked aged, his skin had a certain luster to it that it didn't have before. I can't keep sitting around like this. If he's healing, then it's good, but we've been sitting here doing nothing for way too long. When he wakes up, this bastard better compensate us well. Feng Qinger grumbled, and how do you want him to compensate you? Perhaps with his body? Qing Tan responded with a sly smile, how can you speak such nonsense with a straight face? Do you not have any shame? Feng Qinger yelled as she blushed furiously, and why should I be ashamed? I'm obviously joking. Or don't tell me. Were you actually considering it? What will the outside world think if they learned that Miss High and Mighty, the Fire Phoenix Queen herself, had fallen in love with a boy? It would be an uproar. Who has fallen for that bastard? If anything, wouldn't the aloof and mysterious Qing Tan diligently caring for a man for weeks on end cause even more ripples? That's right. Since when has that free and unfettered woman ever taken the time to care for someone like this? All of your fans would go crazy. Qing Tan's eyes widened in shock. Wow, you can actually tease someone like this? You've really grown. Humph. Who do you think I learned it from? Feng Qinger puffed out her chest in pride. Well, going back to the main point, I have to agree with you. Now that we know he isn't in much danger, I think we should go out and get some fresh air. Exactly. But I'm still a bit worried about this cocoon thing. Where did it come from? How come it's so powerful? There are too many questions that we don't have answers to. Feng Qinger frowned as she spoke. The feeling she got from the greenish-white cocoon bothered her immensely. A power that surpassed any she had seen before. Considering the fact that her mother was a fourth-class existence more powerful than even the demon kings, it was natural that this feeling irked her. Answering those questions is something I want to do as well, but the best we can do is wait for this guy to wake up and ask him. You should have felt it too. Whether it be the voice from before or this cocoon, they are powers far beyond our scope of understanding. Carelessly messing with them will only be detrimental to us. You're right, but I can't help it. I'm just too curious. Fine. When he wakes up, you tie him down and I'll force him to tell us everything he knows. My. How kinky. You shut up. After bickering for a bit, the two went on to discussing serious matters again. As they had said, it was about time they started moving again. After they had passed out a week prior, they had stayed asleep for 3 days straight. Over the course of those 3 days, their minds and bodies were relieved of any excess fatigue they had been enduring, but when they woke up, they had found a strange light film wrapping around Damien. They had tried their best to combat it, but nothing they tried worked. Eventually, that light film grew until it was the cocoon they currently saw. They then spent the next few days watching and concerned that something terrible would happen. But in the end, the cocoon was a blessing rather than a curse. Hey, wasn't this bastard planning to do some assassinations before he ended up like this? Feng Qinger suddenly questioned. He hadn't intentionally revealed it to them, but Feng Qinger had managed to learn it at the last moment when they were escaping Aesir together. It was just a guess at first, but when coupled with the way he took out the old man apostle, she was sure she was correct. Qing Tan clapped her hands together in realization. That's right. Even if he wasn't planning it, that's a great idea. Assassinating the apostles is far less work than trying to confront them head-on or at the same time. It's the most effective way to kill them. Exactly. Plus, we still have to get revenge on them for what happened on the mountain. The question is, how do we lure them out of Aesir? Feng Qinger had the same doubt. Although they had been stationary for the past few weeks, they had gotten plenty of information from the geniuses outside. During the raid on Aesir, almost half of their numbers had been killed, so the rest of them stuck together in a big group to avoid dying early. Those who had followed Feng Qinger's faction in Astoria would sometimes visit Dark North and relay some information to her due to their gratitude for her sheltering them back then. According to those geniuses, there hadn't been any large movements from Aesir recently. Even the abomination raids had temporarily halted. It could be explained if one considered the demons' losses when Aesir was raided. When it came to demon generals, only a few tens of them were killed, but most of the captains had been massacred. They had also lost an apostle and a demon king. These two losses were worth more than any others combined, but even with this, Feng Qinger didn't think the silence was so simple. And she trusted her intuition. It'll be difficult to move them. We need to find a way to incentivize them. Qing Tan suggested. Right. We can use revenge as an incentive to draw out the stupider ones among them. There should at least be one or two that decide to recklessly pursue. After that, though, we need something more substantial that's guaranteed to make them move. Feng Qinger replied, I got it. It's a bit simple, but sometimes simple is best. Haven't you heard the saying? Men die for wealth and birds die for food. Do we have any treasures that could incite their greed? Treasures, huh? Feng Qinger fell into thought. It was really a simple yet efficient idea. After all, the primordial undying realm attracted so many geniuses due to the prospect of treasure. It was only after they entered that they realized the realm was completely different from expectations, but the problem was, she couldn't think of a treasure that'd incite those apostles to move without care for their safety. The two girls fell into thought for a while before Qing Tan's eyes abruptly lit up. I got it. A treasure that'd make the apostles overcome with greed. Qing Tan's sparkling eyes fell on a certain location, and Feng Qinger soon followed. When she saw what Qing Tab was referring to, she couldn't help but exclaim. A grin soon surfaced on her face. Indeed. If it's that, let alone the apostles, even the demon kings wouldn't be able to hold themselves back. Qing Tan nodded in agreement. Good. Since we've figured this out, let's start planning for real. Assassinating apostles, Qing Tan felt that another wave of exciting adventures was about to be upon them. And frankly, she couldn't wait. Chapter 317 Assassination 1. The demon city of Aesir was enveloped in a gloomy atmosphere ever since the raid that had taken place a few weeks back. Although regular mortal citizens hadn't been harmed due to both the separation of city layers and the consideration of the invading forces, a large portion of the demons' combat power had been destroyed by the battle. And with the excitement of the outside forces as they left the city, news that even an apostle and demon king had fallen in the battle couldn't be suppressed. The faith the demons had in their apostles had begun to falter slightly. In this atmosphere, the once lively first layer had lost its original charm, but the citizens continued their day-to-day lives. There was nothing else they could do. Sigh, how did it become like this? Since when were we ever on the losing side? A guard who was patrolling the entrance to the mountain sighed to himself. In recent days, his job had become much more grueling. Not only had the number of guards patrolling the base of the mountain been increased, their strength had also been increased. Now, there were hundreds of demon captains and even a few generals patrolling the area. It's all those damn outsiders' fault. If it weren't for them, who could challenge our mighty rule? Arg, I want to tear them apart. Another guard muttered in frustration when he heard his comrade's words. The few guards around them also grit their teeth in shame and anger. Everything had changed when the outsiders attacked. There wasn't a single demon among them that didn't want revenge. But at the same time, they knew they didn't have the strength to do anything. Even the weakest outsiders could slay captain-level demons, and the strongest ones could even kill apostles. From the bottom of their hearts, they were extremely fearful of the position they were in now. After all, as the ones guarding the base of the mountain, they'd be the first to die if another attack took place. Sigh, whatever. Let's just continue our duty and pray that they don't attack again. Hopefully, the demon god can give us his blessing and allow us to come out on top of this tribulation. When the guards were about to return to their usual patrols, a faint rustling sound came from the nearby foliage. Who goes there? They raised their weapons, but nothing came out to greet them. Carefully, they approached the bushes while getting into formation. Ha! Clang! A swift spear shot forth and pierced the bush, erupting with mana and blowing it to shreds. However, there was still no response. Unexpectedly, the tip of the spear had hit the side of a thick metal case. What is this? One of the guards questioned. The guards crowded around the case and tried to pry it open, but no matter what they did, it wouldn't budge. It seems to be locked. Forget it, we're too low level to deal with this bullshit. Let's take it to Sir General and let him deal with it. With this thought in mind, the guards immediately reported back to the demon general who was overseeing their area. Soon, the general arrived before them. Sir, this case seems to have appeared out of nowhere, but we have no idea what the contents are. However, there are no mana fluctuations coming from it, so we have assumed that it isn't a bomb. You may leave this matter to me. Continue with your patrols and report any other discrepancies you find. The general responded, Yes, sir. After the guards left, the demon general took his time to inspect the box. However, to his surprise, it opened with the injection of just a small amount of his mana. Those wastes couldn't even figure this much out? He muttered, his hands quickly went towards the lid to open it. But when he saw the contents within, he almost fainted on the spot. This is. He immediately closed the lid and grabbed the chest, rushing up the mountain without thinking of anything else. I must report this to the Lord Apostles. This isn't something I can handle. He ran with all his might, even infusing mana into his legs to increase his speed. He didn't even stop after reaching the 4th layer, ignoring everyone who tried to stop him as he rushed to the Pantheon at the mountain peak. Lords! Something major has happened. This is an emergency. He yelled at the top of his lungs when he reached the base of the Pantheon. Soon after, a burly man exited its doors and stood in front of him. Bastard, you better have a good reason for disturbing this king. If not, don't expect to leave here alive. The apostle flared his aura as he spoke, exerting a heavy pressure on the general. In normal times, he wouldn't even be bothered to deal with something like this. The apostles would receive news from the servants stationed outside the Pantheon instead of personally coming out. But times had changed. For a demon general to be so bold as to openly shout in front of the Pantheon, the news must have been related to the outsiders who had been getting in their way at every turn. With this in mind, the apostle couldn't sit still. Even the old man had died because of the outsiders. Although the demon god had intervened and dealt them a heavy blow, it didn't help to quell the rage in his heart. The demon general could clearly feel the irritated mood of the apostle, so he didn't delay at all. Sir, when my men were patrolling the base of the mountain earlier, they came across this chest. This lowly one felt that this matter isn't something he could handle alone, so he came directly to report. The general quickly handed the chest to the apostle, who looked at it with a deadpan face. Why should I care about this? Is it some treasure? Just keep it for yourself. I doubt it can pique this king's interest anyway. No, sir. Please open the chest and see for yourself. Feeling curious, the apostle soon did as the general suggested. Thud, the sound of something heavy hitting the floor rang through the silent 5th layer. The apostle's face was colored in shock, changing from red to white constantly. This. Boom, the apostle's aura raged. The surrounding space trembled and cracked under its pressure. Who dares? His furious roar rang through all of Aesir. Some mortals even fell directly unconscious when they heard it. What happened? Proto, why are you screaming out here? Who dares attack us? Come out, you bastards! Feeling the surging aura, multiple other apostles exited the Pantheon to try and figure out the situation. At first, they assumed that another attack had been launched on their city, but when they reached the outside of the Pantheon, they all fell silent. Their gazes had been attracted to the strange smell and aura coming from the chest that was on the ground. As Porto's aura continued wildly surging, the chest could no longer handle the pressure and cracked into pieces. From its rubble, 2 spherical objects and a letter fell to the floor. When the rest of the apostles saw the sight, they couldn't help but feel their chaotic emotions rise as well. After all, rolling on the ground in front of them were the heads of Granheim and Croa, 2 of their fellow apostles that had been slain by the outsiders. One of the apostles shakily bent down and grabbed the letter that accompanied those 2 heads and opened it. Along with the location, there were 4 simple words written on the parchment in black blood, but these words only served to heighten the apostles' fury even more. Come if you dare. Chapter 318 Assassination 2. Within the Pantheon, the 6 remaining apostles sat around a now much more empty table as they fumed with rage. They actually dare to provoke us. Do they really think they're so great after just a few victories? Calm down. This is obviously a trap. Otherwise, how could they be so confident? We must silently endure and wait for the Lord's instructions. Wait? And let them believe we are cowards that have submitted to them? Absolutely not. So what are you going to do? They've already proven multiple times that they can defeat us, so how do you plan to get the vengeance you speak of? Many opinions circulated as the apostles expressed their views on the situation. In fact, the number that wanted to immediately charge to the given location and fight it out had largely outnumbered those who wanted to wait and endure. Proto sneered when he heard the cautious comments of his comrades. Please, if it weren't for that brat from before, how could they have the power to challenge us? Now that he's been dealt with by the Lord, those 2 little girls can't harm us at all. And who decided that? Haven't you seen the recording of that Phoenix girl's battle with Kroa? Ha! And how can Kroa compare to me? In the end, they're all just women. When faced with a true man like me, they have no choice but to submit and kneel at my feet. Proto, don't go too far. Do you believe I won't kill you here and now? Of the 6 remaining apostles, only 2 were women, but they both were glaring at Proto with surging killing intent as he spoke. When it came to physical power, it was guaranteed that he was above them, but in terms of mana, he didn't come close to them at all. If they fought for real, it was undecided who would win, tch. As if the 2 of you count. Your power comes from the same source as mine. You are subordinates of the Lord, so naturally you aren't considered the same. The 2 women furrowed their brows but said nothing in the end. Although they wanted to refuse his indirect jab, they couldn't. After all, it was true that they were borrowing power from their Lord. They didn't have the capital to argue that women were on the same standing as him, but Porto's attitude had always been like this, and frankly, they were sick of it. Perhaps, in the bottom of their hearts, they were secretly waiting for him to go challenge those 2 girls and die by their hands. That would be the greatest proof of their point, whatever. I will stand by my statement that we should wait and see. Regardless of your personal beliefs, our numbers have already dwindled to this extent. We can't lose more due to foolishness. Another apostle sighed, the rest silently agreed after looking around the table. It was hard not to notice how much emptier it was now than it was a few months ago, tch. You can do whatever you want. I'm leaving. Proto harumphed loudly and stormed out of the hall. Looking at his retreating figure, the rest of the apostles sighed. There's no way to stop him. Even if we tried to convince him otherwise, he wouldn't listen. And the origin of our power prohibits us from using force on each other. What should we do then? It's clear that he'll die if he charges in there alone. Someone has to go with him. Although he isn't the strongest, the power of his fist can't be underestimated. If he is allowed to fight the enemy one-on-one, he might come out victorious. So who will go? When the question was raised, 3 hands shot up at the same time. The 3 apostles glared at each other, not willing to back down. All 3 of you can't go. Let's decide this fairly and draw lots. The drawing was soon completed, and another burly apostle was chosen to accompany Proto. The other 2 sighed in defeat, but accepted their loss. In usual times, they'd fight for the position. But the number of apostles was already so low, they couldn't act arbitrarily. It wasn't up to them anymore. Nelly, I guess it's you. Don't let us down and bring us back the heads of those wenches. If you die out there, I'll make sure to recover your corpse and humiliate you even after death. The apostle named Nelly nodded firmly. He had no plans to be defeated. Taking one last look at the 4 remaining apostles, he left the Pantheon and chased after Proto. This is the most we can do. We need to conserve our numbers in case any unexpected situations arise. If those 2 don't return. The apostles were silent. They didn't want to imagine it, but if the scenario came true then, there's nothing else to say. We've been placed in a disadvantageous position for the first time in our lives and things have developed negatively ever since. We have to learn from our loss and make sure we move precisely and decisively from here on out. The 4 of them nodded in determination. They were the only ones left to serve their Lord and carry out his plans for now. They no longer had room for mistakes. There was a large forest not far from Astoria that spanned for many kilometers on end. It was one of the many similar forests that constituted a large portion of the trial world's space. This forest, however, was special, as it was the chosen location that was mentioned in the letter that was sent to the apostles a few days back. Do you think they'll come? A soundless transmission traveled through the air and landed in Ching Tan's head. Her awareness was spread to its limit, surveying any movement in the area. They'll come. I noted them when we were fighting in Aesir. At least one of them is guaranteed enough to fall for our provocation even if he knows it's a trap. Oh? Who is he? How am I supposed to know his name? All I know is that he's unnecessarily muscled and grotesque looking. I remember him well because of the annoying look he had on his face. Xing Tan's expression was cold as she recalled the face of a certain apostle. I wanted to kill him at that time, but then that unexpected situation happened and I couldn't do anything. This time, I'll be sure to end it. Oh ho? Someone actually annoyed you to this extent? That's unexpected. TCH. It can't be helped. Even though I'm like this, I'm still a woman too. That bastard kept going on and on about how women are weak and all this bullshit. If he really shows up as I expect him to, then I'll make sure I treat him very nicely. Feng Qinger shivered at Qing Tan's tone. The last time she heard this tone, 10 demon generals had been tortured gruesomely. With nothing else to say, she turned her attention back to the forest and spread her awareness as well. This time, we're doing an assassination. They'll be expecting a frontal battle because of the way we lured them here, so we need to entertain them somehow. Qing Tan spread her shadow and called her 3 shadow generals. Letting them roam into the forest and take position at 3 different points, as the 2 girls waited patiently, they finally sensed some movement on the outskirts of the forest. Qing Tan flashed a chilling smile. Like a silent predator stalking its prey, she melded into the shadows, disappearing from the perception of even Feng Qinger, who was right beside her. Finally, they're here. And it looks like that bastard really decided to show up. Feng Qinger nodded heavily and moved as well. They had already planned everything for this day. Now, all they needed to do was carry it out. Chapter 319 Assassination. 3. Is this the place? A burly man stared at the large forest in front of him with a murderous gaze. His eyes scanned from left to right, trying to find any signs of life within the vicinity. Why are you asking such a stupid question? You should be able to see it too, right? Another man responded, I see it, but I can't believe it. These women sure have balls, openly inviting us like this. Proto gnashed his teeth as he spoke. He was already someone who hated the feeling of being looked down upon, but being looked down on by a woman was even worse. TCH. Let's just go. Regardless of what they have up their sleeves, they can't do shit to me. Proto puffed out his chest and flared his aura. Without hesitation, he walked into the forest while brazenly showing off his position. Nayli sighed before following him in. Something doesn't feel right about this. He thought inwardly, but there wasn't anything he could do at this juncture. He wanted revenge as much as the next person, but he was more careful in how he went about it. He didn't like how brazen Proto was being, but the die had already been cast. Nayli walked through the forest carefully, spreading his awareness outside his body to prepare for any sudden attacks. Unfortunately, his mind was relatively underdeveloped, so his awareness could only spread a few hundred meters away. But this was still enough space to allow him time to react. Shiver. As he walked further, he felt an inexplicable chill run down his body. The forest around him suddenly dimmed, as if the moonlight had been blocked by the dense foliage above. No, it's not that. His eyes hardened as he began circulating mana through his body. His eyes darted vigilantly from side to side, and his awareness became concentrated to the extreme. Russell, who, Nayli swiftly turned around, throwing a fierce punch in the direction of the sound. With a bang, the trees and bushes in the direction of his fist were reduced to dust. There's nobody? His eyes furrowed when he realized this. Have I become too paranoid? Swoosh, as he had the thought, something sped into the range of his awareness, reaching his position before he could even register what it was. Fuck, he twisted his body unnaturally, narrowly dodging the attack that had been aimed at him. Using the momentum of his spin, he threw a punch at the fleeing predator. Damn. That thing is fast. He thought, noticing his blow had failed to land. But even though he didn't gain a substantial advantage, he at least knew that he was truly being targeted. Since it wasn't paranoia, he maintained his extremely vigilant state, walking forward and continuing deeper into the forest. Concealed within the clouds above the forest, Feng Qinger watched this sequence of events take place. From the beginning, she was aware that assassination wasn't her forte. Her personality and affinity were perfectly matched. Being specialized in frontal combat and explosive power, but for this mission, they had specifically chosen to assassinate their targets. Feng Qinger knew that such a scheme wasn't necessary. There were only 2 apostles present and they had already been separated. Feng Qinger had the strength to fight an apostle one-on-one and obtain victory, but this is a perfect opportunity to train. She didn't have any major hopes of becoming extremely cunning. She knew herself better than anyone, and as such, she was aware that it was impossible for her to develop in such a direction. Instead, she just wanted to expand her repertoire a bit. Feng Qinger had risen to the sky using her physical wings. So she emitted no obvious mana fluctuations. Combined with the fact that she was currently concealed by both the natural clouds and her own technique, it would be difficult for someone to spot her even if they knew where to look. From this position, she watched as Nelly made his way through the forest, cautiously attacking anything that made even a hint of sound. Now, suddenly, she gave a command. A black blur swept down from the clouds next to her and entered the forest, extending its claws and attempting to pierce through the apostle's skin. Bastard! Nelly dodged just as easily as he had done the first time, suffering no damage. But Feng Qinger wasn't perturbed by this. The black blur soon returned to her side, and its form was revealed. It was Qing Tan's commander-level shadow bird. Good, let's continue this for a bit more. Time passed slowly, and Feng Qinger continued with the same strategy. She allowed Nelly's paranoia to grow as the shadow bird swept down and attacked at random intervals. At this point, he had already stopped moving forward and was situated in a single location, quietly trying to anticipate the shadow bird's next attack. His eyes were closed and his senses were heightened to the max. Each rusting of tree branches and movement of the wind was clearly reflected in his mind. It should be coming at any second now. He knew that the enemy wasn't one of the two girls he had originally come to find. But killing it would allow him to find them. After all, he had personally seen this bird when they fought in the fourth layer of Aesir a few weeks back. That one is more dangerous than the fiery one. She's too cunning to be left to that muscle-brained Proto. If Proto was given to Qing Tan, his death was already guaranteed. He needed to kill the shadow bird to attract her attention before it happened. Now, the mana circulating through his body burst through his fist. His eyes shot wide open and his body pivoted to the left. A furious punch flew forward and impacted a black blur that had dived down from the clouds to attack him. Scree! A pained cry rang out as the bird shot back and impacted a nearby tree with a thump. Maki chases after the bird, raising his leg into the air and shooting a swift kick at its wings. Bang! The bird's eyes shone with panic as it tried to escape from its predicament, but Nelly had acted too fast. Crack! The bird's wings, which were mid-flap, bent at an unnatural angle as a cracking sound rang through the surroundings. Another pained screech soon followed as the bird collapsed to the ground. Nelly didn't waste any time. He grabbed the bird by its throat and began to squeeze with all his strength. Why don't you call for your master? If you don't, then you're guaranteed to die here. His grip became tighter, and the bird's cries soon lost their vigor. Truthfully, he didn't care if the bird called its master or not. Since the two were bound to have a spiritual link, he was sure that killing the bird would alert the master. Wait, something's wrong, he abruptly frowned. The sensation in his hand wasn't like that of flesh anymore. It was like he was squeezing a wet towel soaked in ink. When he looked down at the shadow bird, he noticed that it was melting into the shadows around him. In its eyes, there was a light of disdain that couldn't be hidden. Nelly abruptly realized his mistake. He tried to turn around to see if there was another presence in the vicinity, but his head soon became muddled. It's already too late, a silvery voice rang out from behind him. Although he wanted to turn around and look at the one who spoke, he found that he wasn't able to. A sensation of heat began to spread from his nape and consume his body. His muddled head became even worse as the heat spread. You, whip! As he roused his mana in a bid to clear his head, a flicking sound spread from behind him. In the next instant, he found a dull orange needle embedded in his throat. This isn't something I've mastered completely, so its effects are a bit slow. But it seems to be doing its job properly. Feng Qinger smiled as she watched the incapacitated apostle. Although he could only feel the single needle in his nape, she could see his true situation. The back of the apostle's body was littered with hundreds of needles. During the time that Feng Qinger had been probing him using the shadow bird, she had condensed each and every one of them with care. These needles were condensed with the essence of reincarnation flames. Since the dark material and Nox mana that ran through Nelly's body were qualified as evil presences, the flames' effects were amplified. Nelly's body was being purified from the inside out. But since Feng Qinger had used such condensed essence, there wasn't any flashy stimulus to accompany it. Without much suspense, the apostle's body crumbled to dust, with only a single reddish-orange flame remaining in the place where he once stood. Chapter 320 Assassination. 4. Success. Feng Qinger silently celebrated her victory. Although it didn't go exactly how she wanted it to, it was still an overall success. The main factor that allowed her to kill the apostle with such ease, though, was the shadow bird. Firstly, it had created a paranoia that turned the apostle's entire focus onto it. This way, Feng Qinger's existence had been completely disregarded. Because of this, she was able to silently prepare all of her fire needles without any interruption. Secondly, it had focused the apostle's attention on Qing Tan. When it was caught in the end, the apostle was thinking only of how to lure Qingtan to his location, which gave Feng Qinger the opening she needed to strike. But her own achievements couldn't be ignored. Her reincarnation flame needles had similar power to the phoenix phantoms she usually used in battle when they were just condensed. But on top of that, Feng Qinger had used her flame runes to exponentially increase their power output. Although her attack looked simple on the outside, it contained enough force to raise an unprotected mountain to the ground within minutes, and because she had the element of surprise on her side, she was able to interrupt the opponent's mana flow with her own raging flame mana as the force was transferred into his body. It was only natural for the apostle to die when such force was concentrated in his unprotected body. Nevertheless, I can't do something like assassination on my own yet. If the shadow bird wasn't present, Feng Qinger wouldn't have been able to prepare such an attack and use it precisely. Nor would she have been able to launch her attack successfully. Sighing lightly, she lamented how unsuitable she was for this kind of job. But still, the thrill and intent of being at the forefront of a true battle were much more suited for her. She didn't mind being untalented in assassination. Shaking off her thoughts, she directed her gaze at another part of the forest. Most likely, Qingtan was having a blast torturing the other apostle that had arrived, finally. That's 10 connected islands. A tired sigh rang out within an endless void. Damien looked at the fruits of his strenuous effort over this unknown period of time. How long has it been in the outside world? I hope it's not the same as it is in here. He couldn't tell the time very well in the mind space, but it felt like months had gone by. The worst part was, even within this time he had only connected 10 islands together. Each time I can connect a spiritual string to an island and pull it to connect to the next one, my mental power increases by a slight margin. Whenever the islands are actually connected to each other, I experience an exponential increase in mental clarity. Although the process gets faster with every island that I connect. The increase isn't worth mentioning at this juncture. Damien signed again. With his tireless effort, he learned much more about his situation. As he had expected before, these islands were something of a manifestation of his broken mind space. If he wanted to heal his mind and return to the land of the living, he had to connect them into one fused plane again. This is too slow. Even if I'm experiencing some sort of time dilation or illusion, I can't keep doing this for years on end. Even if my mind is repaired after I finish, I'll probably lose my grip on reality when I wake up. I can only try to speed up. With this thought in mind, Damien didn't hesitate any longer. Now that he had more mental power available for use, he could achieve more with less effort. His eyes closed as he entered meditation once again. From his forehead, 10 shimmering blue strings emerged and shot into the void ahead. They expanded for what seemed like tens of kilometers before reaching their destinations. Unlike before, Damien was directly trying to build spiritual links with 10 islands at once. The connection was hazily established as he expected, but his mind felt like it was tearing apart when it happened. The fused spiritual land that Damien had created up until this point began to tremble as if its foundation was being rocked. Fuck. I can't let it crumble. If it crumbles, everything I've worked for will collapse along with it. I need to speed up. Damien poured out waves of mental power into the spiritual strings he had created. His connection with the 10 floating islands slowly became firmer. Boom, a loud explosion rang out from the fused spiritual land. Pieces of rock drifted away into the void as a portion of it collapsed. Damn it. Condense, Damien furiously roared into the void. He handled the 10 floating islands without care, forcefully dragging them to the location of the fused spiritual land. Bang. Bang. Bang, as the floating islands drew closer, they scraped against each other and created small explosions. Pieces of rock and debris fell into the void from the point of collision, but at the same time, the floating islands began to fuse into one. Condense. Condense. Condense, Damien roared madly without pause. His mental power wrapped around the fused spiritual land and pushed it towards the 10 floating islands. Now, the two sides were moving towards each other at a rapid pace. Damien screamed out. His incorporeal body started burning with blue flames. His lower body was already starting to disappear. The overuse of his mental power came with severe consequences. At this point, he was also just a condensed bundle of mental power that housed his consciousness. If he burned too much of it, his ego would be erased. Damn it. Listen to me, with another furious roar. He pushed even harder. Now, it was all or nothing. If he could fuse the fused spiritual land with the 10 floating islands before his spiritual avatar burned away, his mental power would be replenished and even heightened. But if he failed, the only path left for him was death. The blue flames burning on his body became fiercer, completely enveloping his lower body and turning it to nothingness. Even the mind prison couldn't protect him from damage he was purposefully inflicting on himself. The space between the 10 floating islands and the fused spiritual land continued to shorten, but as it did, more and more chunks of rock and debris fell into the void. You think I'll die here? This is my own mind. Damn it. All of you shitty islands belong to me. So, obey me, you little shits. From the start of his journey, he had forged a will of steel. A will to remain unafraid even under the threat of death. In the current situation where he was within his own mind space, this kind of will became even more important. It seemed as if the floating islands had been dominated by his call. The speed they moved towards each other rapidly increased until finally, boom, a huge explosion resounded through the void as the fused spiritual land came into contact with the 10 floating islands. The fused spiritual land soon began devouring those islands into itself, rapidly expanding in size until it was the size of a small city. The blue flames on Damien's body had already grown into a raging inferno. His upper body was nearly completely consumed, leaving only his head wholly intact. But he didn't seem fazed by this at all. Ha 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 ha. I fucking won, you bastard, he yelled like a crazy person, letting the flames sweep over his body. The difference was, he now felt comfort within these flames instead of pain. The fused spiritual land soon finished devouring the 10 floating continents and consolidated its power. Waves of mental energy burst through Damien's body, solidifying his avatar and returning it to its peak state. I did it! Now that the fused spiritual land has doubled in size, doing the same thing again won't consume all my mental power. Taking 10 islands at a time instead of one, now my progress will naturally speed up, Damien excitedly muttered to himself. His eyes were closed as he reveled in the sensation of his mind slowly healing. Perhaps that was the reason why he didn't notice the flash of greenish-white light that was flickering in a certain area of the void. Chapter 321 Assassination 5. This is supposed to be an assassination mission, but I really can't bring myself to finish it so quickly. A soundless mutter exited the mouth of a beautiful black-haired woman who was perched on a large tree within the forest. In her line of sight, a burly demon angrily marched forward, trying to find traces of her existence. Damn it! Get down here and fight me, woman! He roared into the night sky. Proto was already thoroughly enraged. It had been many minutes since he entered the forest, but he had yet to make contact with anyone else. Even Nayli was no longer by his side. If it was just that, he wouldn't have been so enraged. The problem was that every few minutes, he'd sense mana fluctuations not far away from him, signaling that someone was nearby. Every time he reaches the point where the fluctuations originated from, though, he'd be met with empty air. Damn it! This bitch really thinks she can play with me. I'll see how she begs me to release her when I finally conquer her. Kiki, let's see how you run from me. Proto vividly remembered the appearance of those two girls. One was fiery and bold, while the other was cold and playful. Their personalities differed, but they both perfectly fit the type of woman he most loved to conquer. Plus, that kind of beauty can't be found just anywhere. TSK, if only I could find where those two sluts came from. I'd be able to have as many beauties as I want. As Proto fantasized about what he would do after he caught his prey, his expression twisted into a perverted grin. Seeing this, Xingtan had the urge to throw away all pretenses and simply kill him right then and there. No. Calm down, Xingtan. What's more fun when you see scum like this? A quick death? Or when they plead for mercy under your feet? That's right, be patient. When the scene of her torturing Proto appeared in her mind, Xingtan was quickly able to curb her desire to kill. As time passed with Xingtan further angering Proto with various tricks, the night became darker. The moon in the sky above reached its peak and began to descend once again. But the darkness in the forest only continued to spread. Proto finally sensed substantial movement in the surroundings. Pushing mana into his legs, he rushed over. When he reached the location, he found a familiar figure quietly standing in the dark. Winthrop. He muttered. Seeing the fallen figure of his former comrade, he couldn't find any emotion in his heart besides disgust. Not only did you lose and shame our name as apostles, but you also lost to an outsider, a woman at that. You were supposed to be a man. Your job is to dominate. What can a woman do in front of you besides grovel and beg for your meat? How could you lose to such a pathetic creature? Every word that left his mouth was laced with coke ferocity. His mana slowly circulated through his body before increasing its pace. Don't worry. This shame might be a stain for you, but I, as a fellow brother, will wipe it clean by erasing you from the face of the earth. He charged at his former comrade, his fists moving like lightning to pierce the opponent's flesh. Bang! A large explosion rang out as the air around Proto's fists imploded. The force of his punch far exceeded what it looked like on the surface, causing the ground to concave into a massive pit. The Shadow Commander Winthrop calmly watched the incoming fist. His face was obscured by a black fog, so his expression was unreadable. But his body didn't move at all from its position. When the fist impacted the Shadow Commander, it caused his entire body to scatter as if he had been blown to bits. However, true to its nature, the body quickly coagulated once more before solidifying. TCH, petty tricks. How many times do you think I need to punch before your body can no longer reform? Let's find out. Proto started throwing a barrage of punches without pause. Even after the Shadow Commander's body was blown to pieces, he didn't stop, disallowing his opponent from reforming his body. While the rain of fists continued, small pieces of the Shadow Commander's body separated and began to latch onto Proto. Strangely enough, his dark material didn't move to stop them at all. Over time, the pieces of shadow accumulated to the point where the Shadow Commander's body no longer existed. It was only when he saw that his opponent was no longer returning that Proto stopped punching out. To think you were turned into something as weak as this. You can rest in peace now knowing that I'll be taking care of that slut for you, oh-ho? And how are you planning to take care of me? Unexpectedly, a reply came from the surroundings. However, it seemed to be coming from every direction instead of a single point. You must be the black-haired bitch. Good, I like your type more. Stop with the pathetic games and come face me like a man. But I'm not a man, though? Actually. Why is it that you're so obsessed with men? Could it be that you're? Xing Tan didn't finish her sentence, but started giggling as if she discovered a big secret. Could it be that I'm what? Proto responded in frustration. He could tell that the woman was teasing him, he just didn't know what she meant. Huh? Don't tell me you're actually this dumb? Well, you have to be lacking brains if you actually thought coming here was a good idea. Not only you, but even the rest of your comrades. Only 2 of you? We've already proven that we can kill you guys in small numbers, so why send only 2? The effects of a collapsed leadership are really harsh, Xing Tan rambled aimlessly. But she was indeed telling the truth. Even the apostles who had said they were willing to endure until they received further instruction from the demon god were brimming in hatred and a thirst for vengeance, only, they didn't have the guts to openly accept the challenge they had been presented with. It was why they accepted Porto's willful actions instead of trying to stop him, while using the excuse that they couldn't act against each other to justify their cowardice. The old man who previously led the apostles was the type to remain level-headed in every situation. It was why they didn't make such foolish mistakes under his leadership. Now that he was gone, they no longer had such a figure to keep them in check. But most of the apostles would never acknowledge this. The ones who did acknowledge were too powerless to do anything about it. Woman, what's with all this talk? Are you stalling so your friend can come help you? Come out and fight me already. Proto yelled. He didn't care about the internal structure and politics of the demons. He only cared about his own morals and values. Hearing Xing Tan's rambling just irked him more, since it meant she was too scared to show herself to him. Fight? Xing Tan muttered in response. Since when was there a need to fight? Ha! So you are planning to surrender yourself to me willingly? As expected, you are just a coward who was hiding behind that man from before. Wow, you can still talk like this? Even after so much time you haven't realized it? Xing Tan could barely contain her laughter. The more idiotic this guy was, the better it was for her. His dark material had been corroded to the point where it was almost useless already, and her shadows had taken full control of his body, but he was still talking about fighting. Proto frowned. Don't play mind games with me. Just come out and fight. Fine. It can't be helped. I'll just help you learn it with your body then. Ching Tan jumped down from her perch and landed in front of Proto with a smile. Now then, shall we get started? Chapter 322 Assassination 6. Immediately after her words fell, Proto realized that there was something wrong with his body. He felt weakened, as if the power he used to carry had been largely diminished. If he threw a punch now, perhaps he wouldn't even be able to harm his opponent. What did you do me? He questioned with a wary look on his face. Oh, you finally noticed? It's just a bit of preparation for what's to come, of course. What's to come? Whatever, shut up and fight me properly, slut, that's what you want? Then okay. Come at me. I'll let you have the first move. Ching Tan cheerfully accepted his challenge. The gleam in her eyes was full of mischief as she waited to see how he would embarrass himself. Proto still felt that there was something wrong. But he didn't pay it much mind. He had come here to fight, and the slut he was looking for was standing in front of him. There was nothing else to think about besides victory. He charged once again at the enemy, pushing his mana to increase his speed. However, it seemed like no matter how far or how fast he moved, he wasn't getting any closer to the woman in front of him. What's this? It was like his feet were submerged in quicksand, dragging him down the more he tried to struggle. When he looked up at Ching Tan, he finally noticed the smirk on her face. You see, she said as she started to walk forward, there was never any fight that was going to happen here. From the second you stepped into the forest, the only outcome was death. What gave you the courage to charge in here after seeing the deaths of your comrades? Did you think you were special? Ching Tan wasn't even trying to provoke him at this point. She was genuinely curious how someone with so much power could be such a dunce. Of course I'm special. Those trashes lost to a slut like you, so they're nothing. However, do you think you can hold me down with just this little trick? Think again. Proto roared a battle cry and pulled his body up. His muscles flexed and struggled, and even his veins started to surface on his skin. Hiya! With a spirited shout, he leapt into the air and escaped the quicksand-like ground. Or at least, that's what was supposed to happen. Regardless of how he struggled, Proto couldn't leave the confines of the marsh. In fact, his body had already been submerged up to his knees. Are you done yet? Ching Tan smiled as she reached the edge of the marsh. Well, I don't care either way. I'm really itching to start the treatment. What treatment? Proto growled. Even now he hadn't stopped struggling to get out of his predicament. Of course, it's attitude adjustment. I, the kind and gracious Ching Tan, will be your instructor for today's course. Using my handy-dandy attitude adjuster, I'll turn you into an upstanding citizen. Ching Tan formed a large knife out of shadows as she spoke. It was the attitude adjuster she had been speaking about. After she formed the knife, she walked forward once more. Her body easily walked across the dark quicksand as if it didn't exist at all and arrived in front of Proto. Are you ready to start the course? Shut up, bitch! Proto roared. This overconfident slut had entered his strike range of her own free will. Although his legs were tied, his arms were completely free. An extremely fast and ruthless punch cut through the air, aiming to blow off Ching Tan's head in one blow. No. Bad boy. Using fists to solve your problem isn't good. Time for an attitude adjustment. Ching Tan muttered, her finger glided through the air and tapped, causing Proto's fierce punch to immediately halt. The bundles of shadows that had already corroded Proto's dark material clung to his arm and didn't allow it to move forward even a single inch. Crack, the bones in his arm shattered from the sudden shift in momentum. Ugh. Proto let out a mutter of pain, but Ching Tan wasn't even close to done yet. Swish, the winds whipped lightly as Ching Tan's knife slid through the air. In the next instant, both of Proto's arms fell to the ground and sunk into the marsh. First lesson. Solving problems with violence is wrong. Since you use your fists to talk, the solution is to make sure you don't have fists anymore. Proto was about to yell again. But a bundle of shadows crawled up his face and wrapped around his mouth, preventing him from saying anything. Save your questions until the end, please. Say, I have a question for you. Why are you so high and mighty about the fact that you're a man? Could it be that you're hiding some sort of insecurity? Ching Tan slyly grinned as her knife moved again. Proto suddenly felt that his lower body had become slightly lighter, as I thought. There really is nothing there. Ching Tan snickered. Proto's face went red in shame as he realized what she meant, but the tight binding around his mouth didn't allow him to rebut. Anyway, this thing doesn't matter much. even if I wanted to cut it off. There's nothing much to cut. Instead, let's move on to lesson 2. Treat women with respect. Since you love to molest women with your eyes, your kind and merciful teacher has decided to help you. Xing Tan's knife went to work again. The surrounding forest was soon filled with the muffled cries of a man, but there was nobody around to hear them. Even Feng Qinger was too far away to notice. When Xing Tan was done, there were 2 eyeballs coated in mana floating in the air. Tears of blood were streaming down Porto's face endlessly from his now empty eye sockets. I thought I'd be satisfied with just this much, but it turns out it isn't enough at all. Let's have a spontaneous third lesson. Since your mouth loves to use such vulgar words like slut and bitch, why don't I let it experience something new? A small hole appeared in the middle of the bindings around Proto's mouth, but he still couldn't talk since his lips were sealed. If he still had eyes, though, he'd be gazing at the current scene in horror. Xing Tan looked at the 2 floating eyeballs with an eerie smile. In the next instant, the 2 balls shot through the hole in Proto's bindings. The hole closed soon after. Now, Xing Tan's hands wrapped around Proto's chin and forcefully moved it. His mana had already been locked and his dark material had been corroded. With his legs trapped and his arms cut, Proto could do nothing besides weakly resist like a child who didn't want to eat his vegetables. But how could a child compare to an adult? Soon, gruesome crunching sounds echoed through the forest just like those muffled screams had only a few moments prior. Xing Tan watched the whole process with a wide smile. It was a smile that hadn't faded ever since she had first started her attitude adjustment course. Unfortunately for Proto, the night was still young, and until the hazy light of dawn broke the cold of night, muffled screams and other gruesome sounds could faintly be heard from a certain forest within the trial world. Chapter 323 Search 1. As dawn arrived in the trial world, Xing Tan stood up from the tree that she was leaning on and lightly stretched her body. Ah, what a refreshing night! She smiled happily as if a huge burden had been lifted from her shoulders. After that, she spread her awareness to find Feng Qinger, soon skipping away to meet her. In her wake, there was a puddle of sludge left on the ground of the forest. Surrounding it was countless stains of black blood littered around, staining the ground, trees, and anything else found in the vicinity. This was the only thing remaining of the apostle once known as Proto. It's been so long, Qinger should be waiting for me already, right? Why didn't she come find me? Xing Tan muttered to herself. Her body soon melted into a shadow that darted through the forest. Around half an hour later, she finally found what she was looking for. In this part of the forest, there was a small hill from which trickled a waterfall leading into a naturally formed hot spring. The water was clear and without impurities, looking incredibly enticing to any who gazed upon it, but currently, the dazzling scene looked muted in front of the beauty who was in the center of it all. Flowing red hair draped down her back like a river of lava. Her skin was pale as snow but contained a red hue from the heat of the water. Her snowy skin and fiery hair came together to form a picture that made it hard to pull one's attention away. Her arms were raised above her head as she basked in the soothing water of the hot spring, accentuating those proudly standing twin peaks on her chest that glistened as droplets of water ran down their surface. In the current atmosphere, the bright pink cherries that decorated those peaks stood out even more. Xing Tan's gaze moved downwards, passing the woman's slim waist and looking towards her hips and the hidden valley contained between her thighs, but unfortunately, the water slightly distorted her view, making it hard to get a clear picture. Hee, Xing Tan giggled lecherously as if she was a man peeking at his crush in the bath. Her eyes carried a mischievous glint that'd make anyone nervous about what she was planning to do next. Soon, she quietly stripped off her own clothes, revealing a figure that didn't lose out to Feng Qinger's in the slightest. Xing Tan usually wore a deep black cloak that hid her figure from the eyes of the public. With her affinity and fighting style, this was the best type of clothing for her. Those who had seen her figure in all its glory didn't even number past 2, and even Damien wasn't a part of this group. It was a shame for all humanity that there was nobody else around to witness the scene of her undressing, as every one of her movements seemed to carry a natural and unintentional air of seduction. Even women might have been forced to endure nosebleeds if they witnessed it. Once she had finished stripping, she put her clothes into her spatial ring and quietly snuck up behind Feng Qinger. The entire time, she had remained concealed using her darkness affinity so Feng Qinger couldn't notice her, and when she saw the perfect opportunity, she pounced. Keek. I finally got a hold of you. She cackled manically. Her hands wrapped around Feng Qinger's chest and began to grope wantonly, molding those melons into all different kinds of shapes. What are you doing? Feng Qinger let out an unexpected moan at the sudden feeling of pleasure before turning red in shame. She tried to rouse her mana, but Qing Tan was far faster. Kakik. Beauty, let's see how you escape my grasp. Qing Tan moved like an experienced old pervert. She expertly evaded the flames that shot towards her and kept her hands on Feng Qinger's body. Slowly, her hand crept past those twin peaks and invaded Feng Qinger's legs, creeping towards the valley that hid between them. Oh, so smooth. Looks like you've been preparing yourself for this. Qing Tan muttered slyly. Her fingers soon reached their goal and curled inward. Ah, another heavenly moan left Feng Qinger's mouth. She had never even touched herself in such a way, let alone having another person touch her like this. Even though the other party was hiding their identity through a veil of fog and a modified voice, Feng Qinger knew from the beginning that it was Qing Tan. Otherwise, she would have killed the offender already. Knowing Qing Tan's personality, she had tried to stop her without too much force. But feeling the pleasure and heat coming from her lower body, she could no longer bear it. Enough. A massive burst of flames appeared around Feng Qinger, forcing Qing Tan away. You little bitch. See how this young miss deals with you today. Feng Qinger yelled furiously. In the next instant, she pounced on Qing Tan. Oops. I think I went a bit too far. Hearing the rage in Feng Qinger's voice, Qing Tan was ready to accept a light beating as punishment. Even she had to admit that going as far as targeting her sacred garden was a bit too much, and so, she sat still and patiently waited for Feng Qinger to strike. But the attack she received was too unexpected, causing her to let out a yelp of surprise. Ah! You! Qing Tan soon felt two hands on her body the same way she had just treated Feng Qinger. Her proud peaks were ravaged and her sacred garden was invaded by snake-like fingers. Ah, stop! I was wrong, I apologize. Qing Tan quickly tried to retreat, but a warm flame suddenly encased her body and halted her movement. Unexpectedly, instead of harming her, the flame actually increased the pleasure she was feeling. You know, the reincarnation flames are pretty great. Not only do they have fierce offensive power, they also have a healing and cleansing effect that doesn't necessarily lose out to someone with wood or life element. Who knew it could be used this way? Feng Qinger cackled. Her hands became bolder and bolder with time, not leaving Qing Tan any room to talk back. Suddenly, her left hand moved quickly and pinched one of those pink cherries, while her right hand curled in a certain manner within the sacred garden. Take this! Ah, Qing Tan was forced to let out another moan of pleasure. Even though she loved to fool around, this was the first time she was tasting retribution for her actions. In reality, she was just as innocent about such matters as Feng Qinger. Soon enough, though, Feng Qinger eased up on her assault, allowing Qing Tan the opportunity to escape. The two girls moved to opposite ends of the natural hot spring, both of them breathing heavily and trying to collect themselves. Once they finally caught their breaths and regained calm, they sat awkwardly in silence. That was. Feng Qinger tried to speak, but she didn't know what to say. How about we just never talk about what just happened again? Qing Tan responded, right. Let's never talk about this. Especially in our current circumstances. If that bastard found out. Yeah, even I'm not prepared for what that shameless guy would say if he knew. Anyway, did everything go well on your end? Qing Tan diverted the topic. All good. Thanks to your shadow bird, I was able to do things cleanly. What about you? I assume that asshole didn't have a good end? Kakik. You could put it that way. Qing Tan's expression looked a little perverted when she thought back to the events of the previous night, causing Feng Qinger to shrink back. Well, now that this is over with, there's only 4 apostles left. To take care of them, we'll need to be much more serious than we were this time. Feng Qinger said with a thoughtful look on her face. Although they did some minor planning for the assassination mission, it wasn't much. They knew that all variables could be controlled by them, but their second plan wasn't something that could be pulled off so easily. Chapter 324 Search 2. I'm confident that we can succeed if we use that thing as bait, but is it necessary? If I could choose, I'd prefer to not do that. Feng Qinger muttered, that's true. Regardless, that thing is an important asset. Having it with us will guarantee us far more safety than if we have to place it elsewhere for bait. Qing Tan agreed, that item wasn't something they could handle so casually. Since it was readily available when they were first thinking of the plan, it was naturally what they first thought of using as bait. But with time, they realized they had been rash. to use that thing as bait, they needed to place it in a position where they couldn't easily access it. They had to make it look as if it was a natural treasure instead of something they arranged. If they did it like that, then it would be difficult for them to use it if the situation became dire like it did back in Aesir. Do you have something else in mind? Xing Tan asked. With the way Feng Qing'er brought it up, it seemed like she had an idea, right? While I was waiting for you to return, I suddenly remembered something my mother told me before I entered this realm. Feng Qing'er responded, not only her, but even the Elf Queen had told us that there would be treasures and opportunities within the primordial undying realm besides the tree itself. In fact, my mother was one of the participants in the previous opening 10,000 years ago. She wouldn't tell me much about the realm no matter how much I pestered her, but I at least got a bit of information out of her. That is, within this realm, there are other inheritances besides that of the primordial undying tree. Other inheritances? Xing Tan's interest was piqued. Originally, she had thought that the promise of other benefits was a ruse to attract more people to the realm. Hearing that it was true made her curious. That's right. Although I don't know the level of those inheritances, I know that my mother found one back then and it greatly helped her in improving her strength. Right now, we still have a little less than half a year within this realm. The time frame of an entire year seems to be far too long when you consider how things have been until this point, but if you put those inheritances into consideration, it makes more sense. We have plenty of time left, so we should split up and put our focus into finding an inheritance site. Not only will we be able to gain benefits if we can get our hands on the treasures within, we can also create a natural opportunity to get rid of our enemies. Plus, we won't have to do all the work ourselves. We can borrow a knife to kill them. Xing Tan fell into thought. Using an inheritance site this way is truly much better than our original plan. Plus, if they die within the inheritance, we'll be able to preserve our strength for the coming trials instead of risking so much. It's a much better idea than our first one. Let's give ourselves 2 months. Obviously, these inheritances are well hidden, or else we'd have stumbled upon one already with how much we've been traveling around the realm. But there's still plenty left unexplored. 2 months gives us plenty of time to explore, but also leaves us 3 months in case the inheritance site is more difficult than expected. As a matter of fact, those few geniuses that remain missing until now might have already received their own opportunities. If we can't find an inheritance site within 2 months, we'll build our own fake inheritance and use that thing to draw people. If we can find one, then we can spread the information and end our time within the trial world with a bang. Xing Tan pumped her fist in the air excitedly as she finished her words. The only benefit she'd gotten with all the dangerous stuff they'd been through so far was the advancement of her star. She wasn't like Damien with his devour ability, but since she'd already reached the white star level, this didn't matter much to her anymore. Now that the prospect of treasure had been reintroduced into the conversation, it was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It was only natural for her to get excited. The 2 girls talked over a few more points before exiting the natural hot spring and getting dressed. Good, then let's meet back up in Dark North in 2 months. At that time, we can decide how we want to move forward. All right. I'll see you then. With one final nod, the 2 girls took off in opposite directions, each with their own thoughts and plans in mind, within the infinite void. Damien calmly sat in his mind prison and observed the fruits of his labor. Finally, I've made substantial progress. After his first attempt at merging 10 floating islands at once, Damien had used the same method until he fused 100 of them into his fused spiritual land. After that, he had increased the number he merged to 50 at once. Learning from his past experience, he no longer dared to challenge the upper limit, lest he end up killing himself by exerting more than he was capable of. Still, now that I've gotten to this point, another problem has arisen. Looking into the distance, Damien's eyes landed on a flickering greenish-white light. Underneath that light's glow, there was actually a second fused spiritual land. That thing must be what helped me retain my life after I encountered the demon god. But why does it seem like it's opposing me instead of cooperating? Damien's fused spiritual land had long surpassed the size of a city and was similar to the size of a country already. With the second fused spiritual land having a similar size, there weren't many floating islands left within the infinite void. In fact, Damien could clearly feel that the repairs made under that greenish-white light would also contribute to the regaining of his mental power, only, to a lesser degree than when he did it himself. The problem stemmed from the fact that there seemed to be an invisible game of tug-of-war between him and the light. as if he had to battle it for control over his mind space, but at the same time, he could feel that the light held no hostility towards him. Instead, it emanated a kind of encouraging feeling. Sigh, things keep getting more and more complicated. Next thing I know, I won't be able to leave my mind space even after I fully merge all the floating islands into a complete fused spiritual land. The tug of war was fine if it was just for floating islands. It didn't have much lasting effect. But if it happened between two fused spiritual lands, Damien didn't want to imagine the kind of damage his mind would suffer during the process, all in due time. But he didn't find himself troubled by this. He had been concentrating on the task in front of him for what seemed like years on end, and his mind had gained a certain tranquility that it didn't possess before. Even facing such a situation, he didn't desire to act rashly, and he didn't try to come up with any crazy solutions to immediately solve the problem. Instead, he simply sat back down and closed his eyes, extending his control to the remaining floating continents and continuing his task. Chapter 325 Refining 1. Time continued to pass, and at some point, Damien realized that there were no longer any stray floating islands remaining in the void. Instead, there were two massive fused spiritual lands whose combined size would reach that of a continent. Most of the work is completed now, Damien muttered. Essentially, his mind was almost complete. Once the two halves reconnected, he was generally certain he'd be able to exit his mind space. The pull of that light has gotten much stronger in these last few days. If I wasn't consciously controlling my territory, it probably would have been drawn over by now. Damien glanced at the light with a hint of trepidation in his eyes. No matter how much he knew it didn't have hostility towards him, in the end, it was still a foreign entity within his mind space. He didn't know what its goal was or even what its identity was. Logically speaking, I could just let go of my control and allow my fused spiritual land to connect with the rest, but I can't do that. I won't feel secure unless I take care of it myself. The only reason this game of tug of war continued was because of Damien's insistence on completing the task himself. If not, he probably would have woken up already, but something in the back of his mind kept telling him not to give that light control. It was telling him that he'd regret not fighting for his position. And so, he continued this grueling task. While putting his mind back together hadn't been too hard of a task once he had gotten used to the process, the main obstacle was the sheer amount of time and willpower it took to do so. How long had it been since he entered this strange state? Damien didn't have any way of knowing. What felt like years within this realm may as well have been only a few hours in the outside world. But regardless, to him, it had been years. Besides the time factor, the second most challenging part of the situation was the loneliness of it all. There was quite literally nothing within this space, which was why Damien had been calling it a void, besides the mind prison and the fused spiritual lands. It was just an unending blackness. In this kind of environment with no company besides one's own thoughts for years on end, it wouldn't be far-fetched to say that most would go insane, but for me, coping wasn't that hard. It wasn't the first time. That was what made it easier for him. The first time he had been in a similar situation, it was at the very start of his journey. Back then, he was weak in both mind and body. The only sliver of will he had came from the fleeting words of his deadbeat father and his motivation to save his mother from her predicament. In such circumstances, he had prevailed and came out stronger than ever. He had reformed himself into the person he was today. Someone with the qualifications to roam the myriad worlds and experience the adventures he was currently experiencing. The will he had now was incomparable to what he had back then, so how could he be fazed by this loneliness? If it wasn't for the fact that he had things to do both here and in the outside world, he would have capitalized on this solitude to sort out some of the problems he had been facing recently, but none of that matters right now. I should focus on trying to usurp control from that light. Damien stood up and floated towards the wall of the mind prison. When he reached out to touch the transparent walls again, he noticed how much more corporeal his body had become. In this time, I never dared to leave the confines of the mind prison in fear of my ego scattering. But with my current mental power, that should no longer be a problem. When he first woke up, his mind space was in a chaotic state. Along with the fact that his spiritual land was severed into thousands of floating islands, the chaotic void itself was a danger. He would occasionally encounter large storms of mental power that tried to tear the floating continents asunder. If his avatar had been caught in one of those storms, it would have been like a wisp of flame within a hurricane. It was due to these storms that he first discovered the existence of that light. It had shone brightly and bathed his mind space in its aura. immediately quelling the whipping winds. But those were all problems of the past. His current mindspace was no longer plagued by spiritual storms, and his avatar was no longer on the verge of collapse. Thinking such, he slowly pushed his hand forward. Click, the faint clicking of a lock resounded through the void, and Damien felt the corporeal walls of the mind prison become illusory. His hand soon passed through and entered the void, followed by the rest of his body. Wow! He couldn't help but let out a gasp of admiration. This feeling was completely different than what it was like inside the mind prison. Is this my true mind space? It feels similar to what it was like to drift through the starry sky on my way to the cloud plane. Actually, I should go back there when I have the time. Outer space is an extremely beneficial environment for me to cultivate in. Throwing away his stray thoughts, Damien once again turned his attention back to the greenish-white light in the distance. I don't feel any risk in approaching it. In the first place, there's no safety precaution I could possibly take against it. His thought process was simple. So far, it had been a war between underlings, where the kings watched over and directed their forces from the backlines, but the war was reaching its close. In the final phase, it was time for a battle between kings. If Damien could defeat that light or gain control over it, it would be much easier to subsequently control the second fused spiritual land. Damien willed his avatar to move through the void. It was a similar feeling to traveling between spatial layers. Soon enough, he arrived in front of the light that he had been combating for all this time. As it turns out, it was actually a flower. In the middle of that greenish-white light stood a small flower with 23 petals. Its surface seemed to go through a myriad of changes every second, never once maintaining the same shape. What a mysterious thing. But then, how do I combat a flower? It was different if it was a plant that had gained intelligence and cultivated, but this flower was completely spiritual and didn't seem to have any attack power. Maybe I should refine it? Refining treasures to enhance the body was something Damien had heard mentioned many times, but because of his devour skill, he had never felt the need to try it. Instead, he had already directly refined his physical body plenty of times, but now, the situation was slightly different. He was a spiritual avatar and the treasure in front of him was a spiritual flower. He didn't know if things worked the same in such a situation, but he still felt like it was the best course of action. In the worst case, I fail and have to think of another way to complete my spiritual land. In the best case, this flower benefits me and makes me stronger, while I also gain the former advantage as well. Since there aren't any terrible repercussions to acting right now, then I might as well try it. If the flower had offensive ability or the intention to harm him, it would have done so already. It was present when he was at his weakest point, and it could have acted then if it really wanted to. Since it didn't, Damien had some minor confidence about the stakes of his current gamble, and since there wasn't any need for more hesitation, Damien directly dove into the cloud of greenish-white light and extended his hand towards the flower within. Chapter 326 Refining. 2. Strangely enough, the resistance he expected from the flower never came. When his hand wrapped around it, it turned into a gentle stream of energy that flowed into his avatar. Damien closed his eyes and began meditating. Greenish-white streams of essence continuously nourished his avatar, causing it to slowly become more and more corporeal. Damien felt strange. It was like he was cultivating in his physical body, but he didn't have a mana circuit or any of the normal pathways he'd normally use for circulation. He was relying solely on instinct to guide the energy where it needed to go. And in reality, that place wasn't his avatar at all. A spiritual avatar was just that. Although it might have technically been an embodiment of Damien's spiritual world, it wasn't his mind itself. It was only a vessel for him to traverse his mind space more easily, but the main benefit of an avatar was its connection to the main body. And that was also the reason why Damien was circulating the energy of the flower through his avatar before sending it into his mind space. Damien couldn't feel the connection to his main body at all, but he knew it was present. Using this, he went through the normal processes he used to call upon his void essence, hoping that his conjecture was true, and in fact, he soon found that it was. A wisp of pitch-black essence soon broke through the void and circled around his avatar. The essence then shot into his spiritual body and enveloped the greenish-white essence that was filling it up. A refreshing feeling followed soon after. Regardless of how mysterious the greenish-white light was, how could it compare to void essence? For the energy of the flower to safely reside in his body, it had to be at a level that a third class like him could bear. When that demigod lent him its energy, he had to consider this fact. After all, the true essence of a demigod would cause the body of a mortal to explode in an instant. What that demigod had given to Damien was an extremely diluted portion of this essence. But due to its origins, even this diluted portion was enough to help him recover. Perhaps, if it was that demigod's undiluted essence, Damien's current comprehension of void essence wouldn't have been enough to control or refine it. But since it wasn't, he was able to do exactly that. The void essence encompassed the gentle energy of the flower and began doing its work. Under its coercion, the already refined energy became even purer. After going through the void essence's refinement, the energy flowed out of Damien's spiritual avatar and began to nourish his mind space. Slowly but surely, the once empty void was filled with color once more. Currently, Damien wasn't able to completely focus on the refinement process. Instead, he was being forced to witness a set of strange images. There was once a world among the endless cosmos where nature triumphed all. The lush greenery seemed to cover the entirety of the world, filling it with life force unlike any other. The inhabitants of this world were peaceful races. Being influenced by the nature of the world itself, they put down trivial things like racial barriers and infighting and lived a utopian lifestyle. Trade flourished, empires and kingdoms bloomed, and technological advancement was in full force. It seemed like every era these races went through was a golden era. Damien looked at these flashing images in awe. Was it possible for such a place to exist? Especially in the environment that was created under the system's influence, the past few years had been filled with blood and adventure. Seeing such a world made Damien feel as if it was simply impossible, but he couldn't deny its existence. The scene changed. The world Damien had just seen was nowhere in sight. Instead, it was replaced by ruins. The world he currently saw was barren, to say the least. The lands were dyed in blood and darkness. Life force was corroded whenever it tried to appear, making it impossible for any greenery to grow. Even living beings were affected. This world had a death rate that surpassed the rate at which the living beings within gave birth, causing the population to continuously decline. The cities were ravaged. Due to the fact that the atmosphere was slowly becoming uninhabitable, food shortage became a major problem. Children born into this world were more often than not malnourished, dying before they could reach adulthood. The scent of death lingered in the air. Damien wasn't even physically present in the world, but even he could feel the withering atmosphere that encompassed it. Compared to the previous world, this one was a hellscape. Damien couldn't help but wonder what the relationship between those two worlds was, since they were shown to him in quick succession. But before he could question it further, the scene changed once more. Damien didn't know which world he was watching anymore. The current world looked like both of the previous ones, but at the same time resembled neither. The main difference was, it was embroiled in war. The denizens of the world had joined together and taken up arms against an invading race that Damien was all too familiar with. Their appearances varied, with some looking like grotesque monsters and raging beasts while others were far more humanoid. But they all shared the same inky black mana and sinister countenance. What Damien was looking at seemed to be the final stages of the war. The allied forces of the indigenous races were close to being totally wiped out. But none of them had lost the flames of hope in their eyes. Regardless of the situation, they continued to fight. When the scene changed next, Damien found himself inside a dilapidated city. The inhabitants of the city were having hushed conversations as they directed their attention towards a raised platform in the middle. There, a man was giving a speech with a solemn look. Unfortunately, Damien couldn't hear what he was saying. But by reading his lips, he was able to get a minor grasp of the main topic: fleeing, abandoning the world and fleeing, finding a new world to inhabit and grow stronger. Enduring until they were one day strong enough to get revenge. Damien unintentionally realized that this was a familiar situation to him. The demon king Lucius had told him a similar story not long ago, but instead of fleeing to a secret realm like the demons, these people risked feeling into space. Damien wasn't sure which one was actually the safer option. From the looks on the inhabitants' faces, Damien could easily tell they were unwilling. But somehow, the man on the platform eventually managed to convince them. The inhabitants of the city boarded a starship along with many others from other cities. While those on the front lines died in battle to protect their homeland, they left like cowards. The next thing Damien saw was the ruins of a starship strewn across the starry sky. There were no signs of life in the vicinity, but traces of battle were present everywhere. When Damien looked off into the distance, he spotted a familiar scene. It looked like the starship had almost arrived at another world before it faced destruction. Damien had seen this world from the starry sky once before, but it looked a little different in the visions now. It was the cloud plane, and soon after Damien came to this realization, the visions faded, leaving him back within his own mind space once again. Chapter 327 Refining 3. Hot. Damien's breathing was heavy as he tried to organize all the information that had entered his head. Even after witnessing it, he could only comprehend a general overview of the situation that he saw. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to think it over. Once his mind returned to his mind space, he immediately felt the rush of energy that had built up within his spiritual avatar. He had naturally neglected the task he was supposed to be focusing on when he was submerged in the visions, and without his guidance. The spiritual energy within the flower had no direction. It was only due to the void essence's suppression that the energy didn't leak and run wild, becoming wasted in the process. Forget it. Damien cleared his mind of all stray thoughts and wholeheartedly focused on refining the 23-petaled flower again. The spiritual energy that had been stored in his avatar slowly began to permeate his mind space, filling it with a light greenish-white hue. Slowly but surely, the large flower shrunk until it became the size of a palm. As this happened, the fused spiritual land under its control slowly moved towards Damien's and began the process of merging. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. So smoothly, in fact, that Damien felt there must be some hidden danger lurking within the current process. He refused to believe there was such a thing as a free meal in this world. Even if I can refine this flower without drawbacks, there are surely strings attached by whatever or whoever gave it to me to help me recover. Once I return to the outside world, I need to make sure to stay on my guard. Damien was able to free his mind of his total focus state now that the refinement had reached its final moments. There wasn't much energy left within the flower, so he didn't need to put as much effort into making sure everything was stable. The scenes I saw earlier. Are they related to the flower? Or rather, the one who gave me the flower? Why did they show them to me? If they wanted to guide my thoughts in a certain way or even imply something, then they should have shown me more complete images. Maybe it was unintentional. Damien felt that it must have been the latter. It was the most logical conclusion. If some expert wanted to show him something important, they would have chosen better images for him. For instance, the last thing he saw was the shattered starship, as well as a glimpse of the cloud plane. It was too vague to have a specific purpose to it. If there was a purpose, they should have shown him the reason the starship ended up shattered, or something that'd actually give context to the story. Hell, they didn't even show me the faces of those inhabitants in that world. What is it with visions and blurred faces? Damien lamented. It wasn't the first time he'd been shown mysterious images. When he entered the space-time river back then, he had also seen something extremely vague and domineering. But thinking back, those images seemed far more related to him than the ones he had seen just now. The common point was that the faces of everyone in those scenes were always blurred, making it so Damien couldn't even glean the slightest detail that'd be beneficial in helping him decipher the scenes. But at least there's one thing I understand. Once again, I'd become further entangled with those bastards. Another world that had been destroyed by the Nox. In his travels alone, Damien had come to learn about a total of 3 worlds that had been heavily impacted or destroyed by the Nox. Although 3 wasn't a large number, it was different when put into perspective. The object of destruction was worlds. Every time a world was destroyed, billions of lives would be lost in the aftermath. Plus, even the total number of worlds Damien had visited so far was 3, if Earth was included. Did those survivors end up reaching the cloud plane in the end? Or did they die in the starry sky? Of the questions he had, this one was the most pressing. If those survivors were on the cloud plane, he needed to make contact with them. Actually, the flower should have some connection with them, since it showed me scenes of them. And for it to appear here, they should be relatively close. If it's like that, then it should be them, right? The elves in a cultivation world. When Damien saw them, he wondered why such a thing existed. Although the knowledge he gained from novels on Earth wasn't 100% accurate, it at least held some truth to it. Earth was a strange place. Damien had long since understood that Earth itself was part of some larger conspiracy. Earthen mythology and fantasy being based off of what he later learned was actually reality was the best proof of this. From what Damien had seen, the most accurate part of that fantasy was the racial distribution between world types. In Apiron, there were elves, demi-humans, and dwarves, while in the cloud plane, there were mainly humans and mythical beasts. If the elves were truly the survivors he had seen in the visions, he had even more reason to build a connection with them. At this point, I can no longer pretend like I only want to join the war for the sake of battle and fun. I become too entangled with the Nox for it to be so simple. He didn't bear any major personal grudge against the Nox, nor was he a person who would say that he wanted to go to war with them for the sake of justice or righteousness. He had been slaughtering them without second thought, just like they had been doing to others, so he had no right, but he wasn't an immature kid anymore. He wasn't someone who just acted on desire like he did back when he was first coming to the cloud plane. It was time for him to get serious about the coming war. It was time for him to start thinking realistically. I need allies beside me. People I can entrust my life to. The connections he made in Apiron, the Celestial Star Palace, White Dragon Grotto, Fire Phoenix Clan, and many more. He had already found people who fit these qualifications, but his relationships hadn't been strengthened to the point of unbreakable trust because of his flippant attitude in the past. That was something he now needed to change. I need to deal with the Shui clan for Ruyua's sake, so maybe I can make them submit. Also, there's that brat Long Chen. I wonder what he's been up to with his protagonist ass. Damien smiled. There was no longer any point in deluding himself and avoiding the issue with the Nox. He was now extremely clear about his attitude. Your existence threatens the safety of the people I care about. Your plans threaten the future peace and happiness I hope to achieve after everything is over. Therefore, you must be exterminated. That was all there was to it. Chapter 328 Refining. For, as his thoughts reached a close, Damien felt a refreshing sensation wash over his entire mind space. The flower in his hands had been reduced to nothing, with all its energy having been refined by him. Finally, his mind space began to show signs of recovery. The infinite void was gradually being filled with an aura of life. The greenish-white essence that had permeated his mind space slowly integrated with it and disappeared. Once the integration finished, the two fused spiritual lands merged and became one. It was like an engine being kick-started. All of a sudden, the infinite void split open, causing light to shine down on the massive spiritual land that represented his consciousness. The barren land was fertilized under the light, becoming filled with green grasses as if it was a massive plain. When the light finally died down, peace once again returned to Damien's mindspace. Wow! Damien marveled at the sight. His mindspace now looked like the starry sky. Countless shining dots littered the once empty space, filling it with color. Damien felt that he could now traverse past the amount of space he previously thought was present. And he immediately did so. His spiritual avatar left the spiritual land he was situated on and flew into the starry sky. The starry sky was indistinct. All of the so-called stars didn't have substance, being mere flickers of light and nothing more. Or at least, that's what Damien originally thought, but within those many unsubstantial lights, there were a few that stood out. One was a blazing red sun, one was the hazy outline of a familiar world, and the last was a solid planet. The sun was obvious. It was the source of his sun flames that had become an integral part of his strength. As for the two worlds, Apiron and Earth, one was his starting point. If it wasn't for the dungeon on Apiron, he wouldn't have reached his current heights. It was only obvious for him to have an inexplicable connection to it. The second was his birthplace. The place he had called home for so many years of his life. And more importantly, it was the first and only world he had bound as a celestial. On Earth, he was a star master, with the status of these two worlds taken into consideration. The levels at which they manifested also made sense. After all, his connection with Earth was far stronger than what he had with Apiron, but for them to appear in my mindspace, it seems like there are still many things I have yet to explore about my celestial class. Damien was excited by his future prospects, but now wasn't the time to think about it. With his spiritual world blooming into fruition like this, he felt like it was finally time for him to awaken. The space he was in right now was his mind, so it wasn't that difficult to find the connection he had with his main body. The only reason he couldn't get any feedback from it before was due to the horrendous state his mind was once in. Comparing the scene he saw when he first woke up in his mindspace to what he was seeing right now, Damien was finally able to get a true grasp on how bad his situation had been. In fact, that flower was really a lifesaver. Looking at the current scene, it would have taken far longer for me to completely heal my spiritual world if I had done all the work on my own. Perhaps even several years. Damien once again marveled at the power of a demigod before concentrating his attention back on his link to his body. Soon, Damien felt a sensation as if he was traveling through a wormhole before his vision suddenly went black. Thump! Thump! His heart was beating, his mama was beating along with it. The warm and refreshing sensation of mana coursing through his body made Damien involuntarily smile, roar, his bloodlines raged as if to welcome him back. His six senses were also unnaturally active. It's good to be back. This was the feeling of a living, breathing body. It was incomparable to the spiritual form he had spent the past few years in, but what is this situation? Damien soon realized he couldn't move or open his eyes. When he sent his awareness out, he noticed he was trapped within a strange cocoon, greenish-white. It's obviously related. Damien shook off his thoughts. He gently circulated his mana to allow his body to get used to it once again before pushing it forward in waves. Crack, faint cracks appeared on the cocoon. Just like he had done back when he first entered the primordial undying realm, Damien broke out of its shell and slowly stood up. My body feels like it just woke up from a coma, but my mind is even more active than it was previously. It's going to take a while to get used to it. Damien stretched his body, which emitted a series of cracking and popping sounds. It hadn't moved for so many months, so it was only natural. Wait, shit. Didn't my life force get forcefully depleted back then? Don't tell me I'm an old man now? Damien panicked. Fuck. I'm still a virgin. How is my wife going to agree to have sex with me if I look like a 60-year-old? Fuck you. Demon God. Damien roared in rage as he rushed into the bathroom connected to the room he was in. He quickly arrived in front of a mirror to inspect his looks. What Damien saw in the mirror was in fact not the decrepit old face of a 60-year-old. Instead, he looked almost identical to before he had fallen. Actually, he even looked slightly younger. Since Damien was approaching 23 years old with his time in the trial world, his face had already started to carry a mature air, but now, he had regained some of the youthfulness he had when he was still around 20. It wasn't a big difference, but it was a difference nonetheless. That cocoon must have had a similar effect to the flower I refined. Both my mind and body have returned to peak condition, so I should actually be able to get back into action right away. Damien mused. But in the end, he decided against it. I still have to get used to being awake again. Moving around in my actual body isn't anything like moving in my spiritual avatar after all. I don't know how long it's been out here, but in my perception, it's been years since I've last walked normally. I should familiarize myself with my body again before doing anything big. With this thought in mind, Damien spread his awareness and finally got a look at where he was. This should be Dark North? Quite the distance away from Aesir. Must have been the handiwork of those two girls. Damien smiled. How thoughtful of them to move him so far away. It clearly showed their consideration in taking care of him. Actually, speaking of them, where have they run off to? Damien muttered to himself. Shaking his head, he left Dark North and began the process of familiarizing himself with his body. Meanwhile, the two girls he was thinking about were currently standing in front of a massive temple that had remained buried underground for untold centuries. Chapter 329 Readjusting. 1. Who would have thought that there was actually an inheritance here? Feng Qinger muttered to herself as she gazed up at the temple. Agreed. Plus, we definitely wouldn't have even noticed this one by ourselves. Xingtan added, it had been a total of 3 months since Damien entered his comatose state, and the deadline for Feng Qinger and Xingtan to find an inheritance site had long approached. Unfortunately, 2 months wasn't nearly enough time to scour the entire realm from top to bottom. Even after tirelessly searching, neither of them made substantial progress. At most, I was able to find the ruins of already claimed inheritances from the previous openings. Feng Qinger continued in vexation. It would have been fine if she hadn't found anything at all, but finding ruins and suspected inheritance sites only for them to already be claimed was far worse. She was annoyed to no end. Even Xingtan was the same. She had found clues pointing to more than a few inheritance sites, but she didn't have the time to actually pinpoint their locations, and when the 2-month deadline approached, the two of them dejectedly headed back to Dark North. But who would have thought that on their way back, they'd run into each other? Not only that, when they regrouped, they found yet another clue to an inheritance site. Following said clue, they arrived at the spot that was currently occupied by a great temple. Only, it used to be flat land. If it wasn't for a mysterious greenish-white speck of light that briefly flashed from the ground, they wouldn't have noticed any abnormalities. I don't like this feeling of being led by a string, Xing Tan said. Only an idiot would chalk up the earlier series of events as a mere coincidence. Especially when it was these two girls who had seen that greenish-white light before. I can't argue with that. But still, the source of that light has always been helping us rather than trying to cause harm. First, it healed that bastard's body, and now it has helped us achieve our goal. At this point, we can only accept this help. Feng Qinger sighed, still. Though. Xing Tan huffed. Forget it. Now that we have this location, what do we do? Of course, we publicize it. Isn't that the only way to continue our plan from here? True, but it's a shame to share this cake with others when we can swallow it ourselves. Don't think like that. We don't know what's inside this temple, so how can we say that we can digest it alone? It's better to be safe, especially with what happened to that guy. Right. Feng Qinger took one last look at the temple before flying into the air. Stay here and guard the place. We don't know if it'll disappear once we leave. I'll start spreading the information. Leaving those words, she vanished into the distance. Xing Tan watched her receding figure as a small smile crept up her lips. Things are getting interesting now. I wonder if that guy has woken up already? This is the final event, after all. How can we proceed without our main character? Well, it's fine. After all, the hero always arrived last, right? Xing Tan's eyes became unfocused as she stared into the sky. But, I wonder how you'll act now? Nothing has gone your way ever since that guy decided to intervene. Even after you personally acted, he still remained alive. I'm sure you're feeling extra pissed off right now. If only I could see that expression, I could die happily. As the smile on her face grew, Xing Tan's eyes became focused again. Soon after, she sat down in place and began cultivating. Now, she needed to pass the time until the involved parties all arrived. A shocking piece of news soon spread through the trial world. It was the emergence of an inheritance of unknown value. The only reliable information was the fact that it definitely belonged to an expert. Everyone was riled up, even the mortals who resided in the trial world all their lives knew the significance of an inheritance appearing. Only, they couldn't do anything but lament at their own powerlessness. The trial world's environment simply didn't give them the ability to become powerful. However, it was a different story for others. Are you going? Going where? Don't play dumb with me. I'm setting off right now. I don't care if you come along. Wait. I'm coming. How can I miss something so big? Various similar conversations happened around the trial world as the news spread. Many questioned its veracity, but upon learning that the news originated from Feng Qinger, their doubts were immediately settled. The Fire Phoenix clan was well known throughout the 3000 Beast Mountain range. Simply by relying on their name, they could get others to trust them. But the Phoenix clans were unique in that their sincerity and generosity were highlighted on many occasions. As the young miss of the Fire Phoenix clan, Feng Qinger's words carried weight. She knew this, and it was the reason why she decided to spread the news instead of leaving it to Xing Tan, who was known to be cunning and untrustworthy. The news spread like wildfire, proliferating through the 5 human cities and even reaching the ears of the geniuses who had secluded themselves in the wilderness to hunt. In this kind of situation, the demons in Aesir naturally heard the news as well. Within the pantheon in the 5th layer of Aesir, the 4 remaining apostles conversed about the news they just received. It could very well be another trap, but judging from the reaction of those outsiders, the news shouldn't be false. The speaker was a lanky man whose body looked like it'd be swayed by the slightest of wind. But anyone who knew him was aware of the frightening power he hid in his small frame. Proto and Nayli are dead as we expected. Getting rid of Proto was a good choice since he would inevitably ruin any plans we had in the future with his brashness, but losing Nayli as well is a shame. Now that there's only 4 of us left, we need to take extra care with any moves we make. A woman responded. She had a long cat-like tail and vertical slits for pupils. Everything about her screamed the word cunning. Regardless, we still must go. Most of us weren't alive when the previous batch of outsiders arrived in our domain, but we've seen the records from our predecessors. Any inheritance that has been found so far has been a great boost in the strength of the inheritor. If we let those outsiders get their hands on it, we are basically asking for death. Indeed. This is a matter that concerns the survival of our race and the continuation of our Lord's plans. We cannot fail this time no matter what. All right. The final of the four spoke after listening to the rest's conversation. His voice was low, like the growl of a beast. We're going all out this time. Gather all of our remaining forces. The other three looked at him with widened eyes. All of them? Doesn't that include? There's no need to question it. I said what I said. Haven't you all realized it already? Every time we decide to preserve our forces, we end up eating a loss. Even if those captains and generals can't help us in combat, they are perfect meat shields and sacrifices to help us continue forward without wasting our energy. As for combat power, he didn't need to finish his sentence. They all understood his intent. This time, they were mobilizing the Demon Kings, Chapter 330 readjusting, finally back to normal. In a quiet field located far away from any civilization, Damien let out a sigh of relief. After many days of continuous effort, he had readapted to his body. Truthfully, it wasn't as hard as he originally expected, though he shouldn't have been surprised considering how he had bolted to the mirror right after he woke up without any trouble. In terms of readjustment, it only took a few hours for him to complete it. The rest of the past few days were used to familiarize him with the improvements he'd made during his coma. When it comes to my physical body, it doesn't seem like there have been many changes besides the fact that I gained a bit more vitality than I had previously. Instead of losing years, I actually seem to have made a net gain in lifespan through this experience. Although there were some minor benefits to his physical body, it wasn't anything special. It was only the natural strengthening that was gained when his body was broken down and reconstructed, but since it wasn't a targeted reconstruction for growth and was instead entirely focused on healing, unlike the magma bath he took when he first entered the secret realm, there wasn't much benefit. The true benefit was to his spiritual cultivation, something he didn't even know existed until recently. The work he put into repairing his broken spiritual world, as well as the refinement of the 23-petaled flower, had greatly boosted his mental power. It's a shame that I can only do some basic stuff with all this power. Especially with the fine control I gained through my years of effort, it'd be a great trump card if I could use it properly. Looks like I'll need to consult some people and learn some mental skills after I get out of this place. Currently, the only mental skill he had was his mind prison. This skill was meant to be used to put him into an emotionless state so he could perfectly practice the void heartsword law. But Damien had found that such a usage was a waste of the construct's potential, from helping him regain his mind when he was up against the Demon Queen's seduction to helping him preserve his ego when his mind was on the verge of breakdown. The mind prison was such a versatile skill that Damien felt the need to punch its creator for using it so inefficiently. As a matter of fact, I should probably start looking into the actual sword law part of void heartsword law. Even if I don't agree with the whole emotionless thing, it'll probably still be helpful. I might be able to integrate it into my void sword art to enhance it. Damien thought back to when he first obtained the void heartsword law and couldn't stop himself from chuckling. Man, I was really on something back then. I'll have to give Ruyuez some love when we reunite as thanks for helping me come out of that self-destructing state. If it wasn't for her, who knows what kind of terrible mistakes I would have committed. Damien smiled as his hand went to his chest. There, he felt the faint rhythmic thumping of a heartbeat that wasn't his. I wonder how you're doing right now? I truly hope your trial world doesn't have the same demon troubles I'm having right now. Still, at least I know you're safe. No, since your heartbeat is so calm, you're probably thriving. As expected of my woman. Before his mind was shattered, he could only vaguely feel Ruyuez's physical condition through the piece of her soul that she had given him. But during the process of collapse, a strange mutation took place in the imprint she had placed on him, as if acting to preserve itself. That portion of Ruyuez's soul had escaped his mind space and taken root in his heart instead. At that time, his body was being reconstructed inside the greenish-white cocoon, and that portion of soul had ended up fused with his heart. Through such a strange set of coincidences, Damien and Ruyuez's hearts had become interconnected. He didn't know what kind of effects such a mutation would have, but he could only slowly find out once he reunited with the woman herself. Damn, it's tough being a sentimental guy like me. What a shame. As he spoke, Damien started feeling like he was forgetting something. Going through his memory of what happened before his coma, he suddenly remembered, I put a whole bunch of people inside of the sanctuary and then basically died. I should probably go check on them. Luckily, he had remembered before it became too late. Those guys were probably incredibly confused about what had happened in Aesir and during the months afterwards, since he had been broadcasting the situation, thinking about how he had bragged to Demon King Lucius before everything went downhill. Damien suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Forget it. Thick skin is something every man needs to have. Nearly dying? Humph, look at how I've improved over this period of time. Of course, everything was according to plan. How could I predict a demigod descending? Naturally, I'm just built different. Damien puffed out his chest and entered the sanctuary with confidence. Before he went to visit the ones residing within, he stood in the air and observed the layout of the place. Now that I look at it from a bird's eye view, this place is seriously cluttered. I just keep sectioning off space every time I need something new, so it's become a hassle now. Let me fix this before I go meet them. Damien focused his mental power and began restructuring the space in the sanctuary. Currently, there were many clumps of random space that he had used for various one-time purposes. But he didn't need that. Instead, he merged all those spaces together and turned them into something new. At the same time, he restructured the existing spaces to make them more organized and fluid. The sanctuary soon experienced tremendous changes. Now, there was simply one massive continent that looked like its own plane, with Little Shue's space being merged with all the rest. The only separated spaces now were one for prisoners and one for him personally. The prison was straightforward, especially since he didn't have the talent to erect constructs within it. It was a barren plain where not even grass could grow. But that was just for the sake of atmosphere. After all, psychological warfare was its own game. The main thing that differed was what Damien termed as world principles. The world principles were the laws that governed the space. Many things could be regulated by tweaking them. For instance, within the prison realm, he mainly utilized principles of suppression. Those within would find their strength taken from them while a constant aura suppression would weigh on their minds and bodies. Other than that, Damien added a few more things that could be used for both psychological and physical torture, but those principles weren't active at all times. They were like settings he could turn on and off as he desired. As for Little Shue's realm, or rather, the main realm, the world principles didn't differ much from that of an existing normal world. It would be hard to differentiate purely based on the aura and feel of the realm itself. The third realm was the same, with no major differences in world principles from the outside world. It was Damien's personal realm for training and relaxing, and there was also a portion sectioned off for the sake of storage. Main realm, prison realm, personal realm. I really need to change these names. Well, the latter two are fine, but the main realm is basically a world of its own, so it needs a good name. Maybe I'll consult some people about it later. Damien nodded in satisfaction. Now, all the people within the sanctuary were in the main realm together. But Damien wasn't worried about the demons harming Little Shue. Even if the world principles were naturally untouched, he could still manipulate them to suppress those he didn't trust. As an example of this, all the demons were basically no different from mortals at the moment, even the demon King Lucius. Damien clapped his hands in satisfaction. Everyone must be confused at the sudden change, so this benevolent young master should go explain it to them. With a carefree smile on his face, Damien flashed away and appeared in the main realm, not far away from where the demons were situated. Chapter 331 Readjusting. 3. Where are we? Mutters of confusion were the most prominent symptoms among the demons at the moment as they looked at their surroundings. Until now, they had been confined within a strange space that even the Demon King couldn't escape, but now, it was like they were transported to a new world. Tall grasses grew and spread as far as the eye could see. To the west there was a large forest where the faint outline of a shabby treehouse could be seen. To the east, there was a large body of water reminiscent of an ocean, and to the north was a mountain that overshadowed the entire continent. Comparatively, the space was generally small, but it was still large enough to house several hundreds of thousands of people comfortably without clutter. That brat must have done something, Lucius muttered as he surveyed the realm. Sadly, his realm was still suppressed, so he could only do so with his eyes. I forgot how annoying life is as a mortal, he sneered. His maid stood by his side quietly with a curious glint in her eyes. As for Elytra, she was marveling at the astonishing methods of her master. Aside from these three, the rest were showing varying degrees of panic. Hey! Suddenly, a loud shout woke them up from their frenzy. The voice was filled with youthful exuberance and spirit. Accompanying it, a black blur shot through the air and landed in front of them. "Who are you guys?" A little girl no more than 5 years old stood before them with her hands on her hips. Her attitude was pompous, but combined with her stature it was simply too cute. Elytra smiled sweetly when she saw this. "Little girl, why are you in this place? Are you Master's daughter?" "Master? Who's that?" Schwer responded in confusion, "Ah. His name is Damien, but he likes to be called Master, so I call him that." Elites happily answered, "Big brother's friend? Big brother likes to be called Master? I'll try it too." Schwer happily spoke as the spirits around her laughed uncontrollably. Their intelligence seemed to have been heightened in recent days, as they could completely understand and respond to the ongoing conversation. "Girl, where are we?" Lucius interrupted their conversation and asked. Even in front of this little girl, he kept up his stern appearance. Schwer glared at him for a while before suddenly exclaiming, "Bad man! Bad man? Me? Oomph, a little girl who can't see MTI. I can't hear you. You're a bad man. Schwer will fight you so you don't disturb Big Brother." Schwer put her fists up and glared at Lucius. Lucius's maid and Elytra giggled on the side as they watched the interaction. "Ho? A little girl like you wants to fight me? Aren't you afraid I'll beat you up?" "Humph. Humph. If you beat up Schwer, Big Brother will beat you up too." She proudly declared it as if it was only right. Additionally, she seemed to have come to a liking of using humph as the Demon King had done before. "What can your big brother do to me?" Lucius sneered back. "Even if there were hundreds of him, he still wouldn't be able to touch a hair on my body." "Don't insult Big Brother!" Schwer shouted. Enraged, she shot forward with astonishing speed for a girl her age and threw a punch at Lucius. "This little girl isn't simple," he thought inwardly as he put his hand out. Even if her speed was great, she was still a mortal. Lucius wasn't afraid of her attack at all, but when her fist impacted his hand, he felt an overwhelming force transfer into his body, causing him to get pushed back 10 steps. "You." His eyes widened in shock. This girl was only a child. Even with his strength suppressed, there was no way for her to overwhelm him, right? The surrounding demons also watched the scene in shock. Their all-powerful lord was being suppressed? By a 5-year-old, and of course, Elytra and the maid were still giggling to the side. Does he not realize how goofy he looks right now? He's too caught up in the momentum. He hasn't even realized he's been arguing with a 5-year-old for so long. Master has really annoyed him so much that he even does something like this. It's truly admirable. Kiki, little lass, taking someone who could push the Lord to this extent with mere words as your master might not be a bad decision after all." As they conversed, the Demon King's face became increasingly black. His eyebrows were twitching uncontrollably. "Brat! I know you're there. Come out and face this king." He suddenly shouted into the air. Damien, who was watching the whole fiasco while concealed, wondered whether he should actually listen. After all, if he didn't come out, wouldn't that embarrass the Demon King even more? The urge to tease him is too strong. It's his fault for always acting so stern, but in the end, he decided against it. Too much antagonizing wasn't a good thing. He soon appeared on the scene not far from little Schwer. "Ha! Lord Father-in-law, how could I come out and ruin your grand performance? How did you like the beating my little sister gave you?" "Big Brother." When Schwer saw him, she immediately wanted to dash into his arms as she did last time. But unfortunately, the distance between them wasn't far enough for her to gain speed. Instead, she had to settle for entering his arms normally, but since she received the hug she wanted either way, she didn't mind much. "Master." Another endearing call rang out as Elytra tried to do the same. But when she got close enough to hug Damien, a little hand reached out and blocked her way. "Humph. Big Brother is mine. You can't have him." Elytra suddenly felt irked. "This little girl she's scheming against me." Soon, a silent glaring contest ensued between the two girls, causing sparks to fly in the air. "Brat, you're finally willing to come see us?" Demon King Lucius once again interrupted. Father-in-law, why must you speak like this? If someone was unaware of the context, they would mistake you for an indignant concubine. Stop calling me father-in-law. Also, who the hell is an indignant concubine? Don't go too far. Demon King Lucius exploded. Calm down, calm down. Don't take your anger out on me just because you got beat up by my little sister. Arg. Let me out of this realm so I can set you straight. Don't think I don't know it was you pulling strings behind the scenes. Ha 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 ha. Damien burst out laughing when he saw Lucius' fuming look. Little Shua soon joined him. Every time a peal of laughter came out of their mouths, the Demon King's face turned a different shade of red as he tried to contain his anger. Unfortunately, this only made them laugh even harder. Lord, perhaps you should restrain your anger? Your behavior is very unlike your usual character. His maid suddenly whispered from the side. It was only after her urging that he finally managed to calm down. He knew he wasn't usually like this, but there was just something about this brat that always managed to rip away his calmness and aloofness and forced him to act out, and he keeps calling me father-in-law. Who the hell is his father-in-law? How can my daughter be so subservient to a little brat like him? Lucius inwardly lamented. He closed his eyes and started adjusting his breathing. It took a few minutes for him to finally calm down. And when he opened his eyes again, he saw Damien playing with little Shue as if nothing had happened. Big brother. That big sister said that you like being called master. Should Shue call you master too? Little Shue asked curiously. Damien's face immediately paled. Never. Don't even think about it. Listen, little Shue, this big sister is a bad girl who will teach you bad things. Don't listen to her, okay? As he spoke, he sent a silent glare at Elytra, who responded with an aggrieved look. But the sly smile she was concealing couldn't be hidden from him. I'll have to thoroughly punish her later. Damien noted inwardly. He soon turned his gaze away and noticed that Lucius had managed to calm himself. Seeing this, he nodded to himself. Little Shue, these people will be living here with you from now on, so why don't you give them a tour of the place? Big brother is going to have a chat with that bad man over there. Shue might have liked to act willful, but she had already greatly matured due to her experiences before Damien saved her. She knew when to give him space. Lucius' veins seemed ready to pop out when he heard Damien refer to him as a bad man in front of the child, but he held it in and stayed silent as little Shue led the rest of the demons to explore the main realm. Soon, only Damien and Lucius were left in the area. Sigh. Alright, it's just us now. Brat. Tell me what happened in Aesir. Chapter 332 Readjusting. 4. Damien nodded before briefly explaining what had transpired in the past few months. He didn't leave out any details, including the demon god's descent in true voice, but he only skimmed over what happened within his mental world, only mentioning that some external force helped him recover, so it was like that. Lucius nodded. To be frank, he was surprised by how a young man like Damien could get himself involved in such convoluted things. Back when he was the same age, he was still training in his hometown, trying to level up by killing the monsters in nearby places. He hadn't even thought about adventuring like Damien was doing. And becoming so strong in so little time, when comparing himself to Damien when they were similar in age, he couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. But he didn't let this embarrassment stay for long. That foreign race actually descended personally to deal with you. It definitely isn't as simple as it looks on the surface. For someone of that power level who has lived for untold millennia, it's impossible for such a small hitch in his plans to provoke him to move personally, and logically speaking, you should have died at that time. The one who helped you is at a similar level of existence. In my understanding, over these 10,000 or more years, there are only two beings of such strength within this realm. One is that being of the race you call the Nox, while the other is the primordial undying tree itself. Damien's eyes widened at the revelation. Although he had some guesses based on the limitless vitality contained within the greenish-white essence that helped him, hearing it confirmed was a different story altogether. So it's really like that. Damien muttered. But if that essence came from the primordial undying tree, then why? Why did the visions he saw not include a tree? It wouldn't be too surprising for those survivors to have taken a sacred object like the primordial undying tree with them when they fled, but he didn't see anything like that in the visions. There were only humanoid beings in the starship. No, it could have been omitted. But, if the visions were truly unintentionally shown to me, then there's no way for something so important to be omitted. The faces being blurred could be explained. He didn't know how long ago the events of that vision took place, but it wouldn't be surprising for the faces of people to become hazy with the passing of time. Besides his own family, Damien didn't even remember the faces of most of those he used to interact with on Earth, regardless of how long they had stayed together. If that essence came from the primordial undying tree, when coupled with those visions, things have become much more complicated. While he thought inwardly, Damien continued conversing with Lucius. We can't say anything about what existences like those two are thinking. We simply don't have the qualifications. Originally, I brought you out of Aesir because I wanted your help in eliminating the rest of the demon race's forces, but it looks like there has to be a change of plans. Oh? Why do you say so? Lucius questioned. I can't take risks now that the demon god has acted personally. Although I'll still work towards eliminating them, it'll have to be done much more slowly than I originally planned. For now, you should just stay in the sanctuary and get used to it. This will be your new home from now on. Brat, don't tell me you're thinking of. Of course I am. Why wouldn't I? For one, Elytra is my little maid and you're her father. Secondly, you're a genuine fourth-class existence. Barring personal sentiments, as long as I can take you out of this realm, won't you be a great asset to me when you aren't suppressed? Oof. Although I can't say I enjoy being thought of as an asset, I can't fault your mindset. Lucius begrudgingly agreed, but inwardly, he couldn't stop his heart from racing. He had been trapped for so many years, the thought of freedom was something he didn't dare to entertain. Now that hope had been placed in front of him again, how could he not be excited? All right. I have to go check on the situation in the outside world now since I've been comatose for months. I'll let you know how things are after I find out. Good. Proceed carefully. No matter how much I dislike you, I can't have you dying here. Damien smiled. Take care of little Shui while I'm gone. Although she's a bit mischievous, she's a good kid. Also, don't let Elytra teach her anything bad. Sheesh, that girl is a little demoness. I have to wonder how you raised her. Sigh, even I don't know how she became like that. She used to be such a well-behaved kid, but now she's going around calling strangers master and acting all rebellious. Demon King Lucius shed a silent tear as he thought about the days when his daughter used to be obedient. Damien almost had the urge to tease him again when he saw it. But he shook it off. After exchanging a few more words with the Demon King, Damien once again exited the sanctuary. Good. Let's get back to the city and see if anything new has happened. Damien stretched a bit before he set off. His figure flashed away, appearing 10 meters from where he was originally. It was another great benefit he had received after he woke up. Yet again, it was something that was made possible by his new fine control and level of mental power. Risk and reward really come in pairs. He said as he thought about what he had to endure for him to taste this benefit. But 10 meters, reminds me of the old days. Except, I can actually use my power properly this time. Without delaying anymore, Damien made his way back to Dark North. It didn't take long to arrive back in the city with his current teleportation range and speed. When he arrived, he noticed that the atmosphere was far more bustling than when he left. Hey, what's going on here? Why is it so lively? Damien asked a random passerby. Huh? Do you live under a rock or something? How can you not know about the fact that an inheritance was found recently? Inheritance? Those exist here? Of course they do. Are you seriously some kind of hermit? Listen here, kid. Even my ancestors have passed down legendary tales about the inheritances that lay dormant in our world. It's said that each and every one of them contains untold power that could turn us into gods. Haze. If it wasn't for my own powerlessness, I'd already be at the site. Damien widened his eyes. Although he knew the tales were obviously embellished, the fact that there was an inheritance site opening was still good news nonetheless. When did this information spread? It's already been a few days. All of those esteemed people have already made their way over. You know what the worst part is? The site is only a few kilometers to the west of our city. If I had power, I could have already entered before anyone else. The heavens have truly forsaken me. Hey, kid, are you even listening? The man noticed that he wasn't getting any response from the person he was complaining to. Looking up, he realized that he was completely alone. The passerbys on the street were looking at him like he was a crazy person. His face instantly paled. Don't tell me I was pouring out my grievances to a ghost? The man immediately took off running. He needed to prepare to sacrifice some of his provisions and pray to his 9th-generation ancestors so he wouldn't get cursed. How could he complain about such minor things to a ghost? How could his troubles be any worse than literally being dead? He lamented his big mouth as he ran, not even noticing the fact that his pockets were a little heavier than they were beforehand. Meanwhile, Damien had long since left Dark North. He was naturally headed west towards the location the man had pointed out. His expression was incredibly ugly as he bolted at high speeds. Damn it! How could I miss such an important event? It wouldn't be long before he joined the fray, but unfortunately, others had already gained a head start on him. The true final event of this trial world is here. 9 months have passed already, and there are still 3 left. But regardless, everything will be decided here and now. Damien also realized this when he heard the news. Since Feng Qinger was the one who spread it, the goal must have been elimination of the demons. Well, the hero always arrives last, right? He tried to console himself as he approached the location, a few kilometers away from him. An ancient temple stood silently among the trees. Its aura pervaded the atmosphere around it, giving off a feeling of desolation. Within this temple, countless scuffles and life-or-death battles took place every minute as those who entered its grounds battled for the inheritance it held. Chapter 333 Inheritance 1. After the news of the inheritance site spread through the trial world, many powerful people began to congregate at its location. Outside the ancient temple, tens of geniuses and even a few beasts who had gained intelligence were lined up in wait. They would have already charged in if it wasn't for the fact that the temple was still sealed. Qing Tan sat quietly at the side and watched as these forces all continued to pile in, her gaze indifferent. They still aren't here yet. They should be preparing something big then. A small smile decorated her face as she thought of it. If the demons really decided to go all out, it was perfect for them, as Qing Tan was getting ready to close her eyes and begin meditating again. A lithe figure appeared next to her. How is it? The woman asked. It's good so far. Actually, even more people than we expected showed up. She responded, even I didn't include these beasts into my calculations. We haven't had much contact with them, so I was expecting them to be more like the beasts in the ground layer of our 3,000 beast mountain range. Qing Tan nodded in agreement. Right, most of them are like that. They just mindlessly slaughter and eat with no real goal. The ones who have appeared here are probably those cream of the crop among the beasts in this realm, as well as those who have been living in seclusion for a while. The inheritance site really draws all sorts of characters to it. We definitely underestimated its star power. Qing Tan shrugged. It can't be helped. We aren't natives here, so we don't understand the appeal of an inheritance as much as they do. Also, this thing probably doesn't mean as much to us as it does to them. Feng Qinger furrowed her brows before coming to a realization. Right, I almost forgot. For them, the inheritance was a boost in power, sure, but that was it. It was something they would look at in greed more than anything else. However, it was different for the natives of the secret realm. They had a power cap at the peak of 3rd class, being unable to progress further. Even more than that, they lived within the confines of a realm that would seem smaller and smaller as one gained more power. For the humans, this kind of thing didn't matter since they were destined to live as mortals or near mortals for their entire lives. However, the lifestyle of a beast promoted evolution and growth at the lower levels. Only after they gained intelligence would they hold the capacity to become complacent, but by that point, the pursuit of power was already ingrained in their bones, and the feeling of gaining it would become a kind of pleasure. To realize that there was no hope to continue this pursuit and that they were essentially trapped in a cage for their whole lives, wasn't it only natural that they would feel disillusioned? Something like an inheritance site was hope for them. These inheritances were the best way for them to gain massive boosts in power and ability. And considering the kinds of rumors about the inheritances that spread through the trial world, perhaps they even saw it as a hope of freedom. Only, finding an inheritance was already an extremely rare thing. And when one found an inheritance, they'd usually do everything they could to keep it to themselves. Since the inheritance sites didn't raise massive spectacles when they opened, it was even rarer for one to steal an inheritance found by someone else unless that person failed and died within. For an inheritance site to be publicized like this, of course all parties converged as soon as they could. As Qing Tan and Feng Qinger conversed about these things, more and more people arrived. Soon, the number had already crossed the hundreds. There weren't many outside geniuses when they first entered the trial world in the first place. In the later battles, more than half had met their end. The majority of those who had come for the inheritance opening were natives of the trial world, bringing immense surprise to those geniuses who didn't realize there were so many experts in hiding. Suddenly, a gloomy aura pervaded the atmosphere. The sky turned dark as it was blotted out by hundreds of black specks. "They're here," Feng Qinger muttered as she peered into the sky. Qing Tan let out a sound of agreement. The auras blotting out the sky soon began to descend. Those standing beneath them unwittingly made space, pressured by their intimidation. As they descended, their forms finally became visible. Hiss! Qing Tan breathed in a cold breath. Hundreds of demon captains and generals lined the ground like organized soldiers. Each and every one of them was emanating a bloodthirsty aura. Their hands were all gripped on heavy chains that seemed too large to be realistic. Attached to those chains were the abominations that had lost their purpose due to the power of those the demons had been facing recently. But with the current circumstance, even these were brought out. Each chain held tens or hundreds of abominations that clawed and bit at anything they could find. They were extremely rabid, and even with their low strength, their behavior alone was enough to heighten the intimidation factor. But even the combined aura of these thousands of abominations and hundreds of generals and captains couldn't hold a candle to the auras of those who stood at their helm, 4 apostles, 2 men and 2 women, with sharp gazes that pierced the surroundings. Since they were in the outside world, they had assumed their hierarchical position as commanders. In front of them, there were 3 figures that stood out the most. One was a curvaceous woman who caused the hearts of men to swoon even as she stood and did nothing. Some were already foaming at the mouth because they couldn't handle her beauty. Demon Queen Eliza, Feng Qinger muttered. She and Qing Tan naturally recognized the woman, as they had met personally only a few months back. Next to her was a burly man with a gargantuan stature. He was at least 10 feet tall, with muscles that seemed to be carved out of pure steel. His face wasn't handsome, but contained a rugged air that had its own charm. "He must be Granheim," Qing Tan said. Although they had never seen him before, they had heard from Damien and Aesir about the Demon King's mental transmissions. The voice Damien described could only fit this man. As for Eden, that bastard said he couldn't even identify their gender through their voice. "I wonder what they look like," Feng Qinger pondered out loud. But she didn't have to wait long for her answer. Descending at the forefront of the entire demon army was a being who couldn't be described as anything other than androgynous. His face had the structure of a man's, but the features of a woman's. His body was lithe and graceful, but wasn't curvaceous. His skin was pale white, matching the long wheat-colored hair that descended to his waist. "That's a man, right?" Maybe? Many hushed conversations took place in the surroundings as people witnessed the demon army's grand entrance. But soon, their attention shifted back to the ancient temple. Even if the opposition had brought an army, it didn't matter much. Within the inheritance site, it was every man for themselves. Qing Tan and Feng Qinger nodded to each other before hopping off the tree branch they were situated on. Now, it was time to imitate the manner of a certain hateful man they knew. "Yo, Demon Queen. It's been so long since we last met. Did you miss us?" Chapter 334 Inheritance 2. Hearing the rude manner in which she was addressed, Eliza instinctually turned around to punish the one who dared, but when she saw the 2 girls, she noticed that they looked a bit familiar. "You too?" Eliza furrowed her brows and muttered. Her expression soon became mocking. "Right, you're the 2 companions of that brat. How is he, by the way? I heard he got done in by the demon god." "Ah, you don't have to worry about him. Haven't you heard the saying? Good people die early, but a scourge will last 1,000 years. As if some fake god can kill him off." Qing Tan returned her words with a smile of derision. "But, talking about him so soon after we met, don't tell me you're missing him?" As Qing Tan spoke, her gaze traveled down to a certain part of the Demon Queen's body. Eliza gnashed her teeth. "Why the hell would I miss some random trash? Don't talk bullshit." Qing Tan smiled knowingly when she saw Eliza getting defensive. Truth be told, she hadn't been there when Damien had humiliated the Demon Queen. Just based on the words Eliza was yelling while chasing after Damien. She had made a guess, and it seemed she was right. Eliza was feeling especially heated. She didn't want to admit it, but the feeling of that bastard's hands on her body still remained with her even now. She could vaguely feel a burning sensation on her skin whenever she thought about that day. No matter how much she tried to go back to her previous habits, she wasn't able to derive the same satisfaction she had beforehand. After all, she had discovered her kink, but it was too shameful for her to actually exercise it. For being the one that taught her what her body craved, she wanted to tear Damien to shreds. If it wasn't for him, she wouldn't have ended up in such a pitiful state. Enough. Just as she was about to counter again, a gruff voice interrupted. To the side, Demon King Granheim was looking over indifferently. Don't embarrass us. It's been so long since we've shown our faces, people will look at your performance and think we're nothing much. TCH, Eliza turned away indignantly. Meanwhile, Granheim turned his attention back to Feng Qinger and Cheng Tan. It was the two of you that gathered everyone today, was it not? I assume your plan is to eliminate our forces. While it's not a bad idea to borrow a knife to kill, do you really believe that you can stop us? Cheng Tan glared at the Demon King. Although he seemed like he was talking about the demon race in general. She was well aware that the last us was exclusively referring to the Demon Kings. Whether we can stop you or not, you'll find out soon enough. Feng Qinger responded with a hump. Say, where's that guy from before, though? Don't tell me he actually died? Granheim suddenly said. He was also interested in Damien. How could he not be? Regardless of the reason behind it, he had still forced the demon god to act personally in order to deal with him. Didn't I already say? Cheng Tan responded. He's alive and kicking. If you're lucky enough, maybe you'll be able to meet him inside. Granheim grinned. Good. I've been wanting to see what's so special about that brat. If I can have the chance to fight him, I'll be satisfied. Feng Qinger glanced at the final Demon King among them, who had stood silently throughout the whole interaction. Eden had a light, almost carefree, smile on his face as he observed the ancient temple. It was almost as if nothing else in the world concerned him. When he noticed Feng Qinger's gaze, he briefly looked back at her and gave her a slight nod of acknowledgement before turning back to the temple. Of the three of them, I'm most worried about him. She thought to herself. The other two had relatively easy personalities to see through, but it wasn't the same for Eden. Eliza was the most easily provoked, so dealing with her was the simplest. Even though Granheim wasn't the same in this regard. From what she could tell, he was a battle maniac. This kind of person was relatively straightforward in their ways. Eden hadn't spoken yet. In fact, he had done nothing besides stare at the ancient temple since they arrived. But something about his presence screamed danger. His very existence made her want to run and never look back. Can this plan really deal with them? The two of them hadn't really accounted for the Demon Kings. They were wildcards in this plan. From what they had learned over their stay in the trial world, the relationship between the demon race and the Demon Kings wasn't as harmonious as it looked on the outside. They weren't sure about how the Demon Kings would move in the event that their plan was successful. But more than that, they had learned from Damien that the Demon Kings could be forcefully controlled by the apostles. In the event that they ran into an apostle who had a Demon King by their side, everything would be for naught. We can only hope they get separated upon entry. If not, we have to find a way to separate them. Feng Qinger and Cheng Tan had never truly made a concrete plan, since the actual inheritance site itself was out of their control. Instead, they created the spine of the Olin while granting themselves the flexibility to change things on the spot if necessary. At the moment, they were discussing said changes, just as the tension between the Demon Kings and the two girls seemed to have subsided. The ancient temple began rumbling. A heavy aura soon pervaded the atmosphere and filled the space with a feeling of desolation. As this feeling grew, the flora in the surroundings began to wither and rot. Even the experts gathered could feel a subtle pull on their bodies that tried to return them to dust. Everyone's expressions hardened. They understood what was happening. It was finally time for the inheritance site to open. Did you find anything? Granheim sent a mental transmission to Eden. Nothing. None of the records on inheritance sites that I've collected match with the characteristics of this one. What happens inside will remain a mystery. Eden replied, Are we still going through with what we originally planned? There was a hint of hesitation in Granham's voice. Why not? Doesn't it seem more interesting to do things this way? Eden sent back with a smile, interesting. Your personality will never change, will it? Fine, I'll follow your plan. But if I die, I'll torment your soul for eternity. Yes, I understand. As the demon kings conversed, the spread of desolation seemed to reach its end. The ancient aura in the atmosphere strengthened to untold degrees, and then, bang, the massive doors of the ancient temple swung open with a bang. An endless corridor was revealed within. It's open. Let's go. Don't push me. The gathered experts rushed in with all their might. Oddly enough, there didn't seem to be any traps on the entrance. The demon army soon rushed in as well. With the abominations in front and the demon kings in the back, they entered the temple unhindered. Seeing the commotion, Feng Qinger and Qingtan looked at each other. No matter what, let's meet up first. Right. Be careful not to die in there. Please. Die? If that bastard is a scourge that lasts 1,000 years, then I'm one that lasts 10,000. Ha! Well said. Throwing around some casual banter, the two of them also entered the temple. Chapter 335 Inheritance. 3. What a domineering temple, Damien muttered as he observed the inheritance site in front of him. The temple didn't look big from the outside, with a stature befitting any normal temple one would see in the outside world. The material used to build it couldn't be identified, but it had clearly been worn down with time. It didn't have any shine or luster like it should have. The temple overall looked dilapidated, but those two massive stone doors that signified its entrance were still as majestic as ever. On those doors, there were carvings in a language Damien didn't understand, but they seemed to contain a profound aura that couldn't be hidden. But even with those characters, if it wasn't for the aura this temple is radiating, I probably wouldn't even consider it as an inheritance site. The aura of ancientness and desolation had already corroded a 10-kilometer radius around the temple, and it was still continuing to spread. With this kind of commotion, it'd be a miracle if nobody noticed it. Weren't inheritance sites supposed to be discreet? Although he wondered about it, he knew he didn't have much time to dally. He was already many days behind the rest of the competitors that entered the temple grounds. And within these days, some people might have already reached the most central area of the temple. Damien's attention sharply turned to the ancient characters on the door. His eyes narrowed as he glared at a certain spot. Am I mistaken? I could have sworn I felt a gaze observing me just then. Damien furrowed his brows, but in the end, he ignored the feeling. Well, no time to think it over. I should stop delaying and head inside. The stone doors were still swung open as if the temple hadn't finished accepting guests yet. Damien poured mana into his eyes and scanned the entrance for traps, but after finding nothing, he immediately shot forward. When he entered, he found himself inside of a seemingly endless corridor with hundreds of doors lining both sides of the hallway. Each door had a different set of inscriptions or patterns on them, but with Damien's lack of knowledge on the history of the trial world, he had no way of discerning them. Let's continue walking for now instead of rashly picking the door. Either way, something tells me that I'll have to pick at random later on anyway. Damien continued down the corridor while observing the surroundings. The experience reminded him of the ancient temple back on Apiron where he had first learned about and met the Nox. That guy was way different than the ones I've met recently. Where does the inconsistency come from, though? In reality, the only pure-blooded Nox Damien had met since that day was the demon god overseeing the primordial undying realm. Everyone else was simply corrupted by them to be used as lackeys. The thing Damien didn't understand, though, was more related to intelligence. The fact that he had been sealed for thousands of years can be used to somewhat justify his feral state, but I don't think it's that simple. He was in stasis, so his mind shouldn't have been worn down too much. But if the Nox were really so unintelligent, how could they scheme so much and corrupt these high-level people that I've met? Combined with the fact that the demon god didn't seem to be unintelligent at all, Damien couldn't understand why he felt such a discrepancy. By all rights, with the information he currently held, it should be easy to conclude that the Nox he met in the ancient temple was an outlier. But his instincts told him otherwise. I seriously need to become more informed about them. Fighting an unknown enemy is damn annoying. As he thought, Damien had traveled a few hundred meters down the endless corridor. But the doors on each side didn't lessen at all. Even the patterns on each door were still unique, never once overlapping. Hot if I continue being indecisive, I'll just end up walking down this corridor forever. Let's speed up and see if there's any door that feels special. If not, I'll just choose a random one. Damien increased his speed, using lightning to boost his movement. He kept his awareness concentrated on a 30-meter radius around him to watch out for traps. He wanted to teleport instead, but thinking that he might miss something important if he was skipping space, he decided against it. He kept up his pace for another half an hour without pause, using his spread awareness to inspect the doors as he passed. Unfortunately, he couldn't find anything special among them even with the amount of time that passed. Fuck it, we ball. Damien took a sharp turn to the left and charged into the nearest door. He had no interest in staying within the corridor until someone else claimed the inheritance. He pushed open the door and proceeded to enter the room behind it. When he scanned the area, his jaw almost dropped. The walls were lined with treasures of various kinds. SSS rank and Chaos rank artifacts weren't even rare. In one corner, there was a bookshelf filled with hundreds of pill bottles. If I was an appraiser, I'd be able to find something of true worth within this room, but I can't. So I'll just take it all. As Damien moved to collect all the treasures in the room, he felt a ringing sensation in the back of his mind. This is. During the past 3 months while he laid comatose, the only thing he did was improve his mental power drastically. Because of this, his perception was far greater than it was in the past. In fact, even his all-seeing eyes had seen a jump in quality due to his improvement. When he felt the ringing sensation, he didn't hesitate to pour mana into his eyes to scan the room once again. No wonder I felt like that. This whole setup is a trap. The room Damien saw now didn't contain any treasures along the walls, nor were there pills or other valuables. The room was empty besides a single book that sat in the center of an indiscreet wooden box. If I had chosen any of the treasures on the wall, I probably would have been transported out or killed. Regardless of what would have happened, I would have gained nothing and instead missed out on the true treasure in the room. Damien walked towards that indiscreet wooden box that was hidden amongst the illusion he once saw and picked up the book that sat on its surface. What is this, though? It's so worn down and doesn't even have a title. Damien opened the book and flipped through its pages, disheartened to see that they were also empty. He tried many different methods to see if words would show up on the pages, including infusing mana into the book, but it was all for naught. Whatever. Even if I can't activate it, it's still a treasure. Maybe I just don't have an affinity with whatever this book is for. Thinking so, he stored the book away in his subspace and glanced around the room again. There it is. Finding a hidden mechanism on the wall, he quickly went over and pulled the lever. In the next instant, the floor below his feet disappeared, leaving room for a dark abyss that didn't seem to have a bottom. Welp. Guess I'll just fall then. Damien muttered. His body soon fell prey to the laws of gravity as he plummeted into the abyss. Chapter 336 Inheritance. 4. I don't really care if you cry on the real, you should have never lied. Darkness was present on all sides and only silence reigned within the abyss. The only thing giving it life was the singing of a certain man who was currently falling through it. Damn, I'm so bored. Damien had already been falling for what he assumed was at least an hour, but he had yet to reach even something close to the bottom of the abyss. It wasn't even that he simply sat still and fell, he actually tried multiple times to accelerate his fall to no avail. He extended his awareness as far down as it could go, only for it to be met with darkness. He constantly teleported downwards at his full 10-meter range, but as time passed, the speed of his fall had exceeded the distance he could travel with teleportation. Making it a futile task, in the end, Damien had succumbed to boredom and began singing random old songs he had heard in his childhood. He didn't really listen to music that came out in his own era, but instead listened to the old classics his father and mother would always listen to. 2016 was really the golden era of music. The shit they made before I left Earth was trash in comparison. Damien lamented the fate of the entertainment industry in his time as he fell. When another hour passed, he got bored of even this. Realizing that his fall wouldn't end anytime soon, Damien put away all his stray thoughts and assumed a meditative posture in the air. He didn't even need to tune out his surroundings for concentration since the abyss was void of noise and light. But he slightly numbed his physical senses so he wouldn't become too conscientious about the ever-increasing speed at which he fell. Once he had adjusted his state properly, Damien closed his eyes and began to meditate. It had been a long time since he sat still and focused on comprehension. Although he wanted to focus on awakening his time affinity, there weren't enough noticeable time essence fluctuations in the atmosphere for him to do so. he didn't have the comprehension level on time to simply use the ever-present essence for his cultivation. Since it was like that, he decided to go back to his roots and focus on space. I've been practicing in comprehending space for so long. But can I truly call myself an expert? Even though I'm only a third class, I feel that my comprehension is still relatively exceptional at my level. Still, it isn't enough. Whenever Damien comprehended space, he always focused on a certain concept so that he could create a new technique. He used the ideas he already had in his head to guide his comprehension. So far, there were a few different concepts he had comprehended. Spatial destruction was the vein he usually focused on, with spatial collapse, bladeless, and even dimensional severance being heavily influenced by it. Another concept he had decent comprehension on was distance. Horizon break, which ignored distance, and starfall, which shortened distance to call forth celestial bodies for him to use as hammers, were both influenced by this concept. Other than these two, there were many miscellaneous concepts that he had some understanding on, but he hadn't truly expanded on them much. My current level is titled as Dimensional Magic. Distance is a concept that can be related to dimensions, so is transport, but other than that I haven't really taken the time to study what makes dimensional magic different from the spatial magic I had before. I haven't delved deep enough into the concepts related to it, which is why its skill level hasn't risen much since I obtained it. The closest thing he had to true dimensional magic were the abilities he gained and used as a celestial. But those abilities came to him almost instinctually. They didn't count towards his comprehension progress. Fourth class has a close connection to comprehension, and even third class has some reliance on it. I should take more time to cultivate diligently along with leveling up. This way, I can exert a higher degree of power. Currently, my physical body and devour skill are the main reasons I can fight above my level. As Damien analyzed his current state, he never stopped absorbing and comprehending the essence of space that constantly surrounded him. As time passed, his body began flickering in and out of existence as if he was merging with space itself. Dimensional magic isn't simple. It relates to crossing, destroying, and even melding with dimensions. Perhaps it even has connections to three-dimensional space. Damien was used to thinking about power on a grander scale. He would always think about the biggest and most destructive uses of his power first. As he had always considered what dimensional magic would look like at its peak, he never stopped to think about what he could do with it at his current level. Instead of focusing on dimensions, plural, I should put my focus on the dimension itself. It's not that different from what I've been doing with space since the beginning. It's just a far more profound and complex application. As Damien delved deeper into the secrets of dimensional magic and understood how he could comprehend it with his current power level, his body became more and more incorporeal. Spatial essence rushed into his figure to nourish him even without his conscious call, flowing through his physical body and attempting to transform it. If it's like that, then many hours passed and Damien suddenly felt like he was on the cusp of gaining serious insight. But at that moment, his comprehensive state was interrupted by a large number of growls and roars that came from the surroundings. Boom! 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 The ground shook due to the impact of countless heavy footsteps. The tremors spread like shockwaves, abruptly waking Damien up. Damn! I almost had it. Wait, he suddenly noticed that he was no longer falling through the abyss. At some point, he had landed on the ground. But there was no impact. Wait, I'm not even on the ground right now. Holy shit, he realized that he was actually in a relatively precarious position. His body had become largely incorporeal while he was merging with space during his comprehension, so he hadn't impacted the ground at all, even though he continued to fall. Instead, when he reached the ground he had sunk into it. At the moment, he was occupying the same space as the ground itself. This is the same thing I used to amputate Elytra's legs back then. Luckily I'm still incorporeal, or I would have been blasted to meet paste immediately. Damien carefully observed the surroundings and spread his awareness. I'm not too deep underground. I should be able to reach the surface with relative ease. Damien carefully glided through space. He was like a fish in water, or rather, he was the water itself. It was as if he was one with space, having no physical form to speak of. As he waded through space, he reached the surface and popped out of the ground. Only at that moment did his concentration break, allowing him to materialize into the physical plane once again. That state must have been a residual effect of my comprehension. If I had just been able to gain that spark of insight I felt, I probably could enter and exit that stage consciously. Fuck. Someone just had to come begging for death. Damien's eyes held a bloodthirsty glint. He was truly pissed that his training had been interrupted. He glared into the darkness around him and felt the approaching beast tide through the tremors of the ground. You lot. Allow this young master to teach you why you shouldn't go around courting death. Chapter 337 Inheritance 5. Damien shot forward without care and began wildly throwing punches into the incoming horde of beasts. He had already checked their strength level with his awareness, and none of them were strong enough to cause him concern. The main problem was, their numbers seemed endless. My awareness range is around 10,000 kilometers right now, yet I still can't see an end to this beast tide. What kind of place is this to contain such a massive number of beasts? He had obviously fallen into this abyss from the ancient temple, so logically speaking this space should be the underground of the trial world. But how could there be such a vast underground abyss that nobody had discovered yet? Damien didn't spend too much time thinking about it. Instead, he focused his attention on slaughtering beasts. Although there were plenty of faster ways to go about it than his current method, he actually wanted to use this opportunity to test some things. It's been so long since you were born, but I haven't had the opportunity to properly use you yet. Go wild. Show me what you can do. Damien transmitted his thoughts to the void flame, which flicked its tongues in excitement. He spread his arms wide and summoned forth the flame that was unique to him. In this abyss, the flame was almost invisible. Small flickers of golden light were the only indication that it existed in the first place. With Damien's motion, the flames spread forth like a tsunami, consuming everything in their path. The shrieks of beasts soon rang out through the abyss, but the void flame wasn't a simple flame. In the first place, the reason Damien named it such was due to its main characteristic, which matched the ability of his void essence. As burnt beast corpses piled up, they began to turn into pure essence that was absorbed by the flame. With each beast that died, the flame seemed to rage on stronger. The tsunami became wilder and fiercer, spreading until hundreds of meters were covered in a sea of flames. In the next instant, that sea became a typhoon. The flames burned through the air in the abyss, climbing into the air as if it was a ladder. With the way the flames whipped and whirled around, multiple tornadoes of flame had soon taken shape. Damien watched in awe as the beasts within a certain radius of himself were all burnt to ash the second they stepped into the flames. The radius kept expanding, eclipsing multiple kilometers in only a few minutes and still growing. Couldn't I just stand here and watch this beast tide be reduced to nothing? Damien wondered as he watched the flame. Although he did need to give it a significant amount of mana at the start, the mana cost had rapidly declined as the flame grew. It was because the flame used the essence of the beasts it devoured to sustain itself instead of wasting Damien's own mana. A self-sustaining flame that burns brighter the more it kills. It's pretty much perfect, Damien nodded in satisfaction. But he was never one to stand still and let others do the work for him. Even if the flames were growing rapidly, they could only expand around a kilometer every 5 minutes. With this kind of speed, it'd take a few days to clear out all the beasts within the abyss. Instead of waiting for that to happen, Damien rose to the sky and rapidly flew past the 10,000 kilometer range that his awareness could detect. Since he could still feel his connection to the void flames, he wasn't worried about the beasts he left behind, even after spreading my awareness from this point. The beast tide still seems endless. There's no way this space is beneath the trial world, and there's no way these beasts are naturally acting like this. There must be something afoot. But I can try to figure that out later. For now, I should properly make use of this beautiful EXP farm that's been provided to me. Damien let go of the mana he was using to fly and let gravity take him down to the ground. In fact, he even used vector control to increase the momentum of his fall. Boom! His impact caused a crater tens of kilometers wide to form in the ground of the abyss. The beasts within that area were all smashed to a pulp by the following shockwave. Let's get to work. Damien's nails sharpened into claws and his teeth into fangs. He charges into the beast ride and wildly ripped apart any beast he came across. Hours passed, limbs and guts of beasts flew through the air and blood began to form rivers on the ground. Damien was still charging through the beast tide without even a hint of exhaustion on his face. This kind of battle, he was utterly suited for. He was emitting torrents of mana like it was nothing, not even caring about consumption during a long and drawn-out battle against multiple enemies. After all, why would he devour? With his call, void essence gushed out of his body like a plague and eclipsed the area tens of kilometers around him. Every beast corpse in the specified range was efficiently turned into nutrients that quelled Damien's exhaustion and replenished his mana. Every time he felt even a hint of exhaustion, he'd repeat the same move and return to peak shape. against a large number of weaker enemies? No matter how many of them came, Damien would kill. Hours passed once again. By this point, Damien's kill count had already reached the tens of thousands. All of these beasts were at third class, but they couldn't compare to the likes of the apostles and those who could actually give Damien trouble, and those tens of thousands were just the beasts Damien had killed with his own hands. He erected his vector shield to passively block the beasts around him and turned to look into the distance, even though he had traveled thousands of kilometers away in his killing spree. He could still see the flickers of gold on the horizon. What once looked like a little candle wisp was now the size of a raging storm. One had to remember that the majority of the void flame was black. The gold was only a small portion of it. And if that small portion was blazing like a sun at the moment, how big was the blackness? Looks like it's become so big that it can no longer support itself solely with the essence it gains from devouring, Damien thought as he watched the flame. From a while ago, he had noticed that his mana consumption had become preposterous. A black hole slightly bigger than Damien's body was rotating behind him and rapidly sucking in the ambient mana in the atmosphere to cope with this loss. Even Damien himself had to continuously devour beasts for the same purpose. It's convenient until a certain point. Well, it's only natural that a flame of that size would become inconvenient to sustain. Once I become powerful enough, though, even this much won't be a problem. Although the void flame could indeed grow and be self-sustaining with the essence it devoured from its enemies, the amount of essence it needed would grow along with the flame. Now that the flame itself was an ocean 10,000 kilometers in size, the beasts in the vicinity couldn't quench its thirst anymore. If it wanted to maintain its current size over a long period of time, it's need to consume tens of thousands of beasts every minute. Even with the massive size of the beast type Damien was currently facing, this kind of consumption was impossible to sustain. Come back, Damien transmitted his message to the void flame. Although it transmitted back its unwillingness, it still complied with his order. Soon, that massive sea of flames disappeared from the horizon and a small hand-sized ball of flames returned to Damien's palm. Seeing how the tongues of flame emitting from its body seemed to be drooping sadly, Damien smiled. "This flame is surprisingly cute. Did you think we were done?" he said out loud. The flame made a motion as if it was peeking its ears up. Damien's smile grew wider. "Look at how many beasts are left here. How can we possibly be done? Go ahead and start again. I won't stop you until you reach the same size as last time." The flame danced joyfully and rushed back into the ever-increasing crowd of beasts. Once again, it started its journey to grow from a ball to a limitless ocean. Chapter 338 Inheritance 6. An entire day soon passed within the abyss and Damien had stopped fighting entirely. Although it was fun to let off some steam, monotonously fighting for such a long time became boring after a while. Instead, he simply allowed the void flames to flourish as he reveled in the feeling of experience pouring into his body. It had been a long time since he simply sat back and felt it. His level had been increasing steadily for a while now, so he didn't really notice, but now that he was killing tens of thousands of third-class beasts, he had seen a significant increase in his level. The feeling of his league being heightened was wonderful. It was strange but comfortable, my league and my legend. Even until now I still haven't truly gotten an explanation on what either of these things is. But for my league, I have a rough guess. State of existence. That should be it. Although he hadn't touched on godhood yet, he was no longer a mortal. It was due to the continuous heightening of his league every time he leveled up. Levels themselves seemed to just be a numerical representation of this increase. As for class changes, they were much more significant. Class changes most likely have to do with the legend just as much as they do with league. That's why there's such a massive leap in both power and state of existence with every rank up. But in the end, what is a legend? From the definition on Earth, legends were grand tales of accomplishment and adventure. They were heroic stories of people and beings who did things so wondrous that their names resounded across the lands. But how could something like a story compare to the legend the system spoke of, something that could impose itself on reality and cause changes? It's still too early to learn about it. Well, not like I need the information now anyway. Damien sighed and went back to regulating the void flames. He had long since stopped keeping track of his kill count. He suddenly noticed an oddity. Within the blackness of the abyss, there was a small flicker of light far in the distance from where he stood. That flicker was pure white, completely unlike the light of the void flame. He had already wasted too much time in the abyss. Since there was a new development after so long, he naturally chased it. Recalling the void flames, he rushed over to that flicker of light. As he drew closer, the size of the light also expanded. When he arrived, he was standing in front of a massive gate coated in shining white light. Is this the exit? Have I finally passed whatever trial I was supposed to be taking just now? Damien wondered out loud as he approached the gate. Now that he had been in the abyss for so long, he had a rough idea of what the trial was. It was a simple trial of attrition, but such a trial could be used to judge many things. Battle awareness, mana control, willpower, and more could be seen when one was forced to fight a horde like the one in the abyss, only, Damien was an outlier who would gain more stamina as long as he had more enemies to devour. But that too was a type of strength. It could be said that he passed the trial with flying colors. As Damien walked through the gate, he was enveloped by that shining white light. He felt its aura infiltrating his body and soothing him. For normal people, this would probably be a heavenly pleasure. It's healing even the hidden injuries I didn't know about and washing away any fatigue I might have had. After coming out of a battle such as the precious one, any other genius would probably fall in love with the feeling of this light. Unfortunately, Damien had already recovered his fatigue by himself, and his regeneration took care of most of his injuries. Well, I'll still be thankful that it healed those hidden injuries. He thought as he exited the light. He soon found himself inside of a large dining hall. Dining hall? That's not right, is it? He rubbed his eyes to check whether he was seeing it right, but it was indeed a dining hall. There was a long and ornate table that was lined with rows of chairs where guests would be seated, and the smell of delicious food being cooked permeated the atmosphere. Damien tried to walk forward, but found that he was bound by an invisible force. Although he could still move, his movements were limited to the direction in which the force guided him. Without another choice, he followed the direction he was given and arrived at a seat along the long table. This is I'm seated next to the head of the table, huh? The inheritance site must have been satisfied with my performance. As Damien took his seat, he noticed multiple doors lining the halls of the large dining room opening at the same time. This is... Where are we? Smells good. Various reactions could be heard as those individuals found themselves in the same situation as Damien. And just like him, they were guided to their own seats at the table. Hey, who's that guy? I don't know, I've never seen him before. A few of them also noticed Damien and his particularly flashy seat at the table and whispered about him, but he ignored it. Soon, he spotted a few familiar figures. Yo! He shouted across the room, attracting the attention of those two who had just walked in. When they saw him, their eyes widened in shock and delight. Damien! Bastard, you finally decided to wake up. Qing Tan and Feng Qinger smiled and waved back as they followed the path to their seats. Damien smiled when he noticed that they weren't far from him at all. In fact, Feng Qinger was seated right beside him while Qing Tan was seated across from her. Wait, if you guys are here, then who takes the seat across from me? Damien wondered out loud. That would be me. A new voice entered at that moment. This effeminate yet not womanly voice, Damien recognized it well. When he looked over, he saw the figure of a tall androgynous man gracefully taking his seat across from him, Femboy Demon King. I do not know what that means, but I'll assume it was a compliment. However, I'd prefer if you called me by my name. Demon King Eden slightly furrowed his brows as he responded. Noticing that the 4 nearest spots to the head of the table had already been filled, it seems as if the 2 of you outperformed my colleagues. I give you my sincerest congratulations, as it isn't a small feat at all to overtake a Demon King. Humph. Those 2 haven't even arrived yet. Who knows if they've been killed by the inheritance trials already? Feng Qinger scoffed. No wonder I felt like a fly was buzzing by my ear. It turns out there was a bitch talking about me behind my back. A female voice coldly interrupted from behind them. The Demon Queen, who had just arrived, soon sat down next to Qing Tan. Ha! It seems everyone is present. Brat, even you came. Let's fight properly this time. Another boorish voice came as well as Demon King Granheim entered the fray. As expected, his spot was next to Feng Qinger. Damien watched their arrival in amusement. Looks like everyone's here. Masochist Demon King and Slutty Demon Queen, welcome to the party. He expertly hid the sly smile on his face as he spoke, but when the 2 Demon Kings were about to speak up to counter, a loud bang resounded through the dining hall. All the seats at the table had been filled with tens of individuals who entered the inheritance site. And with all parties present, it was time for the dinner party to begin. Chapter 339 Dinner Party 1. When the large doors leading to the dining room slammed shut, the enticing scent of food became even stronger. Soon enough, tens of maidservants appeared from a certain door carrying hundreds of platters of food. There were only around 65 people in the dining room, but the food was enough to serve even 3 times that amount. Look at those maidservants. Who would have thought there were people living in here? Demon King Granheim commented while drooling. It wasn't certain whether he was drooling due to the food or the women. That's wrong. Eliza immediately interjected. She was the only demon king who specialized in mental power. In comparison to others, she could see much more. These maidservants are nothing more than soulless husks. They are merely completing tasks that were assigned to them by a master, with no will or consciousness of their own. Damien quietly nodded when he heard her assessment. After his coma, his mental power had also grown tremendously. Although the bodies of the maidservants carried a life aura no different from a living person, their spiritual intent wasn't present. Spiritual intent was an odd thing. From what Damien could garner, it was just like life aura for the soul. But for people who trained their mental power, spiritual intent could be used to attack and defend as well. All living beings had spiritual intent. It signified that a soul inhabited their body. For a mental realm master, seeing someone's spiritual intent was normal. For these maids to have none, it meant they were quite literally soulless puppets. Damien didn't concentrate on the maids for long. After they placed the hundreds of platters onto the long dining table, they left without taking any more action. After that, the dining hall was once again enveloped in silence. Damien looked around curiously at the others before shrugging his shoulders. Well, if nobody else is willing, then I'll dig in first. He dragged a few platters over to himself and opened them up. The delicate scent of delicious meat strongly wafted into his nose. Nice. Without hesitation, Damien dug in. He didn't even have the common decorum of a person when eating. He simply grabbed and stuffed whatever he wanted into his mouth without care. Gah. He took a swig of the unknown liquor that had been presented along with the food and let out a satisfied sound. It was only then that he looked up again. Why is everyone staring at me? He noticed that all eyes were on him. It wasn't even just the few people around him that were gawking at him, but everyone at the table. Feng Qinger was stunned when she saw his roguish behavior. Are you stupid? Don't you know what kind of place you're in? How do you know the food isn't poisoned? She yelled in exasperation. Sounds of agreement came from the crowd. So what if it's poisoned? Why should I care? Do you know how annoying it is to eat raw beast meat for days on end to satiate myself? I need some of this good stuff for compensation. Although devouring wasn't technically eating, it was basically the same thing. Although he couldn't taste the things he devoured with his skill, he could still technically taste them. It was just that he was tasting quality of essence rather than actual flavor. As for the beasts he had been devouring over the past few days, they tasted like shit. Anyway, enough about me. What have you guys been doing over the clang? Damien's words suddenly paused. His body jerked forward and his head slammed down onto the table in front of him, causing the platters around him to clatter. Damien? You fucking idiot. This is why I told you to stop. Feng Qinger screamed. She rushed to grab his body and use her reincarnation flames to cleanse him of the poison. But all of a sudden, he shot back up. Boo. Ah! Feng Qinger let out a surprised shriek at his sudden action. Ha ha ha. Miss High and Mighty screaming like a little girl. I never thought I'd get to see it. Damien boisterously laughed. On the other hand, Feng Qinger's face turned red in fury. This bastard was actually tricking her? Did he have a death wish? But recalling that he was too strong for her to beat, her face flushed with even more anger. Humph. In the end, she huffed and turned away with indignation. So the food isn't poisoned? Xingtan asked curiously with amusement in her eyes. Seeing that Damien was fine, a few others had already put some food in their mouths to satiate the fatigue they'd built up while they were in the inheritance site. Nope. The food is definitely poisoned. Ka. Bleg. A few coughed up their food when they heard his words. As for the others, they collapsed on the spot while foaming at the mouth. See, I told you. Damien nodded matter-of-factly. What an interesting kid. Demon King Eden muttered on the side. Meanwhile, the rest sat in silence once again. Due to Damien's stunt, around 5 people had died from the poison. But when compared to the total number of them, it wasn't much. My poison resistance has significantly increased, hasn't it? Void Essence can purify energy-based poisons, and from what I just found out, the Void Flames can purify physical poisons. It's good that that weakness has been taken care of. When he had started consuming the food, he had almost stopped right away. He felt the poison entering his bloodstream and immediately trying to corrode him from the inside out. It was extremely quick and lethal, however, his Void Flames had responded in kind. They devoured the poison and turned it into essence to feed on, becoming slightly bigger in the process. It was only after seeing this that Damien started to eat, disregarding that, "It seems I've been placed with the rest even though I arrived way later. Was my performance so satisfactory? Or is there another reason I got to skip the line?" It was something Damien had been curious about ever since he noticed the people who entered the dining room. These 60 should be the only ones left in the inheritance site. If not, then they were the 60 most qualified to receive the inheritance. If it was like that, then why was he able to join them? If the illusion within the small room was counted, Damien had only been through 2 trials. And both of those trials were relatively easy. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't place his finger on what. I'll have to keep it in the back of my mind and stay wary. I can't be letting things devolve like they did in Aesir anymore. Anyway, as I was saying before, what have you guys been up to since you got here? Damien continued the previous conversation as if nothing happened. The poison was an easy to see through trick, so there's no way it'd be the true purpose of the dinner party. What was to come would naturally be much more trying. Damien stuck a chicken leg into his mouth and savored the taste. His attention then focused on the girls as he waited for them to tell their story. I'll start. Ching Tan volunteered. So basically, it went like this. And then, she began telling Damien everything they'd experienced in the few days he wasn't with them. Chapter 340 Dinner Party 2. The story wasn't actually very convoluted. When Feng Qinger and Ching Tan entered the ancient temple, they arrived in the same long corridor as Damien did, along with everyone else. And just like him, they had walked pretty far before they chose a door to enter. The demons and the rest of the participants had also split up and entered the various doors in the corridor. As for their fate? Perhaps nobody knew besides the one controlling those maidservants. When the 2 girls entered the room they chose, they were immediately stunned into a stupor. There were 2 paintings on the wall in front of them, and no matter how hard they tried to look away, they found it impossible. It was as if their souls were being sucked into the painting. Feng Qinger was the first to escape her predicament. Her reincarnation flames worked similarly to Damien's void essence in its ability to cleanse outside influences. Since it was especially effective on evil presences, she was snapped out of her daze quickly before her soul was stolen. After that, she was able to take Ching Tan out of her dazed state as well. When the 2 regained their senses, the floor dropped out from below them, but unlike Damien, they didn't end up in the abyss. They were instead transported to a true treasure room filled with various pills and artifacts that they had taken for themselves. After escaping the treasure room, their next destination was an arena. There, they had to fight for their lives and survive 10 battles before they were allowed to leave. Their opponents weren't those who entered the ancient temple with them, though. They were soulless puppets like those maidservants with strength that was near that of the apostles. Only, those puppets could fight much better than the apostles, who spent most of their lives lazing around, and when they escaped the arena, they ended up in the dining hall. That's all there was to it. Doesn't that seem a bit too easy? Damien asked while taking another sip of the liquor in front of him. Yeah, that's exactly what we were thinking. Even though the arena fights were genuinely difficult, it wasn't to the point of being able to take us to the final stage of the inheritance trials, which I assume is what this dinner party is. Feng Qinger spoke in agreement. Not only that, but the timing is also off. We didn't spend more than 2 days at the most doing all of that, but for you to arrive here as well, how long were you within the ancient temple? Ching Tan asked. Around 2 days. And when I entered, the people outside said that the temple had already been open for a few days already. Looks like there's something wrong with the time in this temple as well. Damien muttered, but why couldn't I sense it? He could sense the time dilation in the trial world, but not within the ancient temple. In fact, he had actually lamented about it while falling through the abyss before. Wait, I only spent 2 days here, and they said they spent 2 days as well. If so, I wasn't experiencing a time dilation, but they were. It would make sense if it was like that. If time was sped up for them so that their activities only took 2 days for them while being 4 in the outside world, everything would add up. Damien took another swig from his glass of liquor. This was already his 4th glass, and every time he finished the glass it would magically fill up again. What an odd realm. Besides the time dilation, the trials are also too easy. I wonder what's going on. Feng Qinger chugged down her 5th glass of liquor as she responded, not all inheritance sites are created equal. Perhaps we just had bad luck and encountered something average. But Damien shook his head in denial. You said that hundreds of people entered, didn't you? For only 60 of us to remain, it naturally wasn't an easy trial. He's right. Either we got extremely lucky with our door picks, or we're being guided by someone more powerful than us. Damien furrowed his brows. He didn't like the idea of being led on a string, but it seemed to be to their benefit this time. Could it be? He questioned whether it was the doing of the primordial undying tree, but he had nothing to prove his conjecture. And before he noticed it, he had downed his 10th glass of liquor. Clang! The clattering of platters rang out through the silent dining hall. Since Damien and the girls' conversation happened through sound transmission, even their voices were unheard. When they turned to look over, a man at the end of the table had collapsed. There was no longer any life aura coming from his body. Hey, what's glug? Feng Qinger tried to talk, but her arm picked up her liquor glass and forced her to drink it. Damien found himself in a similar situation. Without even realizing it, he had been continuously downing the liquor ever since the feast started. This isn't right. It seems the second trial has already started. He sent another transmission to the girls as he downed his 12th glass of liquor. We're being forced to drink? What kind of test is this? Feng Qinger huffed. It isn't that simple. Qing Tan replied. We might not be feeling anything, but look over at the rest of the people here. Following her words, Damien and Feng Qinger glanced at the other participants of the dinner party. Just as Qing Tan said, they didn't look laid back at all. A few of them were choking on the liquor in their mouths, but the invisible will that forced them to remain in their seats didn't allow them to spit it out. After they swallowed the liquor, another glass went straight to their mouths. Clang! 25 glasses of liquor had been drunk. At this point, another 10 people had already collapsed. Clang! 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 50 more glasses of liquor later, 20 more people collapsed. Clang! 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 Once 100 glasses were drunk. Damien and the girls started feeling the effects as well. They were drowsy and unable to properly rouse their mana. But their mana still moved instinctively to purge the toxic substance from their body. Under the influence of their mana, they were able to return to normal condition, but not everyone was the same. Once 200 glasses of liquor had been drunk, 40 people had fallen. Now, there were only 20 left. We're being forced to drink until we die. Truly avid for a dinner party. Damien commented, Ugh. Don't talk. I feel like my head is going to explode. Qing Tan replied back, of the 3 of them, she was the one with the least resistance to toxins. But since she still had her insane darkness affinity, she had better resistance than most. The drinking game continued. 300 glasses were drunk, then 400, then 500. It didn't seem like the game would stop until everyone died. After 900 glasses, only 7 people were left. Damien, Qing Tan, Feng Qinger, the 3 demon kings, and one other beast who had yet to achieve his human form. As expected, the 6 at the head of the table survived until the end. That beast was the most surprising one. He was seated close to the middle, suggesting that he shouldn't be anything more than average. Yet, he had managed to last until it was only him and the best among the best. 925 glasses were drunk. The beast began to growl furiously. His eyes turned bloodshot. 950 glasses were drunk. His aura billowed as he resisted the effects of the liquor. It didn't seem like he would be able to hold out much longer. 975 glasses were drunk. Somehow, that beast managed to live. At this point, Demon Queen Eliza, Demon King Granheim, and Qing Tan all were reaching their limits. They knew they wouldn't be able to hold on much longer, but seeing how that beast was infinitely close to death, they held on with everything they had. At the very least, They wouldn't be the next to die. 999 glasses were drunk. That beast could no longer hold on. His body collapsed to the ground and he was foaming at the mouth. His bloodshot eyes shone with unwillingness. But due to the restrictive force that prevented their bodies from doing anything besides drinking, he wasn't even able to voice his indignation, and when the beast finally fell, the 1000th glass was filled with liquor. Ching Tan, Granheim, and Eliza all watched their glasses with fear in their hearts. They were all aware. Based on the current condition of their bodies, this glass could make or break them. They might die if they couldn't resist it. Their arms moved without their permission and grabbed the glasses. Damien and Feng Qinger looked at Ching Tan worriedly, while Eden still sat with the same indifferent face, and as everyone's emotions reached their peak, that 1000th glass of liquor was forced down their throats. Gulp! Chapter 341 Dinner Party 3. The dining hall was littered with the collapsed bodies of those who had entered it only a few hours prior. Silence enveloped it as the sound of liquor pouring down the throat of the 6 left standing passed. Ching Tan was feeling incredibly nauseous. Her mana was no longer listening to her and her body felt like it was shutting down. It was a feeling similar to what she felt when she stared at the painting. It was like her soul was being sucked out. "I'm done for," she lamented as the 1000th glass of liquor was raised to her lips. She was barely even conscious enough to think anymore, and she could vaguely feel an unknown force trying to take something away from her. But if that thing was taken, she'd surely die. This much she was aware of, but there wasn't anything she could do. That inviolable force pushed the glass of liquor to her mouth and forced it down her throat. It was fun while it lasted. At least with this LB, just as she was accepting her death, her thoughts came to a halt. Slowly but surely, she felt her mental faculties returning to her. This is, unexpectedly, the 1000th glass of liquor wasn't the same as the ones before. It was cool and refreshing. She had already gotten tired of the previous liquor's taste after having so much of it. The mana-infused alcohol poured through her body and infused itself into her very being. With every drop that was absorbed, her state of mind saw a slight improvement. The waning life auras of the 3 who were about to succumb had gradually been restored and their vitality was even slightly increasingly. "Ha! Looks like it's over!" Damien excitedly shouted, and the sound came from his throat. He didn't have to send a mental transmission to speak. His arms were now free of control as well, and the restriction keeping him on his seat was removed. Damien stood up and stretched his body. Walking over to the other side of the table, he strongly patted Ching Tan on her back. "Damn. That was nerve-wracking. Why'd you have to worry us so much?" He spoke in a cheerful tone. Ching Tan was still in a daze. After accepting her death, the last thing she expected to happen was for her to be healed and even given some benefits. Damien's slaps were hard, and woke her up from that daze. "Hey! Don't hit so hard. Can't you show some consideration for a lady?" "Who is the lady?" "All I see is my friend who needed a pat on the back." "Humph. So you don't even see me as a woman?" "I can't say I'm not offended." Ching Tan pouted. Damien quirked his brow at her unusual behavior. Unlike what she was like normally, she seemed a bit fragile. She was showing a side of her that she had never shown to Feng Qinger and him even after all this time in the trial world. Damien smiled. In this state, he would finally be able to tease Ching Tan. This girl always had a strong wall around her. Even if she was always acting playful and naughty, she was actually the most guarded person that Damien knew. Naturally, she must have had a lot of secrets for her to erect such a wall, but Damien didn't care about them. His friend was his friend. If she wanted to share, then she could, but if she didn't, then that was that. But with her looking so delicate right now, Damien couldn't resist the urge to tease her. Even if he didn't care about her secrets, he wanted to get a reaction out of her, which he had never succeeded in doing to date. Damien strongly put his hand down on the table and leaned forward. His face only a few inches away from Ching Tan's. At this distance, he could feel her breathing on his face, staring straight into her starry black eyes. He spoke in a low voice. "So? What would you do if I decided to see you as a woman?" Ching Tan stared into his mysterious pupils as well. Her breathing quickened and her face became rosy. She was thanking the heavens that his eyes were so unique, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to hold herself back from looking at his lips. "Humph. That's enough of that. If you want to tease someone, go tease Qinger. She's the most fun one to tease anyway." Xing Tan weakly pushed him away as she spoke, but Damien was relentless in his pursuit. But I want to tease you, though? He didn't budge at all, instead moving closer to her. Their noses were already touching. Xing Tan's half-closed eyes looked at him limpidly. Her lips parted and closed over and over again as she tried to find something to say. Xing Tan was a rare beauty to begin with. Her face was perfectly proportioned and her eyes seemed to suck in the soul of anyone who gazed into them for too long. The rosy blush that had covered her face at the moment only served to accentuate that beauty. Even compared to the most beautiful women Damien had seen in his life, Xing Tan was definitely amongst the top. Damien was pretty numb to beauty after spending so much time around the likes of Rose, Elena, and Ruyue, but seeing that blush on Xing Tan's face, he couldn't help but become conscious of her. If he just moved forward a little bit more he could, that's enough. At that moment, Feng Qinger came to the rescue. She grabbed Xing Tan's arm and pulled her away from the devil's clutches before anything could happen. After that, she hugged Xing Tan into her bosom like a mother protecting her chick. Humph. You rascal. Don't think you can do anything to her while I'm around. Besides, don't you already have a woman? Greedy bastard. TCH. Damien clicked his tongue at his fun being ruined, but inwardly, he was smiling brilliantly. Ha ha. Not only did I get to see Qinger screaming like a little girl, but I also got to see Xing Tan blushing. What a good day it is, Xing Tan, that Xing Tan whose expression never showed her weakness to anyone, the one who would never eat a loss in a game of teasing. He had made her blush. And not just blush, he felt that if he truly decided to make a move at that moment, she wouldn't have resisted. Another win for this young master. Damien grinned in satisfaction. But soon after, he circulated his void essence and got rid of the residual effects of the 1,000 glasses of alcohol he had just drunk. Phew. I was only a bit tipsy just now, but I became damn horny. If Qinger didn't interfere, I really might have. He shuddered slightly. Although he was still proud of himself for getting a reaction out of Xing Tan. He noted that he needed to be more careful about getting drunk in the future. If he was this horny from just being tipsy, then what would happen if he got drunk? Damn. Damien sighed inwardly. I really need to get laid. Chapter 342 Dinner Party. For, not long after Damien, the rest of the six also removed the alcohol's effects from their systems. Xing Tan returned to her previous indifferent face, but she still wouldn't look him in the eye. Did I go overboard? Damien wondered as he thought about the awkward atmosphere between them. But in the end, he shook off the thought. What was done was done. If he needed to apologize, he'd do it when they were in a more appropriate setting. It looks like the number has been cut down to 1/10 of what it originally was. He muttered, from the start, this must have been the goal. What made Damien sigh was the fact that the six who survived were the ones at the head of the table. With how things were laid out, it didn't seem like much of a surprise that the six of them would be the last ones standing. 3 of them were fourth-class existences, so even if they were at a disadvantage in every other field they could still use the sheer amount of mana they had to brute force their way to success. As for the other 3, Damien and Feng Qinger had extremely powerful purification forces in their bodies. As for Xing Tan, her affinity towards anything related to darkness was so great that it was scary. Resisting the effects of toxic substances wouldn't be as hard for her as it was for others. How about if it was preordained for us to be the last ones standing at the end? What was the point of going through all the trouble to kill everyone? Why were the other 55 even brought to this dining hall besides to die? Damien didn't know. The inheritance site simply seemed to thirst for blood. As Damien was lost in thought, the scenery of the dining hall slowly began to change. The long dining table and all the seats disappeared, except for the seat at the head of the table. All the doors vanished off the walls and the room became a sealed space. Abruptly, Damien felt his body become covered in spatial fluctuations. Although he wasn't transported very far, he was still in a different portion of the dining hall. With his perception, he could see the difference clearly. The dining hall had been split into 6 sections, one for each remaining contestant. Each section was a separate space, hence the spatial fluctuations he had sensed. Looks like the final trial is also an individual one. He thought inwardly as he examined his space. Unfortunately, there was nothing special at all, but Damien sat down in meditation and cooled down his mind. The prior events had been too stimulating, and he needed to get back to a focused state. As he did so, yet another change occurred. The ground split open and a long coffin was erected from below. Damien stood up and inspected it. There's nothing out of the ordinary about it, but this coffin doesn't have a lid. It's sealed shut. Damien wondered what he was supposed to do, but went with the most practical option. He put his hand on the top of the coffin and infused his mana into it. Click, as if to prove he made the right choice. The lid of the coffin slightly separated from the body, giving him room to pry it open. A powerful aura suddenly filled the space around Damien. Even though the coffin is still closed, the aura of whoever is within is still so fierce. What kind of figure could it be? Damien was starting to get curious. Considering that he was in an inheritance site, there was no way the owner of the coffin was a simple person. Without waiting any longer, he pried open the lid. Boom! The aura became exponentially powerful once the coffin lid was removed. Damien felt like he was hit by a truck due to the sheer pressure of the aura. Swoosh! Something emerged from the coffin and blasted towards Damien's face. Whoa! He immediately teleported away, but the unknown item chased after him just as fast. Swish! 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 The air around him was cut open as the unknown object pursued him. He didn't know what it was, but he knew that if it hit him, he'd be easily injured. It's not so easy to cut through my skin. What is this thing? Damien melded into the spatial layers and tried to observe the attacking object. But when he tried to do so, whoosh, what the hell? The object chased him into the spatial layers. Unless one was a space practitioner, it should be impossible to even perceive the spatial layers. Regardless of how powerful one was, this fact remained true. Even if powerful experts could perceive the existence of the spatial layers, and could perceive people who traveled through them, they couldn't enter or perceive the spatial layers themselves. But Damien was currently experiencing a situation where even the spatial layers weren't safe. The unknown object darted after him no matter how much he teleported. It entered and exited the spatial layers freely as if it was a fish in water. I can't run. Damien coated his fist in void flames and punched out. Boom! The object pierced through the space between his knuckles and cleaved his hand in two. Fuck! Damien's hand rapidly healed, but he had already been caught off guard. Before he was even able to throw another fist forward, the object had impossibly changed its trajectory and arrived directly in front of his chest. The object continued forward trying to run him through, but Damien instantly activated his dragon bloodline and transformed. Clang! A dull sound rang out as the object impacted his scales. Although it was still able to pierce through, it took a great deal of effort, and in that moment that it slowed down. Damien was finally able to see its appearance. It was clear, almost transparent. It looked like it had been carved out of glass. But unlike delicate glass, its body was sturdy enough to clash with Damien's dragon scales and even overcome them. It was roughly 1.5 meters long from head to toe. The guard was shaped like a dragon soaring through the sky, and it had a single-edged blade that was shaped much more uniquely than the blades Damien had seen in the past. It was truly a beautiful sword that made Damien covet it, but he wasn't given much time to admire it as he pleased. After all, the sword was earnestly trying to kill him at the moment. I see. Is this the trial? To tame such a ferocious sword. What great timing! His sword had broken only recently in his battle against Polius. The most shameful part was that it had broken under the stress of his own attack. It was his own fault. He had a blade that could grow as long as it devoured other swords, but he had never properly fed it. Looking at the blade in front of him, Damien felt an undeniable urge to obtain it. Don't worry. I'll conquer you soon. And unlike what I did with the last one, I'll treat you right. So, quiet down and obediently become mine. Chapter 343 Dominate 1, Clang. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal clashing against metal rang out within the sealed space Damien was currently inside of as he butted heads with the translucent sword. After he dragonized, the fight became much more even. The sword now needed to actually put in effort to get through his defenses. Damien dashed through the spatial layers like an assassin, chasing the sword's tail as it fled from him. He reached out his hand to grab it, but it teleported away. Flash! He teleported right after it, but the sword was ready for him. It abruptly turned and slashed through the air, aiming to slice through his neck in a single blow. Damien leaned his body to the side and narrowly avoided the slash, using that moment when the sword was in front of him to reach out and grab its hilt. Scree! The air screeched as the sword was forced to halt from Damien's grasp. But it didn't stay idle. It moved rapidly to try to escape him and loosen his grasp. Ha! As if I'm going to let you get away. Seeing the sword's efforts, Damien strengthened his grasp. But the sword, just like him, could easily move through space. 1 second he was holding it, and in the next, it had already vanished, but Damien wasn't surprised by the situation. They had been playing this cat and mouse game for over an hour already, where they would take turns attacking and defending. Due to the fact that both could proficiently make use of space element, neither was able to get the upper hand. If I could read its spatial movements, things would be much easier, but I'm always just a second too late. The sword wasn't a human, after all. The spatial fluctuations emitting from it registered as if they happened at a different frequency. Damien needed prolonged contact with the sword to understand that frequency and read it, but the sword didn't allow him the time. The sword, however, could perfectly read Damien's movements. It had clearly accompanied a human spatial practitioner as its owner before, so it was long accustomed to the way humans used space. Damien shook off his thoughts and gave chase again. The only way to capture the sword was to continue this until he could get a hold of it. The situation was too odd. The sword had a limited moveset since it was an object, but its sharpness, durability, and spatial ability were enough to supplement that, and while the sword was trying to kill him, he was trying to subdue it. Due to this, Damien was always in a passive position. When he caught up to the sword again, the same situation repeated itself. The clanging of impact rang out as the sword attacked him, and Damien's hands moved rapidly to grab at its hilt. If I could grab the blade, things would be much easier. But that thing is too sharp. Even my dragon scales will be cut through if it exerts enough force. Dragon scales are good enough for passive defense, but they can't help me subdue the sword. I need to switch things up. Damien recalled his dragon transformation and stimulated his second bloodline. The sword immediately saw the opening and charged towards the space between his eyebrows. Damien's visage quickly changed again. His hair turned white and pitch black runes formed on his skin. I don't need to multiply my attack power, so let's focus all the runes on defense. Congregate most of the strength towards my arms and my vital points. The other areas can be healed fine with regeneration. The runes moved to his command and centered around the points he mentioned. At that same time, the sword reached its target. It was just centimeters away from piercing through Damien's forehead. However, clang, a set of pitch black runes gathered at the point of contact, causing the blade to fail its penetration. But this situation had happened before. Instead of giving up, the blade continued to push, looking to break through Damien's defense. Not this time. Damien grinned. He raised his arms and directly grabbed onto the sword's blade. Screech! The sword screeched loudly as it tried to wriggle free of his grip, but with the exponential enhancement on Damien's defense caused by the runes, it couldn't penetrate his skin anymore. Damien closed his eyes and focused. Without caring for the sword's will, he endlessly poured his mana into it. He and the sword were already extremely compatible. It was probably the reason he got paired with it in the first place. So when he poured his mana into it, an astounding resonance occurred. Haha. I see. What an interesting way to teleport. However, now that I understand it, don't think you can run anymore. The sword was still struggling earnestly, but Damien had locked the space around it. This time, he had no plans of letting it escape. The resonance he had just had with the sword allowed him to understand a bit more about it, so he could accurately pinpoint the frequency it used for spatial movement. The sword no longer had a path of retreat. Damien quickly moved one of his hands and firmly grabbed its hilt. The sword let out a frightening aura. It was the same aura he had felt when he first opened the coffin. Damien's muscles bulged as he tried hard to contain it. Obey me! He roared as he continuously poured mana into the sword. Even though its will was rejecting him, its body was much more honest. Damien was by far the most suitable candidate to wield it that the sword had ever seen. This much was a fact. However, it was a being who had achieved sentience. It wasn't just going to hand itself over to him because of his affinity. If he didn't have the strength to control it, the ability to wield it properly, the character to be compatible with it, and the potential to lead it to greater heights, why would it choose him as its master? It was wholly illogical, so the will of the sword resisted to the bitter end even though its sword body happily accepted his mana. As more and more mana entered the sword, its resistance began to weaken. Whoosh! The winds in the secluded space whipped and whirled as the resonance between Damien and the sword increased. With every passing second, their auras seemed to merge and become one. My sword aura. From the beginning, Damien never used sword aura by itself. He had been infusing it with his spatial mana and creating skills related to space from the start. And with time, his sword aura had been influenced by this fusion and had incorporated spatial properties within it. When this sword aura met with a sword that had similar properties, it saw a massive increase in its purity. Now, even Damien was feeling the same affinity with the sword that it felt towards him. Their game of cat and mouse had ended. The sword in Damien's hand was now silent as it basked in the feeling of resonance as he did, and when the winds died down, the only thing left was Damien standing quietly in the secluded space. Chapter 344 Dominate 2, HM? Where's the sword? When Damien opened his eyes, he noticed that the sword wasn't in his hand anymore. Did it try to escape again? But he knew that wasn't right. Unlike before, he could feel a clear connection to the sword. The problem was, the connection told him that the sword was still in his hand. Damien gripped his fist and noticed that there was indeed something in his hand, but his eyes couldn't perceive it at all. Oh ho! There was an easy solution, though. He poured mana into his eyes and let their abilities get enhanced. Soon, he was able to see what he couldn't before. You're an interesting guy, aren't you? Don't tell me you're shy? Damien spoke teasingly to the sword in his hand. The sword was actually doing something that looked to him like it was hiding. It hid itself within the spatial layers, and its body became entirely transparent. Due to the fact that the spatial layers were also relatively transparent, Damien hadn't seen it. The sword vibrated slightly and transmitted an indignant feeling to him, causing Damien to smile. Didn't something similar happen a bit back? Why are all the semi-sentient things I have always acting indignant? And why is it always so cute? As if realizing that Damien was thinking about it, the void flame popped into the air without his prompting and wrapped around the sword. The tongues of flame flicked wildly as if excited to meet a new companion. You're my sword now, so you should act with pride. Why are you cowering like a little girl? No, wait, even the little girl I know is brave enough to fight a demon king. Do you really want to be less manly than a little girl? Damien egged the sword, and with his constant teasing, it finally revealed itself again. All jokes aside, it truly is a beautiful sword. And it's just as deadly. Damien was proud of his new possession. Especially considering that it also had spatial properties. He had to thank the inheritance site for giving him such a treasure. Well, now it's confirmed that the one controlling the inheritance site is sentient. Otherwise, there's no way it'd choose this speed to test me. Damien stopped thinking about the inheritance site and looked at the sword again. Do you have a name? No? What kind of owner doesn't name his sword? Why do you look so sad? If you want a name, then I'll give you one. My first sword was named Devourer, so how about Devourer 2? A frightening aura came out of the sword as it tried to struggle free of Damien's grip and attack him. I'm kidding. With your translucent body. I would want to name you Bladeless, but that name is taken. Wanna see? Alright, let me show you the tricks of the master you'll be spending the rest of your life with. Damien prepped himself and poured his mana into the sword. He precisely executed Bladeless, causing a massive chunk of the secluded space to disappear into the void. The sword made an excited sound, causing Damien to puff out his chest. I know, I'm amazing as fuck. Anyway, let's get back to the naming thing. How about Phantasm? Yeah, that's too long. Then Mirror's Edge? Boom, Damien almost got slapped in the face by the blade when he said it. Even he had to admit that it was a pretty cringe name. Fine. I thought my naming sense was pretty good though. I mean, my skill names are all badass. The blade vibrated again as if telling him to hurry up. Damien fell into thought as he tried to come up with a domineering enough name for the sword to like. I could take the easy way out and call it the Void Sword. But once it finds out about the Void Flames, the Void Physique, my Void Essence, my last name. Fuck, there's too many things named Void. Anyway, once it finds out about all those things, it'll probably try to sever our connection immediately. If so, how about Mirage? The sword vibrated to show its excitement. Evidently, it liked the name. Sigh, I didn't want to use Mirage since that name is already taken. But there's nothing wrong with paying homage, right? You wouldn't get it. Well, anyway, now that you have a name, it seems our business here is settled. Damien nodded and looked around the space. Even though he had finished taming the sword, there weren't any changes. With nothing else to do, he went to check the coffin and see if there was anything else in there. The blade had attacked him the second the lid opened, so he didn't have time to inspect it. This must be its previous owner. As expected of a man who could tame such a sword. Even in death, he gives off such a fierce aura. The coffin did indeed have a corpse in it. It was well preserved and even the skin hadn't rotted yet. The corpse was of a man who looked in his mid-30s with long silver hair and a relatively handsome face. Even though he was dead, his body was emanating killing intent. It was extremely powerful, but it wasn't enough to affect Damien. After all, Damien's own killing intent was equally massive. It was built on the corpses of tens of thousands of beasts. Besides his body, there doesn't seem to be anything else here. Since you are the previous owner of this blade that I've claimed, I'll show you respect as my senior. I hope your soul has found peace in reincarnation. Damien lightly bowed to the corpse and sent his void flames out, cremating it within seconds. But he had a basic amount of respect. He didn't let his flames consume the corpse's essence, or Mirage seemed forlorn as it watched its previous master fade away, but Damien didn't say anything. He might have tamed the sword, but he wasn't familiar enough with it to interfere in these kinds of matters. He had no idea how long the sword and its previous owner were together, but judging by the desolate aura surrounding it, he could tell that their relationship wasn't simple. He could only give the sword space so it could mourn. It was a sentient being, unlike his previous sword. He had to treat it as such. Leaving the sword alone, Damien wandered around the secluded space and curiously looked at the spatial isolation barrier that was separating him from the others. Surprisingly, it isn't that different from the spatial lock I experienced back in the myriad illusion veil. Except, this one doesn't prevent me from teleporting inside of it, only from teleporting out. Sighing, Damien realized that there was nothing he could do besides wait. Although he had the strength to break past the barrier with his own comprehension, the restrictive will of the inheritance site obviously wouldn't allow that, and so, he sat quietly and played with the void flame to pass the time, waiting for the others to finish their trials. In a hidden part of the inheritance site, alone will watch the proceedings. Unexpectedly that boy was the one to finish first. Between him and that effeminate one, which is the better choice? It lightly spoke to itself and pondered. Soon, it would be time for it to make a move. Finally, after so many years I can taste freedom. The will smiled wickedly as it faded into the background. Chapter 345 Dominate. 3. The secluded spaces within the empty dining hall were all filled with different scenery. While Damien sat silently and meditated in wait, the others continued trying to subdue their weapons. Currently, Feng Qinger was within a space filled with flames. But in front of her own reincarnation flames, they couldn't do any damage at all. The massive greatsword in front of her was standing like an obedient pet, not daring to get closer. It was the effect of something similar to bloodline suppression. Good girl. From now on, you and I will be partners, okay? Feng Qinger spoke softly. She had fallen in love with the sword as soon as she saw it, and the sword seemed to feel the same. Judging by how docile it was acting, the problem was, she had to coax the sword endlessly to allow her to form a connection with it. Even though it wanted to be with her, or was quite loyal to its previous master, this was the reason why Damien managed to finish subduing his sword first. Come. Don't be scared. We'll go see your master together and ask for permission, okay? Feng Qinger was feeling incredibly awkward. It was like she was luring an innocent little girl into a wolf's den. But she couldn't find any better words to use. Slowly but surely, she was able to gain the sword's trust. And after a few more hours of coaxing, she was finally able to form a connection. Ha ha. My little girl, big sister promises she'll treat you well. She cuddled the sword as if it was her long-lost lover. Compared to the struggles others were going through, she basically took a walk in the park. In a separate secluded space, Demon Queen Eliza was in an awkward predicament. Her hands and feet were bound, and her movements were restrained. Arg. You damn weapon. Release me this instant. She roared furiously. Behind her back, there was a long whip. It was the same whip that bound her, but the whip had an odd ability to split into multiple tentacle-like branches. While 6 of those branches sealed her movements, the others were smacking her relentlessly. Pa! I'm an exalted demon king, damn it. Why am I always being humiliated? She pushed her mana and tried to escape the binding, but she couldn't move no matter how hard she tried. The weapon was a chaos rank artifact after all, and it wasn't at the bottom of the spectrum. Its power wasn't too much inferior to a fourth class, especially when it wasn't being wielded by a lower class being. Eliza was being humiliated by her weapon constantly, but her enraged bellows couldn't reach the ears of the others in the area. They were all busy with their own tasks. Boom! 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 Massive explosions rang out one after another. An axe larger than the average human man curved through the air and made heavy impact on the fist that chased after it. Ha ha ha! Good, good, good! Give me more! Demon King Granheim had blood staining his fists, but the grin on his face never changed. In fact, it grew wilder the more he got hit. Ha ha ha! Hit me, fool! Let's see which one of us is stronger. Boom! The axe furiously swung again, impacting Granheim's arms with so much force that the floor beneath him shattered to pieces. It had already accepted this man as its master, but they didn't form a contract yet. They were the same type. Instead of following the normal procedure, they fought just for the sake of fighting. The secluded space had already been ruined by them, and the coffin of the axe's previous owner had been smashed to bits. But the axe didn't seem to care. Unlike the other weapons, the only things it cared for were blood and battle. Since it found another owner who could provide it with such, why would it care about the last? Every weapon that had been presented to the 6 remaining participants was different, whether it be in type or personality. And each one matched their master well. Of them, Ching Tan was having the most unique experience. A pair of twin daggers was clinging to her like a desperate boyfriend that just heard they were about to break up. Listen, my fighting style doesn't really rely on weapons. How am I supposed to use you properly? The daggers dropped sadly, but they refused to let go of her. It had been like this since the beginning, Ching Tan sighed. Although she used to use daggers, she was recently finding that her fighting style was better fit to stand in the back lines and command troops. Her shadow army catered to this, as did her domain. Neither were attacks that required her to fight up front. If that was it, though, she would have rejected the weapons more firmly. Even she had to admit she was tempted by chaos rank artifacts, thinking back to when she was fighting demon captains when they first entered the trial world, or when she was giving free lessons to Proto. She suddenly realized something. Cutting flesh feels kind of good, doesn't it? It was extremely satisfying to cut apart her opponents. And for the sake of when she needed to give free lessons to others in the future, a pair of daggers would indeed prove useful. Okay, then. I'll accept you. But you better have the right qualifications to be my weapons. Ching Tan's gaze became bitingly cold. The temperature in the surrounding area seemed to drop below freezing. The dark aura that oozed out of her body would traumatize any normal existence below her level, breaking their minds in an instant, but the daggers didn't show any signs of fear. They were trembling, sure, but it didn't seem like horror was the right emotion to describe what they were emitting. No, it was more like pleasure. The daggers greedily absorbed Ching Tan's frightening aura. Giving off a wicked light that lost in no way, Ching Tan raised her brow in interest. Oh? With how pathetic you were acting, I seem to have gotten the wrong opinion about you guys. It seems you are my kind of weapon. The daggers excitedly whirred before entering Ching Tan's grasp. They sucked her mana until full and finally formed the connection they had been hoping for since the beginning. Good. Ching Tan smiled. A good teacher needs to have the appropriate tools for the job. The Will observing the inheritance site took in all these scenes at once. It also included the scene of Demon King Eden. He stood silently in the midst of a quiet, secluded space. The sleek saber in his hand was trembling in fear. Rather than taming it, it was more accurate to say that he forcefully dominated. Neither of them is a bad option, but that one seems too dangerous. The Will muttered to itself, there's a higher power in his body. If I act recklessly, I might be the one who gets harmed in the end. It's better to choose the boy. He is younger and has more future potential as well. The Will nodded to itself after coming to a decision. In the next instant, it vanished from its spot and soundlessly appeared above Damien. With none the wiser, the formless Will crept towards Damien's meditating body and shot into the space between his eyebrows. The secluded space remained quiet throughout, with no signs that anything out of the ordinary had happened at all. Chapter 346 Dominate 4. The Will soon arrived in Damien's spiritual world. It was situated on a large floating landmass. Not bad. Not bad. His spiritual continent is already this big at his strength level. This is truly a good body. The will grinned to itself and shot into the landmass, sinking into the ground. It spread its spiritual intent and began coloring the landmass in its aura. He should have noticed by now. Let's see if he can do anything to stop me. Ha 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 ha. As the will expected, a spiritual avatar of Damien soon arrived in the area. Who is it? Come out for this, young master. He shouted into the void. Boy, you're quite arrogant, aren't you? To dare talk in such a tone in front of me. You must be eager to die. The will responded. Damien frowned. And who the hell are you? Don't you know where we are? In this space, I am the master. Ha 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 ha. You? Master? Kid, are you even aware of what's happening right now? Do you even understand the situation you're in? The younger generation is so foolish that it's almost sad. Damien's frown deepened. Then why don't you inform me? What's the situation right now? The will sneered. Kid, even if you knew, there's nothing you can do to stop it. Well, it's no harm in telling you since you won't be around much longer. This body, I'm taking it as my own. Damien's eyes widened in shock. Possession? Right. It's already too late for you to do anything. With such a minor spiritual continent. How can you oppose me? The will began to laugh madly. Its aura had already permeated to the deepest depths of the spiritual continent, and it wouldn't be long until it took it over completely. Kid, allow me to tell you a story. There was once a man who yearned for adventure. He was a man who loved to indulge himself in following his desires. But what did others do? They shunned him. They disliked the fact that someone could live the unrestrained life that they all wanted but couldn't achieve, but the man didn't care about their scorn. He continued to live as he wanted and he did what he wished. He bedded the finest women and had all the riches he could ever imagine. What a life that man lived. But one day, he decided to enter a secret realm to explore. He wanted to obtain the secrets to immortality so his beautiful life wouldn't be cut short by anyone. That secret realm wasn't what it was advertised to be. It was full of monsters leagues more powerful than the man. What could he do? He could only serve those monsters like a dog so he wouldn't get killed off with the rest. Damien listened to the intruder's story quietly. He could feel his spiritual avatar becoming more and more transparent with the passing of time. He spread his spiritual intent and tried to combat the mysterious force that had begun to pervade his spiritual continent, but it was all for naught. That force was far more powerful than the spiritual intent he could produce. Meanwhile, the will continued its story. That man worked like a slave for years on end. He didn't have any choice other than to endure. For him, who was so used to living freely in the small world he came from, this kind of life was unacceptable, so, one day he decided to revolt. But against those monsters, he was truly nothing. He died pointlessly and was forced to leave his life in the secret realm. But he was unresigned, his soul wandered the secret realm, unable to find peace. Soon, he stumbled upon an ancient temple that had been uninhabited for ages. He stayed in the temple and made it his home. After many years, the temple accepted him and he became the one in charge of arbitrating its trials. But that also meant he lost his freedom once again. His soul became rooted to the temple, unable to escape the duty that had been forced on him. This temple was far stronger than the monsters he fought before, so he truly couldn't escape, but he did his best to enact revenge. Anytime new people entered the temple hoping to gain its inheritance, he would kill off as many as possible. Until this day, the temple remained uncleared for this reason. Damien could tell which direction the story would go. In the end, that remnant soul was degraded until it reached its current state, and now it was trying to possess a body so it could escape. Why me? There are more powerful people in the inheritance site right now. So why am I the one you're possessing? He asked while sighing in resignation. Even until now, nothing he did could get rid of the remnant soul trying to possess him. Isn't that obvious? If I try to take one of those demons, I'll just be forced back into slavery. As for the other two girls, they can't compare to you. I only chose the best option. Damien sighed once again. Can I at least see the true face of the one about to take over my body before I die? Otherwise, I don't think I can go in peace. The remnant will founded an odd request, but it spread its spiritual intent and couldn't find anything wrong with the surroundings. Therefore, it decided to comply. Very well. Feast your eyes on this, king. The will showed Damien its true body. It was a semi-transparent body of an old man. Seeing Damien's almost faded spiritual avatar, it wasn't worried at all about anything going wrong. However, that's it? Damien's voice rang out again. This time, it didn't come from the fading avatar. What? The remnant will voiced its confusion, but soon found that its body was bound. What the hell is this? Damien's body soon emerged from the darkness. I have to say, I'm truly disappointed. Unlike the other spiritual avatar that looked on the verge of breaking, this one was extremely solid, not much different from a physical body. I put up such a high level of defense just for the remnant will of some old fogey? Seriously. I'm a little pissed. When I first thought about it, body possession seemed to be the most likely end. After all, the trials were too easy and the inheritance was too rewarding. The thing is, I was expecting the soul of the inheritance site, or at least some old master that was extremely powerful, but it's you? Not even a remnant soul, but a will? Your soul has been degraded to such a point, but it doesn't even seem like you realize it. It's truly a shame. And here I thought I'd get some good nourishment for my spiritual world. Your spiritual intent is only enough to devour this tiny floating island? Seriously? Damien sighed in exasperation. Let me show you who you messed with before you die. Whoosh, the veil of darkness around the floating landmass vanished. The starry sky above with those 3 stars shining brightly, the massive spiritual continent off to the side, and the light blue barrier of the mind prison they were currently inside of. This is impossible. How can a brat like you have such a profound spiritual world? I don't believe it. Ha ha ha. You think this level of illusion can fool me? Now that I've controlled your spiritual continent, you still dare pull tricks? That's it, brat. Kneel before me and die. The old man's remnant will maddeningly shouted and mobilized all of his spiritual intent. However, he was only met with silence. I thought I'd gain something from this, but it's just some idiot. Whatever, I'm done talking. Just die. The sun that shone far away in the starry sky lit up with splendor, and a ray of light soon shot down. The entrance to the mind prison cracked open and the ray entered, incinerating the small floating island inside. The remnant will's hysterical screeches faded into the background as it was turned into pure spiritual intent for Damien to absorb. However, this much wasn't even enough to fit between his teeth. Damien sighed for the umpteenth time today and shook his head. What a waste of time. Leaving those words, he exited his spiritual world and arrived back in reality. Chapter 347 3 months, 1, when Damien exited his spiritual world. He immediately entered meditation to refine the remnant spiritual energy left by the old man's will. I had hypothesized that something like this was possible, but I never thought I could actually put it into reality. When he thought about it, he figured that this must be a relatively unique circumstance. That old man's soul had been degraded to the point where it wasn't even a soul anymore. It was just a remnant will, and as a will, it was basically a bundle of spiritual energy that held a sliver of consciousness. What he had done was just eliminate that consciousness and take control of the ownerless spiritual energy. If the old man still had a remnant soul remaining, he probably wouldn't be able to do the same thing. After all, a soul was far more complicated than anything he could fathom at the moment. Even his own soul injury had yet to heal. Putting away his thoughts, Damien continued refining the spiritual energy and merging it with his own spiritual world, slightly increasing his mental power in the process. But in the end, that old man wasn't anything special. In the past, he may have been a peak 3rd class at most, and the ones who enslaved him were probably at 4th class. What is this? Damien suddenly noticed a foreign energy signature within the old man's spiritual energy. When he investigated, he found a circular seal with mysterious patterns on its surface. It looks a little familiar. But not really. Damien pondered where he had seen a similar pattern before. He hadn't seen many seals in his life, since they weren't commonly used in a pyron, and he didn't do much research in the cloud plane. It didn't take long for him to find the memory. That's right. The seal me and Zara used to form our contract was somewhat similar. However, this one seems more ominous for some reason. If I follow that line of reason, shouldn't it be a slave seal? It made sense the more he thought about it. The old man had said he was bound to the temple, unable to leave. If there was a slave seal planted on his consciousness, it was only natural that he would be trapped within the temple. But now that I've refined his spiritual energy, am I going to be the next target of this seal? Damien hurriedly sectioned off the slave seal and placed it inside his mind prison. Although it wasn't a guarantee, he at least had a stopgap in case what he thought of actually came to be. I should save refining this energy for later. I don't know if the slave seal will act up when all of it is gone. Also, studying this should be beneficial for me in the long run. He didn't like the concept of owning slaves, but a slave seal didn't have to be malicious if one didn't use it in such a way. For him, it was a preventative measure. There were many people he now carried that he couldn't trust. Mainly the demon forces within the sanctuary. They were suppressed in that world, but if he ever wanted to make use of them, he would need to bring them into the real plane, and if that was the case, he needed assurance, especially for Elytra. That girl actually has a ton of talent that was suppressed by the Nihility Flame's antics. If I can use the slave seal to guarantee her loyalty and then bring her out to grow, she can be a strong ally in the future. As for the other demon forces, he wasn't sure since he hadn't interacted with them much. It's a shame that my strength is too low. I can't use this on the Demon King because he can easily break a seal I place on him as soon as the sanctuary's restrictions are lifted. It's the same with his maid, who is most likely more powerful than me. For him to put them into use, he needed to observe them closely and get a good grasp on their personalities first. But Elytra was a good go-between. The Demon King obviously cared for his daughter heavily. If he learned that Damien placed a slave seal on her, he'd probably go berserk, but if need be, Damien could use that information to threaten Lucius. It all depends on the situation. I hope for successful cooperation, though, so let's hope I never have to reveal it to him. These were all future plans, though, so Damien didn't dwell on them much. He soon opened his eyes and stood up, with that old geezer gone. The inheritance site should start functioning properly again. Then again, is that something I want? The only reason the journey was so smooth so far was because that old man wanted to bring the most suitable host candidates to one place while also venting his frustration on the rest. If the inheritance site went back to its proper goal of finding an inheritor, things might become much more complicated, Damien sighed. But just as he was doing so, he felt the surrounding space begin to liquefy. Oh-ho? Looks like the dining hall space is returning to normal. Just as he thought, he soon caught view of the other 5 who were in the hall with him. Each one was holding a different weapon in their hands. Demon Queen, you look a little worse for wear. Do you want this young master to give you a massage? Damien spoke with a grin. Of the group, the Demon Queen was in the worst shape. She had bruises all over her body and her clothes were nearly shredded to pieces. Even now, the whip in her hand kept trying to slither up her dress into her forbidden area. Shut up! The Demon Queen snapped. She wasn't even in the mood to argue. A lustful woman met with a lustful weapon. Is this perhaps fate? Feng Qinger said slyly. The 3 non-demon kings in the room all snickered at Eliza's plight. Damien was honestly starting to feel bad for the Demon Queen. She obviously had exalted status and power up until now. But after meeting Damien, she seemed to have become pitiful, but he didn't care much for the pitiful Demon Queen. He turned his attention away from her to look at the one man who had always caused danger bells to ring in his head ever since they first met. Demon King Eden, it seems you've acquired something good. Should I be the first to congratulate you? Eden smiled indifferently. No need. It looks like you've obtained nothing, but I'd be a fool if I believed my eyes, no? The Demon King sure is wise. So? Now that the 6 of us are gathered here, what do you plan to do? Damien's eyes sharpened. He released his full aura all at once. Qing Tan and Feng Qinger did the same. Demon King Eden glanced at them for a moment before diverting his gaze. He looked up at the ceiling with a forlorn expression, as if his gaze could pierce through it and see the sky above. Indeed. What do we do now? Chapter 348 3 months, 2. Eden returned his gaze to the room, looking specifically at Damien. In truth, we never planned to fight you from the beginning. Damien's eyes widened in shock. Of all the things he expected the Demon King to say, this was the last. From the start, my plan was to stay passive. The 3 of us are unlike Lucius. He's probably already told you, but we've given up hope of ever escaping the clutches of that demon god. Is it okay for you to speak like that? Damien questioned. Worry not. The influence of those two cannot interfere in the inheritance sites. It is the greatest benefit that comes with them, especially for us. As I was saying before, we've given up hope. We have no plans of leaving this realm, or even fighting at all for that matter. After all, even if we can leave, what's the point? For the past 10,000 years, those two divinities have been trapped in a stalemate that doesn't seem like it'll end any time soon. If we make any move to leave the seclusion we usually keep ourselves in, we'll inevitably become tools used in the conflict of those divinities. The safest option for us is to stay stagnant. In fact, even our coming to this temple was due to the orders of the apostles. However, they all died within this inheritance. It was to be expected with the arrogance they have bred over the years that they became careless, but not only did they die a dog's death, they also brought the entire remaining force of the demon army down to hell with them. Surely, the demon god felt the loss of so much power at once. If we leave this temple, we are basically walking into our deaths. Damien listened quietly as he spoke. He instinctively activated his all-seeing eyes for a reason even he didn't know. But after he did, he felt a strong sensation that the Demon King wasn't lying to him. If that's how it is, then what do you plan to do now? Killing us would probably get you on the demon god's good side. And staying in the temple is even more restricting than staying in Aesir. No matter how I look at it, your thoughts don't make sense. The Demon King smiled. You are a smart one. Indeed, my plan might not make sense to you, but that is only because you aren't from this realm. Didn't I say it before? The influence of those two divinities doesn't permeate the inheritance sites. Damien frowned and thought about those words. The influence of the divinities. Influence. Could it be? He suddenly thought of something terrifying. It seems you've realized it, Eden affirmed. The restriction keeping us stuck at the entry level of 4th class isn't present here. Didn't you see the restrictive force that could even force us to follow its will? That force isn't on the level of a 4th class existence. Damien nodded. He didn't know the power difference between the different levels of 4th class, but that restrictive force did indeed feel inviolable. From his perspective, being able to force even 3 4th class existences to follow its will without struggling at all wasn't something any ordinary power could do. Even if it didn't reach the ranks of divinity, it must have been infinitely close. What, then? You're planning to stay here and build power? Until you become a divinity yourself? Do you think it's so simple to achieve godhood? Damien still didn't entirely believe it. What kind of concept was godhood? Would mere time and opportunity be enough to enter such a realm? He didn't think so. There must be special circumstances involved, regardless of whether I can achieve godhood or not. Doesn't staying in a place where I'm not a slave to the whims of others sound better than staying in a place where I am? If I can achieve a level of power that allows me to combat the demon god and regain total freedom, that's just an added benefit, enduring for 10,000 years. Only Lucius had the determination to do so. For the rest of us, it's too much. After living the secluded lifestyle for so long, I'd rather continue it than return to being ambitious. And the rest? Eliza can't live without a dick inside of her every day, and it seems Granheim is the same but with battle. Do they support your decision? Eden looked at the other two demon kings, completely ignoring Damien's insults. With the contents of the conversation, even Eliza ignored the jab. They will follow my decision. As for whether or not they truly wish to do so, even I do not know. Nevertheless, I didn't force them. They chose on their own. Once again, Damien felt the sensation that the Demon King wasn't lying to him. It was extremely awkward to keep antagonizing him while feeling it, but Damien couldn't let his guard down. From the start, Eden has given me the feeling of a schemer. He doesn't seem like someone who would be content with sitting back and watching things passively. Instead, he seems like the type that would guide everything to fall into place behind the scenes. The dangerous aura Eden gave off didn't come from his power. It felt like a snake was slowly coiling around its prey, luring it into a trap that had been set long ago. I assume that this feeling comes from the all-seeing eyes. This lie detector function must be new. But still, there are plenty of ways to fool a lie detector. There's no way I'll believe it 100% when I haven't even experimented with it properly, but at the moment, Damien didn't have any reason to doubt Eden.
Even if Eden had plans, they didn't involve him.
As the man himself had said, if he left the temple, the demon god would either kill him outright or use him as a pawn, with the prideful nature of the demon kings. There's no way they'd accept that. So at least the part about them staying within the ancient temple should be true. He's a scheming person, but that isn't always a bad thing. What matters is who he's scheming against. As long as it isn't me or my companions, I shouldn't care. No, I should actually encourage it. For all he knew, Eden's schemes had played a part in making it so easy to destroy the demon's forces. In just 9 months, the fully functioning army had been reduced to nothing, and a large portion of it had been done by the apostles' hands. Damien's interference might have just been the spark that led to Eden's plans coming to fruition. What a terrifying guy! It was the only way Damien could describe the man. Even if his conjectures were all proven wrong, just the fact that Eden could lead him to suspect such things was scary enough. Regardless of what you're planning, it seems our interactions end here. Since you guys are planning to stay here, the 3 of us will leave. We've already achieved our goal and gotten some benefits as well, so there's no point in staying.
And the treasures of the inheritance?
Eden questioned. Damien grinned.
Keep them. Think of it as a peace offering from me. This time, we've managed to avoid becoming enemies. So let's keep the trend next time as well. Eden smiled as well. You're quite the interesting kid. Very well. If fate permits it, let's not meet again. However, if we do, let us do so as allies.
Damien and Eden strongly shook hands and turned away from each other. Damien looked over to the end of the dining hall where a large gate had appeared at an unknown time. It was strikingly similar to the gate they entered through when they first arrived at the temple. Even the runes on the doors were the same, although the view on the other side of the door was blocked by blinding light. Damien could see it clearly due to his all-seeing eyes being fully activated. As he expected, it was a familiar forest that he had seen only a few days prior. Without another word, he walked through the exit and left the ancient temple, not even taking a second look at the demon kings.
Feng Qinger and Shang Tan didn't say anything the entire time.
They merely followed Damien out of the ancient temple as he left. The dining hall regained its silence as 3 demon kings quietly watched them leave.
Chapter 349 3 months, 3, was it a good idea to just let them go like that? Demon Queen Eliza's voice broke the silence that enveloped the dining hall. Why? Didn't you hear what I said? Eden responded with a smile, TCH. It's been so many years, don't think I don't know your true nature by now.
Just tell it to me straight instead of speaking in riddles.
The Demon King's smile became odd. It's fine to let them go.
In the end, their use has already passed. In the coming days, their interference will only become an unreliable variable instead of something helpful. As for what we do now, I didn't lie to the boy. There are only 3 months left until they leave this realm.
Until that time,
we wait patiently and grow our strength.
Don't you know the nature of this realm?
The divinities will focus their gazes away from our world as those kids move on to further trials. Without his constant surveillance, we can perform the ancestral ritual without interference.
The ancestral ritual.
Eliza shuddered just thinking about it, a forbidden skill that even the peak powerhouses of the demon race didn't dare to carelessly use back when they were still in their homeland. A skill that would cause seas of blood to flow freely. Is it the only option? Without sufficient strength, even we will die during the summoning process. It was Eliza's main worry.
The reason she was still hesitant about Eden's plan.
But Eden simply maintained his indifferent smile. Whether we die or not, it is too early to decide. We have yet to prepare a sufficient number of sacrifices, but with the work of those outsiders, we've come far closer to the desired amount.
After thousands of years of preparation, why think about backing out now? Eliza sighed.
Indeed, they had been planning it for too long to stop now. It was a shame that she couldn't get revenge on that little bastard who had wronged her so many times, but it couldn't be helped. Her pride wasn't anywhere near as important as freedom. If she had to lay low and endure for only a bit longer until those brats left the trial world, she would do so.
Still, it seems that boy has some tact.
To give up on the allure of an inheritance site so easily, it isn't something just anyone can do. And from the way he spoke, it's almost as if he has a way to deal with us if the situation took a turn for the worse.
Demon King Eden's eyes sparkled with interest. What a shame. If times were different, perhaps he would have been the best sustenance. But in the end, it's not something I can afford. Come, let us seize the true treasures of this inheritance and begin our preparation. Time waits for no man. Eliza nodded and followed Eden further into the inheritance site.
As for Granheim, he just followed them without a word of the things the two had been speaking about. He barely understood one, and that was the ancestral ritual that all demons learned about from childhood. Well, whatever.
Following that sneaky guy means I can escape. Escape means I can fight a lot of strong people. That's good. Demon King Granheim smiled in satisfaction at his genius before hurriedly leaving to catch up to the other two. So? What just happened? Explain it clearly.
Feng Chinger chirped after leaving the inheritance site. We left behind so much good stuff.
Since it's you who made the decision, I didn't say anything, but I still want an explanation. Damien smiled wryly. Didn't you get something good already? It's not good to be too greedy. Oh. Please. Look who's talking.
I don't want to hear anything from you, Mr. Got too greedy and ended up in a coma for 3 months. Koham, I have no idea what you're talking about. The reason I passed out was because my spine had been severely injured and the injury kept worsening as months passed.
What? Since when did you have a spine injury? Feng Chinger yelped, from the beginning. Damien spoke seriously. It hurts like hell.
My spine was shattered into pieces from carrying this team on my back.
Bastard!
Xing Tan giggled to the side while watching the two before interjecting.
That's nice and all, but are you going to keep diverting the subject? Damien coughed lightly again. Fine.
Essentially, we and the Demon King have formed a temporary ceasefire.
That's it? Well, it's a bit more than that, but that's the essence of it. What matters is that we have the next 3 months free of interference from demons.
We achieved white stars from such a long time ago, so these 3 months are basically free days for us.
Oh, right. Even those apostles died and I didn't even realize it. Plan, success. Feng Chinger pumped her fist in the air in celebration. Does it even count as a plan? Damien quipped back.
From what you told me, you guys just coincidentally found an inheritance site and used a borrowed knife to kill.
Humph. All according to plan.
You are just too much of a caveman to understand our genius.
Damien shook his head with a smile.
Indeed, being around these two was much more fun than spending his time isolated in his spiritual world. He missed the warm atmosphere that he had been lacking in those years he spent alone. Has my mental age increased?
Am I an old man now? Or is it just that my perception of time became whack in a space without time?
I'll just think of it as the latter. It's more convenient that way. So what are you girls planning to spend the next few months doing?
He asked out loud. Relaxing? Teasing Chinger? All kinds of things.
Xing Tan smiled happily. She voraciously gazed at Feng Chinger's breasts as she spoke. Feng Chinger instinctively covered her chest and shuddered.
I'm going to practice.
I'll single-mindedly focus on practicing in seclusion with nobody else around.
Don't come here.
Feng Chinger flicked her wrist and a flaming greatsword appeared in her grasp. I see. Familiarizing herself with her new weapon is a good use of the remaining time we have. I need to do the same if I can find some time in my schedule. What about you, bastard?
Feng Chinger spoke up. Why are you calling me a bastard?
Damien asked with a raised brow. Feng Chinger quirked her head cutely.
I got used to it? So you've been calling me a bastard so often that it stuck? Damien said in a deadpan voice. Yup. Should I be honored that you think of me so much, or should I smack you for thinking of me as a bastard? Shut up and answer the question. Which one should I do? Shut up or answer the question. Arg. You infuriating bastard. Damien smiled and looked at the sky. Well, I'll probably just sit around and do nothing. He was excited for the coming days. Although there were some twists and turns along the way, everything had lined up as he had hoped in the end. The time element. How long have I been wishing to unlock it? He finally had his first real chance to comprehend time, and he sure as hell wasn't going to waste it.
when Damien looked back at the girls, he found them staring at him with dead fish eyes. What?
Nothing.
It's kind of embarrassing to see you trying to act mysterious all of a sudden.
That's all.
Cook. Even though the demons had been wiped out, it seemed Damien still had to watch out for sneak attacks on all sides. Chapter 353 months. 4. Shimmering beams of artificial sunlight cascaded down through the clouds and bathed the land of the trial world. The chirping of birds and the low growls of beasts rang out intermittently as the world came alive. On a certain mountain peak overlooking the world, Damien slowly opened his eyes.
2 months' worth of progress. I can't say whether it was
good or bad. 2 months had passed since the events of the inheritance site, and after parting from Feng Chinger and Qingtan, Damien didn't move at all from the spot where he sat. He was immersed in his comprehension at almost all times, but when compared to the effort he put into it, the results were negligible. Time. It was such an elusive concept. Even though it was put in the same vein as space, Damien found an incomparable wall between the two. Comprehending space came so naturally that it was almost too easy. It was a smooth flow that Damien just had to feel and be guided by. Even if he just immersed himself in the feeling of the space around him, after enough time he'd walk away with some comprehension. It just went to show how much talent he possessed in that field. For others, space as a concept was something they couldn't grasp even if they spent a lifetime of effort on it.
Feeling the space around them? What did that even mean?
For one who didn't have an affinity for space, they wouldn't be able to feel any difference between space and the air around them, but for spatial cultivators, it was a vast world. Even among them, Damien was at the peak of potential. He only realized the struggles of others when he dipped his toes into the concept known as time. It wasn't simple at all. His meditation had yielded him some results, but even still it wasn't enough to grant him the affinity he wished to unlock. Every step he took in comprehending space would take 100, or even 1,000 steps when comprehending time. A journey of a few days became a journey that lasted years on end.
Time is relative.
I've experienced it myself both in this trial world and when I was trapped in my spiritual world.
Only, what can I comprehend from relativity? Relativity was the concept he found himself immersed in most of the time.
It resonated with him on a level deeper than anything else, as it was the thing he had experienced most. He thought back to that night in the forest with Ru Yue. At that time, he had a similar thought. Time, for him back then, he didn't have enough time to deal with the troubles in his immediate surroundings. He was forced to rush to the hidden convention of wicked path sects for his mission, but what did that time mean for those he had left behind?
For them, every second must have felt like an eternity.
They were being stalked and hunted as prey by unknown beings. They were being herded like livestock. While time was short for him, it was incredibly long for them. While he wished to get to his destination as soon as possible, they wished that time would slow and give them enough time to escape their predicament. And what about the trial world? Unlike a vague example like the previous one, the trial world was subject to a literal distortion in time. The time he spent within would be 3 times longer than the time outside. If a year and a half was spent inside, only 6 months would pass in the real world. It was a truly bizarre concept.
How could one affect time itself?
This ever-present essence that ruled the world along with space. The difference between the two was in perception. If space was a canyon, time was the river that flowed through it. Finally, Damien thought of his time in the spiritual world.
How long was it that he spent there?
It was at least 5 years that he spent arduously bringing the thousands of floating continents together to reform his spiritual land, but when he woke up, only 3 months had passed. Even when compared to the time dilation in the trial world, this kind of difference was insane. It was so disconcerting when Damien woke up that he almost couldn't believe how fast he adjusted. No, if it wasn't for the essence of the primordial undying tree, it probably would have taken at least a month to get back on his feet. The time he spent in his spiritual world actually aided his comprehension far more than he originally expected it would. Spending so many years in a space where the flow of time became nil, it helped him become more aware of the essence that flowed around him. When combined with the atmosphere of the trial world, where the essence of time was more prevalent than it was in the outside world, Damien was truly able to feel and experiment with that essence, only, he was never able to grasp that fundamental truth. He pondered and pondered, but he could never understand the link that made him keep thinking of these 3 instances over and over again. I'm almost there.
I can feel it. This is a bottleneck that I won't be able to pass by just sitting and immersing myself in comprehension. A single spark.
That's all I need to finally unlock that affinity. The final wall separating him from his time affinity wasn't something he could rush to break, otherwise, it might lead to a setback instead: patience.
In the end, isn't patience a concept related to time as well?
Who knows, in the end it might help me out with finding that final spark of inspiration, he consoled himself lightly as he stood up. Without him even realizing it, another 15 days had passed. Now that I've gotten into this mindset, I keep noticing the oddities and relativity of time around me at every corner. These little details that I wouldn't have noticed before are like glaring beams of light for me now. Damien's gaze panned over the mountainside below him. A soft wind drifted through the air and gently brushed across his face. A feeling of absolute peace and serenity suddenly enveloped him. Damien found himself entering a profound state of mind. The rapidly beating wings of bees that zipped through the air, the stretching body of a lion-like beast that had just awoken from its slumber, the swaying of tree branches in the wind, the petals of a flower opening and closing as it sensed a threat approaching. Suddenly, everything seemed to slow down. The wings of that bee were beating at a pace that even a mortal could easily follow. That lion beast seemed to be paused in place as if it was posing for a portrait. The branches of that tree seemed to halt, but its leaves were lightly trembling and fluttering even at this pace. The petals of that flower slowly unfurled as if mirroring the day when it first bloomed. Standing atop the mountain peak, Damien took in all these scenes with a light smile dancing on his face. The rays of sunlight that illuminated the world seemed extra warm today. Just a single step away, he lifted his foot and stepped forward. It was high time to leave this trial world and face the trials of the primordial undying realm once again.